Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 5th of September, 2012. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, Madam Clerk. May we have the roll call and TV coverage announcement?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County Santa Barbara Television, CSB-TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, Santa Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of the Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB-TV Channel 20. And now for the roll call. Commissioner Blau?
Here.
Commissioner Brown?
Here.
Commissioner Brooks?
Here.
Commissioner Valencia?
Here.
Commissioner Cooney?
Here. Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Black.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Would you like me to?
I would
Go
like
into
you to
the
launch into the agenda
Alrighty.
status report and then the
Projection report?
projection report.
Okay.
Thank you.
This morning, we have 4 items on our agenda, and we are prepared to move forward with all 4 of those items. As to the projection report, we do have a hearing scheduled for next week. We only have 1 item on that date. It will be here in Santa Barbara, as our hearings will be for the next several months. That's the Santa Ynez Airport Improvement Plan. We've already canceled September 19th hearing for the Commission. So the next time we're scheduled to meet is on October 3rd, and so far on that date, we just have the agricultural buffer ordinance scheduled for your Commission's review. October 10th is a date we've indicated we would potentially cancel, and it looks as though we will be able to cancel that date. October 17th, we've got the Vincent Tier 3 Winery coming back to your Commission, as well as Quayside 17. And then into November, we don't have any items yet scheduled for your Commission. December 5th, we have the inclusionary housing ordinance on your calendar, as well as a Carpinteria Sanitary District project. And if we need it, we'll have the December 12th hearing as well.
All right, thank you. Any questions on the projection report? Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, just curious to know if I could still do a remote in Santa Maria for the October 3rd hearing. Excuse me, the September 12th hearing.
Next week.
Next week, yeah. I don't want to come down here for a 1-hour meeting if I don't have to.
Sure. Mr. Chair and members of the Commission, it's my understanding that the board conference room is still available for remote testimony, and I think the Commission could attend remotely in there
Great,
as
so
well.
if you could make those arrangements, I'll do it there next week. Joe, you do the same thing? So we'll both be there. Yeah,
Okay.
great.
That sounds fine.
There's one caution, and that is we could conceivably continue 1 or more items from today's calendar to next week as well. So not that would necessitate a trip down, but for your awareness. Okay, this is the point in our meeting when we would invite members of the public to address the Planning Commission on matters not on today's agenda. Anything that is within our jurisdiction, we're happy to hear from the public. Are there any speaker slips, Commissioner Blau?
No, there's not.
And we don't have any indication that anyone is available and able to speak in Santa Maria either. So we will close the public comment period and turn to the planning commissioners for any informational reports. Anything from any of my fellow commissioners other than welcome to the fall and the new school year. I do have one item I saw in a legal publication that I thought I'd share with my fellow commissioners, and that is an article about some proposed CEQA guidelines which have been adopted by the Natural Resources Agency in California. And these are at least proposed to go into effect January 1, along with the effective provisions of a bill intended basically to address infill development and what is qualified, and it's certainly an important issue as to what qualifies as infill development, would be subject to a more specific and a quicker time frame. Perhaps when we get to Dr. Russell, he'll have more information on it. But in any event, I brought along several copies of this article, and you're all welcome to read it. And it remains to be seen if it goes into effect, but these regulations are out there, and comment is being received through September 10th. Okay, that takes care of the Planning Commission informational reports. So we have 2 sets of minutes to take care of. From last month, we have the hearing of August 8th and the hearing of August 15th. With regard to the minutes of the August 8th meeting, any corrections or a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second, and I do have one correction.
All right, please.
Yes, on page 2, it was just during the Planning Commissioner's information reports, I had discussed an event I had gone to, and it was the Icon Garden groundbreaking, not Paradise Ivy. And I had brought that to the attention of Mr. Villalobos, and he told me to bring it up today. So on line 4, just say, as well as the Paradise Ivy project, that should say Icon Garden.
Project groundbreaking.
Project, yeah,
Okay, that's
groundbreaking.
right at the top of the page. Everybody sees that. All right, there's a word missing from another paragraph. I'll bring that to clerk's attention, and we'll get that done as well. But otherwise, any other comments, substantive or otherwise? All right. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? So that's a unanimous vote to approve those minutes as corrected. Then we have the hearing of August 15th. Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner
Mr. Chair.
Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I had an appointment that day, and I left at 12 at noon, so I was wondering if you could separate this. So I did vote on the first item and had to leave for a special assignment on those.
Okay. So you were present for the temporary use special events matter and the Gaviota State Park tank replacement? No, not for that one. Okay. And the minutes indicate you were absent, but left at 12 p.m. So I think that's accurate. It's just a question of separating it for purposes of approval. So do we have a motion to approve the section of the minutes through page 2, item 1?
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No abstentions. So then we need a follow-up motion, Commissioner Brooks, for the balance of the minutes, beginning with item 2 on page 2.
So move.
Do we have a
Second.
second? All right, all in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
State.
And Commissioner Valencia abstains on that motion. Which brings us to Dr. Russell. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here. I have a relatively brief report today. Since your last meeting, there have been 2 Board of Supervisors meetings on August 21st and then yesterday on the 4th. And the items of interest, I'll start by saying that on the 21st of August, the Employee of the Month, which is something that comes around every almost 2 years because of the number of the departments that it rotates through. So for us, it's really almost more than just the Employee of the Month, was our very own Celia Caldwell, who does our reception desk out here. She's out there right now. She does an outstanding job. And if you didn't have the opportunity to hear her comments, I would suggest that you listen to them because they were nothing short of inspirational. They were really, really special. So we're very proud of that. Also on that day, we increased the CREF fees that we charge to the oil companies, but that was just a sort of an automatic CPI type increase, nothing really of any consequence, just normal. We had the Olson appeal of the TPL Ocean Meadows project, the lot split out there, and the appeal was denied by the board. We also had the Goolsby and Goolsby K appeal of the Verizon cell site facility in Montecito. And that was continued to yesterday, and it was further continued now until October 9th. And it appears that the applicant and the appellant are working to find an alternative site, so we wish them the best on that to make the community satisfied with the location while not upsetting the cell service, because if that site were to go dark, it would have significant ramifications for all sorts of users and safety functions in Montecito. So it's important that we get this one right. I would also like to comment on the CEQA article that Chair Cooney mentioned. This is new rules, new regulations pursuant to SB 226, which is to expedite the CEQA process for infill development. This was the subject of a lot of discussion this year among counties. There was a lot of discussion at the annual county Planning Directors Association that I attended. And unfortunately, for whatever reason, although the infill development streamlining regulations apply to urban areas, except in extremely limited circumstances, they do not apply to the unincorporated area. So I haven't seen the new regulations as they've actually been promulgated, so I need to make sure that we take a close look at those. But if they are as I expect them, if you take a look at our urban areas like the Eastern Goleta Valley and Isla Vista and Orcutt, there would probably be a great opportunity to apply these regulations there, and we will not be able to. And we expressed a lot of unhappiness to the Office of Planning and Research staff who attended the annual meeting of the California County Planning Directors Association. And, you know, their attitude, their response was that they understood, but that this was the way that it was voted in, and, you know, we'll work on it in the future. But we were pretty disappointed, actually, because of the absence of application in the unincorporated area. And in the end, because of that, it is conceivable that this will, in the unincorporated area, actually promote what they're trying to keep from happening, which is greenfield development. So we're kind of a little disappointed in the way that came out, and certainly there's a lot of discussion about something that might change in the future, some additional changes and regulations. We'll see how that goes. So that's what I have for you today, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to respond.
Any questions of Dr. Russell this morning? I don't see any, but thank you very much, and especially for the update on the CEQA guidelines. I think there's an extra copy that we can share with you of this article, and it'll give you an update, at least as of August, as to what a few environmental attorneys believe.
Thanks.
Thanks to you. Okay, that completes our a preliminary agenda, and we have on the standard agenda 4 items, just so those who are watching and keeping an eye on our progress this morning. We did indicate to several members of the community concerned with various projects that we would not begin the Park Hill Estates matter until at the earliest 1 p.m. So if it turns out that we're done with items 1 and 2 prior to the end of the morning session, we would take up item 4, which is the temporary uses special events ordinance amendment. After each item, I'll attempt to update everyone on our progress, but I just want to indicate that we do have that special time certain for the Park Hill Estates matter. So we can proceed directly to our standard agenda, and item 1, if we could read that into the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Planning Commission will receive a briefing on the status of the inclusionary housing ordinance as well as the demographic data from the Coastal Housing Partnership.
Good morning, Ms. Black.
Mr. Chair, this is a two-part presentation. Lisa Plowman will conduct the first part of this and provide information on the demographic data that was presented at a conference earlier this summer. And then Mr. Hunt will present the status of the county's housing element and inclusionary housing ordinance.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Plowman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Nice to be here this morning. I just wanted to make a slight correction. I am president of the Coastal Housing Coalition, and we are associated with the partnership, but we are a separate nonprofit entity. The coalition was formed about 7 years ago in response to the ever-increasing housing prices, and what we saw was the exclusion of the middle-income worker from home ownership. And that had created a pretty significant recruitment and retention problem for our local businesses and employers in the community. Our founding mission was to really educate the community about the critical need for this workforce housing and to work with local decision makers on policy and projects that produce this type of housing for the South Coast. About a year ago, we at Coastal Housing Coalition commissioned a demographic study that was very generously funded by the Santa Barbara Foundation to help us better understand the true impact of the jobs housing imbalance has on our workforce and to help inform us about our future housing needs. The study shows that the lack of housing opportunities impacts our community health and our economic vitality. So in June, Coastal Housing Coalition actually sponsored a conference, which we invited, I think, all the Planning Commission members on the South Coast and City Council members and board members from the County of Santa Barbara to attend our housing conference, where we unveiled the demographic study and then held sessions on how to solve the problems that we identified in this demographic study. And we found that there continues to be this housing crisis, even though we've seen a drop in housing prices in the last few years. So we wanted to take the opportunity to actually, because some people could not attend the hearing, we want to take this opportunity and share the information with decision makers because we think it's really valuable as you're considering housing policy, and I know you're going to be considering housing policy with respect to the inclusionary housing ordinance and then the housing elements as they come down through your process. So with that, I want to go ahead and start the presentation. Let's see. We had a number of very generous sponsors, and I just wanted to take a minute to share that with you. All of these organizations donated money to help sponsor this conference, and we were very pleased with the success, and we're going to be sponsoring a conference annually. So the demographic study was actually prepared by Mark Schneep from the California Economic Forecast. And this PowerPoint actually is going to highlight some of the key findings that that came out of the study that we think are most helpful for you, but we've provided copies of the study, so you're welcome to read it. And if you have questions about it, anybody on our board would be happy to answer them for you. So one thing we found was that the population on the South Coast continues to increase. The population is aging and people are living longer and staying longer in their homes. So as our community is evolving, we have less housing opportunities for the younger generations that are coming in. The middle-aged households have declined, which is a key demographic for employers. So what we found is that the middle-aged households are moving out of the community. The population is becoming more ethnically diverse. And since 1980, the gap between home prices and household income has widened dramatically. And again, this is even with the drop in home prices that we've seen. Maybe it's 20 to 25% in our region, but there's still a significant gap. As I indicated, the housing affordability continues to remain a challenge. And what we've seen with the mortgage crisis is that people are turning to rentals. And what that has meant is the rental market has the lowest vacancy rate in years, and rents are on the increase again. I think we're at about a 2% vacancy rate. And finally, the homeowners of the South Coast housing are predominantly in the older age cohorts, as I indicated. So these were the 8 key trends that we found in the study that affected the South Coast. So more specifically, key trends 5 and 6, I want to talk a little bit about. So the gap between the housing prices and family income has widened dramatically and disproportionately as compared to the state and the nation, particularly in Santa Barbara County. Real income declined to just above 1990 levels, and home prices are still much higher than in 1990. As we've talked, home prices have declined since 2007, but affordability is elusive. So this graph, I think, is really telling. I mean, it shows the recent decline, but it also shows that the gap between the median home price in Santa Barbara on the South Coast and in California is pretty staggering. This gives us some information about our employment by industry, and if some of you probably participate in the economic forecasts, this is the type of data that is generally provided. So as we see, the public sector is the largest employer on the South Coast. Leisure is the second largest. And this is telling because as we go and as we look at the incomes, you'll see that leisure is the lowest paying category by average salary. Professional services the highest paying, and you can see there's a wide variety of income levels. But the fact that leisure is the second highest employer and the lowest paying jobs, that tells us something about where we are with housing affordability and what types of housing they might be able to get into. So with respect to commuting, it has still been on the increase. It's increased since 1990. So people are still driving to Santa Maria or driving to Lompoc or further or Ventura and even Los Angeles in some cases. There's still inflow. And the number of commuters from San Luis and Ventura counties doubled in the last 20 years. Commuting to Ventura County apparently has declined from here. So people aren't commuting down to Ventura from Santa Barbara. And in 2008, the North County commuting to the South Coast was estimated to be about 8,800 people on a daily basis. So key trend 7 indicates that the South Coast rental market has the lowest vacancy rate in years, as I had shared with you, and the rents are starting to rise again. It's a 2% vacancy rate, which is very, very tight. And so it's very difficult to actually find a rental. In fact, this housing stock is quite old as well. They're rising again in Santa Barbara and Carpinteria, and 3-bedroom apartment rents are close to the all-time high that they've ever been. Renters tend to stay longer in their rental housing in Santa Barbara over time as compared to the rest of California. So this graph shares with you where we are with our vacancy rate. As you can see, back in 2008, we had a 4% vacancy rate, and now we're just below 2. So key trend 8, that homeowners are overwhelmingly in older age cohorts. This is the one thing I learned is that not only am I old, but my house is old. All the people that are living in their homes have owned their homes for quite a long time. And on average, the residents are age 55 plus nearly own all of the housing stock in Santa Barbara and on the South Coast. So which means that the younger age households are either forced to rent or move out of the area and or commute. As I said, the housing stock's fairly old and small. It's mostly 42 years plus and averaging 2 bedrooms. So newer housing for families is limited. And the ownership rates are lower than in 1980 than they were. So what we found was a lot of the people that own homes own second homes and then rent them out. so that the ownership is focused in a larger category of older people, and owning multiple properties is a very common thing on the South Coast. And the ownership rates here in the South Coast are much lower than they are in the rest of the state. An interesting fact, in the 93101 zip code where we are today, 80% of the households are renters, which I thought was actually a really amazing fact. I actually live in that zip code, and I am fortunate enough to own a home, but 80% of my neighbors are renting, which is pretty amazing. And only 14% of the people who are in their early work years, 25 to 34, are able to own housing or do own housing on the South Coast. And the home ownership rates since 2000 have fallen for all age groups except those who are 65 and older. So the two big problems with affordability: homes are less expensive and interest rates are low, and incomes are relatively high in some of the areas of employment. But there's a significant lack of inventory, is what we found. There are a very limited number of properties that are even available to purchase in an affordable, small A affordable category. And that the credit conditions are so tight and the ability to obtain a loan is so problematic that the process is so uncertain that it is very discouraging for people to even get into the market. So here's the listing of what we have in terms of housing stock that we would consider affordable to the median household income. And we're just under 400 available units. And as we said, many of those units are very, very old and small. So in summary, what we found from the study is that population's growing. It's growing older and faster than the rest of the California. Employment is lower than in 2000 on the South Coast. Commuting from Ventura and LA continues to increase. The homeownership rates are low and declining, particularly in the middle age groups. And the housing stock is old. And there's a dearth of family suitable housing, which we're thinking around 3 bedrooms plus. And that the rentals are tight and prices remain high. And most of the housing stock is owned by those who are 55 and older. So as we mentioned, it's very, very difficult to actually purchase a home. Let's keep going. So let's see here. What are the implications of this? So the commuting patterns tell us that the high cost of housing are still forcing people to leave the area and drive in to work. And across the state, there's been a trend toward longer tenure in owner-occupied housing, more pronounced on the South Coast. And this just means that, people are living in their houses longer, that they're retiring in their houses, and they're not moving out, making those homes available to the younger families that maybe want to purchase a home in the community. So what this tells us is that we're having a limited supply of workers in the younger age category. And that's going to affect the businesses that are operating here. So that if that trend continues to increase, we'll see more commuting. We'll see people moving actually potentially outside of the community so that they can get workers in the age categories that they're looking for. So they tend to some of these firms end up relocating from the South Coast and even outside Santa Barbara County, which is unfortunate because they take those good jobs with them. So that's the basic information that came from the demographic study. But I wanted to tell you a little bit about what we thought we learned from it and what the focus of our conference was. So what we thought is the study tells us that we have to provide housing for seniors. That is going to be really important to make housing stock available for the younger generations. So if we can give them units to move into so that they can free up that larger house, maybe it's a 3-bedroom house, they can move into something smaller that's more manageable for them. The other thing is that we still need the affordable housing for the local workforce, and we're talking about the income category between 120 and 200%. That we also need housing types that are going to appeal to the younger generation, and that we're talking a little bit more about the urban type housing that you might see in a downtown area on a mixed use project, those types of things. We've done some interviews with employees that have found that the younger generation is interested in being sort of near the action. And so more housing of that type it'll be very beneficial. And we really need to focus on increasing rental housing. I know it's something that the city of Santa Barbara has focused on, and it's something I'm sure that you will consider over time. But our stock is very old, and the vacancy rates are very low, and there's an increased demand for it. So one of the things that we did at the conference was we held sessions, and the idea was, all right, let's figure out what some of the solutions are to the problems that we're finding in the demographic study. And one of the solutions that we talked about was employer-sponsored housing. And we've seen some examples of that. UCSB does employee housing. Cottage Hospital, of course, has their very successful Bella Vista project, where 80 of those 150 homes have gone to their employees through a lottery. Westmont College has done some affordable housing for their employees, even in the city of Santa Barbara. So we're working with employers through Coastal Housing Coalition to figure out ways in which they can start developing units that they can own and sell to their employees, and then when those employees leave the firm, they would sell them back for a slight increase in the value. We also want to look at preferences for local employees when we're talking about different types of housing, so that the housing that we build actually meets the demand for our people here, so that you don't have people from outside the community coming in. And this has been a big issue, I think, for many decision makers, that when they're talking about building housing, who's going to occupy these units? Is this really going to solve the problem that we're facing with respect to housing our workforce and reducing commuting? So preferences for local employees is one of the ways that you can do it. And we actually had a couple of speakers on that. One was an attorney from a law firm up in Oakland area, but it's something that each jurisdiction, I think, needs to look into as they're talking about building more housing. We also want to talk about compact development, and that's, I know, an ongoing subject, and every jurisdiction talks about it when they're talking about their housing element, but using our land more wisely so that we can get units on more units on smaller parcels. We also thought Santa Cruz County had a really great second units program. And second units can solve some of the housing problem, particularly with respect to rentals, because that's what they are. They become rentals, or they become a unit for a family member that is in need. But if we can facilitate those, and I would encourage Jeff Hunt to take a look at Santa Cruz's program, because it's really a great program, and it's facilitated a number of second units in that community. And then also working with financiers, employers, and the government to figure out ways to finance new housing. As we know, with the loss of the redevelopment agencies, financing particularly for a capital A affordable housing, which is something Coastal Housing Coalition also cares about, is going to be really difficult. And we don't really know where that money is going to be coming from. Unfortunately, the real estate transfer tax up at the state failed by a slim margin. Hopefully that will be coming back, because that could produce a very significant amount of income to fund this type of housing. But, we're just excited to be here, share this information with you. We're happy to answer any questions. We want to and will continue to work with the different jurisdictions and participating in the policy discussions, and we'll be coming to support projects that we know will produce this type of housing. And we really encourage you to continue to do the good work that you've been doing, and I know that you're going to be considering the inclusionary housing ordinance here soon, which is another way to provide some of this type of housing that we're talking about. So with that, I'd just like to close, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have about the study. It's really informative. I was shocked about how much very useful information was provided in it, and if you read through it and you've got questions, I'm more than happy to respond to that. And like I said, anyone on our board.
Are there any questions from commissioners? It was a terrific presentation. I think there's lots of information in there that we suspected, but
Yeah.
but when you really see it in black and white or blue and white, it hits home. And I wish we had a different way to refer to those of us who are still homeowners, other than older.
I know.
But
that was a sad realization.
But it really is very helpful and something we should all keep in mind in terms of the projects that we see, not only the individual projects, but the general matters that Mr. Hunt and his department bring to us.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks for coming.
Sure.
Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'm Jeff Hunt. I'm the Deputy Director of Long Range Planning. We thought that it would be an appropriate time to give you a briefing on the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance update in conjunction with the Coastal Housing Coalition presentation that you just heard. For people who are new to this issue, a brief summary is staff is currently working on a revision and update of the existing county inclusionary housing program. The update is being based on many factors, including housing reports that have been conducted, staff research, and citizen input, especially through stakeholder meetings that we've had with representatives from both the building industry as well as affordable housing organizations. A little bit of background on how we got to where we are. In response to housing concerns, including many that Ms. Plowman just touched on, the county adopted its first inclusionary housing program in 1982. The program was most recently updated in 2004. The IHP, as we refer to it, is intended to provide more affordable housing, and this is accomplished through public policies that require housing developments contain a percentage of housing units that are affordable. The policies are aimed at addressing the existing lack of affordable housing and the existing problems that result. The inclusionary housing program currently is a part of the housing element of the county comprehensive plan or general plan, and an update of the IHP as an implementation program within the housing element. As I mentioned, the housing reports that the update is being based on, there's two primarily, along with others, including information from Ms. Plowman's organization. But the two in particular are recommendations from the 2007 Affordable Housing Policy Committee report. This committee was intended to improve the affordable housing program and address the deficit of existing affordable housing. The committee made 13 recommendations, and the board directed staff to implement 11 and further study 1. Then in 2009, the Economic and Planning Systems Consulting business also produced a report that provided additional review of the housing program and also looked at implementation of the policy committee's recommendations. As I noted already, the IHP currently is within the housing element and thus requires a comprehensive plan amendment anytime the county wants to revise a program. This involves a rather laborious process and state oversight, which is standard for any housing element revision. So one of the implementation items of the housing element is to relocate the IHP as a new separate ordinance outside of the housing element, and the implementation item indicates that a review of the ordinance should recur at the same time. So it's not merely a relocation verbatim. In reviewing the ordinance, staff is looking for opportunities to revise it based on the report's recommendations that I just mentioned, impacts from the Great Recession, knowledge learned from administration of the current ordinance, citizen input, citizen comments, and just minor housekeeping items. One of the loudest comments that we've heard from the citizens, particularly the housing developers, is that the current requirements are too costly and thus act actually as a deterrent to providing more affordable housing. And so in response to this comment, staff is looking at what is an appropriate amount of affordable housing to require, and staff may be proposing the percent of affordable housing required within a housing project be lowered. Another issue that has come up is the suggestion that with the Great Recession, the free market is now providing housing that is affordable, so requiring affordable housing is not necessary. Staff is researching this issue. We're looking at other jurisdictions. Some of these jurisdictions are abandoning their housing requirements altogether in light of the Great Recession. Others are retaining their housing requirements in whole as they are. And county staff has taken more of a moderate approach, an in-between approach. We may be proposing revisions, but not abandonment of the program. And this seems to be consistent with the findings of the Coastal Housing Coalition that you just heard about. It's also consistent with one of the recommendations of the 2007 Policy Committee report that suggested revising the program and not abolishing it altogether. One of the revisions based on this that we may propose is that affordable housing only be required if the market is not producing housing that is affordable for moderate and workforce income levels, and that this determination be made specifically within each housing market area. This would account for the differences that we're seeing between the North County market compared to the South County market. Staff is also looking into the use of residential second units. Ms. Plowman mentioned that this is a good way to provide for affordable housing. One of the recommendations of the 2007 Policy Committee report was to promote the use of RSUs because they serve as affordable housing by design. So staff may be proposing to allow our RSUs to fulfill affordable housing requirements, and these would not have any deed restriction placed on the unit. We agree with the findings of the Coastal Housing Coalition that in certain instances these RSUs provide for housing for seniors. And sometimes I'm not sure it's politically correct anymore, but they used to be referred to as granny flats. So it certainly indicates that they do provide housing for families. Another issue that we received a lot of comments on is the existing in lieu fees. Staff is looking at these in lieu fees and how we can better administrate them. These fees are not an impact fee, they're a fee in lieu of constructing the required housing units that the housing developer can choose instead of constructing the units. So staff may propose allowing these fees, fee in lieus in the coastal zone and for fractions of units required. Another issue that has come up that we've heard from housing developers is that there needs to be incentives to help facilitate affordable housing, such as modifications to parking, setbacks, height, and space requirements. These would help facilitate the site design, particularly with higher density. We've heard that it's difficult to get the higher density units onto sites without these modifications. And as Ms. Plowman just mentioned, the higher density is the type of housing that is in demand, particularly by the younger generations and people who are more interested in living in an urban environment. And then finally, we're just looking at some rather mundane housekeeping items. An example being we may propose moving Los Alamos to the Santa Maria HMA because that's where most of their social economic services are obtained. In terms of the process, this ordinance has involved much more than just relocating it from the housing element. There's some very complex issues we're dealing with, which usually results in extensive review from other departments. For example, we felt it was appropriate to have a second review by the Community Services Department to make sure that everyone is in agreement. We're still in the internal review phase. We're hoping to have a release of the ordinance for the public review in October, and then we will hold a round of stakeholder meetings. Following the stakeholder outreach, we're scheduled to have Planning Commission review on December 5th, and this will be followed by State HCD review, again because we're amending our housing element, environmental review, and then board adoption is scheduled for late spring of 2013. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the Commission may have.
Mr. Blau, would you like to comment?
Well, without seeing a little bit of the ordinance, it's a little bit difficult to comment. We all need to understand the real problem here, and the real problem here, and where we're going to have great difficulty in the future, is if you want affordable housing in the South Coast, it's real easy to get there. All you got to do is go annex a whole bunch of ground and zone it for high density, and you'll drive the price down, and you'll do it. But is that what the people in Santa Barbara want? I don't think so. Every time we get up here and talk about a subdivision or a new project, the comment we constantly hear from Goleta to Santa Barbara is, there's enough traffic, there's enough people, stop it. And so here what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, we don't have enough housing, it's not affordable, we need to get more affordable housing. Well, the minute you get more affordable housing, it gets filled up and the price goes back up, and you're right back to where you started again. So, I agree it's difficult, but to me, you're kind of chasing your tail a little bit. You're not going to get there. The reason Santa Barbara is so expensive is because it's so damn gorgeous. Everyone wants to live here. That is a fact. If it was an ugly community and if the weather was terrible, it wouldn't be a problem. You wouldn't have the high prices. People could afford to live there. So, I think you have a real difficult job here. The only thing I really hope you focus on was the committee in the 07 timeframe. Their emphasis was that if you want long-term affordable housing, it's rental housing, and you need to encourage in-lieu fees so that you have money to joint venture with nonprofits and other ones. That's the way you do it. But to talk about workforce housing, talk about anything deed restricted, in my opinion, is never going to work. I think the lending community has figured out that I can't get financing on deed restricted property, period. Even I'm doing a senior project. I can't get any mortgages where there's deed restriction for seniors at this point in time. So for low income, I think it's going to be nearly impossible. So those are my comments. Good luck.
Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. Mr. Hunt, it seems to me that in my tenure in the Planning Commission, the way we get the true affordable housing, I guess that's the capital A, as Ms. Plowman would say, is through the nonprofits. Because they're the ones who truly provide the housing for the folks who work in the leisure communities, the leisure services and retail services. We don't get them in our traditional developments, or we get a very, 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 very small percentage. So I'm hoping that there will be some good incentive to either, I guess that would be through in-lieu fees, or perhaps dedication of property or donation of property or something that would encourage these nonprofits to build housing, because we don't get it in our traditional developments, period. And even we talk about second units. In what I see in second units, it's just all market rate housing. It's not really affordable. It may be that there are seniors living in it, or in my neighborhood, it's not seniors, it's family members. It's young family members living in it, or people who are less than middle age. So I don't consider that affordable. Maybe that's the big A affordable. We're looking for the big A and the little A affordable. But I do find it interesting that as I walk around the neighborhoods and see some of these very large lots where there could be another unit, that I'm somehow think our zoning needs to be changed to allow, if you've got a lot of extra property, a lot of open area, you could build another, not in our traditional thinking of our affordable or our second units, because I know there's restrictions in this terms of the size and its attachment to the primary unit. In other ways of looking at that, I don't know. I just see that. I'm going, oh, you could fit a nice little unit here and over there, and just the way the house is situated, and it'd be okay. It'd fit in the neighborhood if it was designed properly. And I realize there's restrictions. Doesn't go through BAR, but maybe there might be some way to ensure that there is really true compatibility with what is the neighborhood. But I've always thought that maybe that's something. Maybe it's not. I don't know, but I put that out there. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I just respond
Yes, by all
to
means.
that? Just briefly, Commissioner Brown, the way the ordinance is set up now is it's intended to provide for housing, which you called it a capital A, which generally is a more traditional lower income housing. But as Ms. Plowman noted, in our community, there's also a lack of housing for more workers, would be the phrase. I think many people in this room would probably qualify for workforce housing. And so the problem in Santa Barbara isn't your traditional big city affordable housing for low income. And so the ordinance it tries to address that across several sectors. The ordinance requires existing, and we're not proposing to change that, workforce housing, which is not required by the state. The state only requires up to moderate. And so the county has, through their own volition, created a policy that requires workforce housing in addition. So I think We need to keep that in mind and keep Ms. Plowman's comments in mind, too, about how there's a dearth of affordable housing for our workers, and that affects our businesses, and et cetera.
Yes, Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we need to be careful when we talk about granny housing or second units on these lots. You have to remember that back in the 50s and 60s, when the development started in Santa Barbara County, Ventura County, and up in San Luis Obispo County, the lots were 6,000 square feet. And so you put the average home then was 1,400 square feet. There wasn't any room, because there was a nice setback, there wasn't any room to put a unit in the back. Also, the major problem with the granny houses, which we saw in our community, was that there was never any on-site parking. All the parking had to be on the street, and that deteriorated the local community. So I do support affordable housing, and the program that we have is about 20% of all the tracks that go in have to have low and very low, 5, 5, and 10, I believe. And I do support that, but be very careful when you get into this, what you call the granny house support. There was a great wave that started back about 10 years ago on this project, but they quickly saw that the streets were, it's just impossible to find a parking space. There were places in Goleta where neighbors were fighting with each other because people were parking in front of their houses, and as a result, they couldn't even park in front of their houses. So it created a major problem. So I think when we support something, we should support something that will be able to be without causing an impact on the community itself.
Commissioner Brooks. Thank you, Commissioner Valencia.
Yes, thank you, Chair Cooney. I did attend the conference, and I certainly want to applaud those that put the conference together. I found it very, very interesting. And I did share that information with many people, including, my middle-aged son. And it's the housing needs of North County and South County, they're so different. And I'd like to suggest, after reading through Ms. Plowman's presentation and the booklet that we received, it's almost like we're looking at workforce housing, family housing. I'm celebrating my first week on Medicare, so I'm a mature senior this week. I can talk about this realistically because I hear it now in many, many conversations. It's almost like in South County, as you said, it's an enormous percentage of the homes owned by seniors. And seniors do not want to leave this area, again, because of its beauty. It's a very desirable place. And for older active adults, it is wonderful. So, but somehow we have to get those seniors, to maybe consider selling their homes so that the workforce, the younger families, can move in there. So I'm just trying to suggest that, as we look for alternatives and, affordable housing, maybe we start changing our emphasis to the senior population, the existing senior population. People are looking into what they call the progressive living facilities that we have here. And we have probably some of the finest in the state from what I'm hearing, but very expensive. So, my thought is if we consider the existing population in the South County, looking at more affordable for the seniors, that perhaps then that would incentivize them to sell their homes. And we need that workforce. We need that middle-aged group. This is what we're losing. And then your communities just kind of implode because you don't have the vibrancy of families. And I think that's what, the South Coast really needs. So just an observation.
Commissioner Brown.
Yep, thank you. I would like to respond to something that Commissioner Brooks said, and this may tie into something that Ms. Plowman talked about. In my neighborhood, we're multi-generational. We have families with young children. We have most recently had someone who was over 100 who lived with his daughter, who was in her 80s, who lived with her family, so there was a second unit there. But I think the issue for many of us who are seniors is that we want to live in a traditional neighborhood. We don't want to live in a neighborhood or in a project like Maravilla, which is, believe me, is lovely, is really lovely. But there, the generation is all of one age. And in our traditional neighborhoods now, we have a broad spectrum of ages, broad spectrum of people from, as I said, people just starting out to people who are retired. And it does provide a vibrancy that for that community that I don't think that you get in other than in a senior one of some of these over 55 communities where you just have people of that age. And for many of us who are still fortunately able to work and be active, I think it's important to be out and about in the community, and to be sort of put aside into a senior age community sort of diminishes that vitality of that very community, of those people who live there. We talk about that to my neighbors, some who are older than I am, about how wonderful it is to live in this community. See these kids go to elementary school, we see them go off to junior high, we see new families coming in. So it's providing a broad spectrum. So to provide senior age housing only, I'm somewhat cautious about that, because I think it needs to be with a broad spectrum of people, and it really provides, I think, a better, more vibrant community. That's my thought.
Commissioner Blau, do we have any speaker slips for this item?
Yes, we do. I'm sorry, Jerry Hunt, or Jerry.
Okay. Commissioners will have a chance to make final comments, but we do have one speaker slip. If anyone else would like to address the commission on this item, please submit a speaker slip to Commissioner Blau. And meantime, we'll welcome Mr. Bunin. Good morning.
Good morning. Jerry Bunin, Government Affairs Director, Home Builders Association. You probably degraded Jeff by saying it was Jerry Hunt. And I do want you to think that we're talking about old age. When we started the inclusionary debate, I was 12. We've had several briefings from staff on this, and what's being proposed is less horrible than we currently have, but it's still going to be terrible, particularly on the South Coast where this housing issue is most germane. It's unfair, unrealistic, and it's going to be unproductive. The biggest problem you have is where you start. You're making new construction responsible all by itself for fixing a problem we didn't create and can't control. Housing is expensive on the South Coast because it is a great place to live, and there's not enough of it. The government approval process for all projects is lengthy, costly, and difficult. It discourages home building. The more density, every home building project we propose, we get opposed. The higher the density we propose, the more the opposition. For every new home we build on the South Coast, 12 existing homes are resold. They set the price. We don't. We fit into that market. That's in a healthy market. Today it's much worse. It's too bad for me to even look at anymore. But 12 to 1, in trying to figure out where the cost and the solution to affordable housing is. This is making us solely responsible. If we wanted to pay an in lieu fee, so we didn't have the neighborhood opposition, so we didn't have to make each home bear the cost of subsidizing an affordable unit, we would have to pay $50,000 under this proposal per market rate unit. Nobody is going to lend us that money. It's going to kill a lot of projects. The home builder does not have the option of immediately saying, well, I'm going to pass this cost along. Can't do that in many markets. We can't do it at all in the current market. If you really want to look at how to address affordable housing, here's a couple of suggestions. Higher density land, zone it, guarantee the density. Eliminate the debate. When you pass a general plan or a community plan and it's got a high density in it and you do an EIR, why does somebody have to go do another EIR for a project that complies with the general plan? That's stupid, that's costly, that's counterproductive. And the last thing is, you don't have a big enough revenue stream to make a serious dent in the problem. You have to look at building a larger revenue stream, and taking more blood out of our poor little withered bodies in this economy isn't going to get you there. So we're willing to pay our share, but we're really, really tired of paying everybody's share. Or I'll leave you with another way of stating that. If you ask anybody in this room what their contribution is to inclusionary housing and affordable housing, unless they're a home builder, it's zero. Thank you.
Mr. Bunin, could I ask a question?
I have one too.
And Commissioner Blau after me. My question is, with respect to the testimony you've heard earlier about the rental market in Santa Barbara and the rents increasing and the vacancy rate decreasing, is there not incentive for property owners to develop their property as rental housing, either duplex size or even apartment size?
Yes, there's an incentive. I'm a negative human being, I'm sorry. The disincentive.
Me too, I'm sorry.
Okay, the disincentive is that the higher the density, the more the opposition. You have to have a special kind of project that you're looking for. We have members in our association who are apartment builders. But the only way that they're really going to look at doing that is if they're really interested in maintaining the property for an extended period of time, because there is absolutely no rate of return on your investment. I mean, you're going to have to wait 5 to 7 years before you're actually getting your money back. I would suggest ways to do that would be we don't have these. Land is a big issue, but if you had a big enough piece of property that you could combine a rental project with market rate unit, and you let that builder have a density that makes that project make financial sense in exchange for them building 20 units of rental units, that might make more sense. That might be doable, but apartments are hard to build. I think it was 1980, Lisa might know this, they changed this tax law, in the federal tax law on apartment construction, and it plummeted and it never recovered because it doesn't make a lot of financial sense to build apartments.
82 and 82 was the tax act.
Thank you. It was before my time in this job.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, my question is, my emphasis before in 07 and since then was to get the in lieu fee down to a reasonable number, one that you would want to pay rather than going out and building and providing low-cost units. And I think that's the issue. So my question to you is, if the county were to establish the fee to where it was relatively minor in nature on a per-unit basis, but of course if there was lots of units, it would generate lots of money, would not the home builders be much happier with that than the current situation?
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, I don't know what number we're tossing about, but let's just take that 50,000 number just for the sake of discussion, and we take those 12 existing units that are being resold and our 1 unit, so you got 13 units. And if everybody paid $10,000, you're going to get twice as much money as you're getting out of 1 unit right now.
That was my point. And that's what I hope is the emphasis that the staff understands, is that you've got to get that number down to one to where everybody wants to pay it, so it's in control of the nonprofit, it can be used properly, and it goes into perpetuity. And once we take that money and give it to a nonprofit, it stays there forever. We don't have to have deed restrictions that a court later strikes down or, comes to be invalid, or it expires and then this homeowner gets this huge profit by waiting out the time frame for the deed restriction. So that answered my question. And you're right, the apartment building, my only criticism was Ronald Reagan, was when they used to have 70% tax rates and they had double declining balances on apartment buildings. I sold them. I built them. We didn't have to make money on them. We didn't care what the rent was. It didn't make any difference because the conversion of a 70% tax bracket to a capital gain rate made all the profit. When they stopped doing it in 1982 and 86, you're right, the value of the apartments went into the tank, and it almost created a debacle that was awful, but you're right, we don't have that anymore. So.
Can I add one thing on the in lieu fee and the creation of apartments? If we can get that money to the affordable home builders like People Self-Help, like we're discussing, the leverage capacity that they have for the money increases it geometrically. We get a lot more units than we're going to get doing it this particular way. And it just has to make financial sense. We hear a lot that builders have to change, build smaller units inside the urban area. You know, that's really a two-way street. Government has to rethink this. It cannot continue to take more out of the hide of new construction. There's nothing left in our hide. It just won't work anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Plowman, would you like another crack at this subject? Yours will be the last word.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a few comments in response to some of the comments I heard about the study, and then a few comments about the inclusionary program and some of the comments I've heard today. I think it's really important to think about creating a variety of housing types. That a senior housing project isn't going to be right for everybody, but it'll be right for some people. So if we can have housing projects that some seniors feel comfortable moving into, great. If we can have granny flats or second units that other seniors want to live in, great. Or some want to stay in their homes, that's okay too. It's just that we don't have the variety that I think that we need. Even compact development down in urban areas that we're starting to see in the city of Santa Barbara, seniors want to move down there because they're close to services. They don't have to drive their cars. They're close to transportation. So I think it's just thinking about it in a multifaceted way. And I think jurisdictions are really trying to do that. With respect to rental housing, it is really in demand, and we're starting to see people wanting to build it. And one of those things that happened in the general plan process for the city of Santa Barbara is they created an overlay, but it's 63 units per acre. Those are the kinds of densities that you have to start seeing to make rental housing viable. And in that overlay, it's one parking space per unit, because you can't park it and build it on a piece of property with two or 2.5 spaces per unit. So those are the types of things you have to think about if you want rental housing in your community. The idea of guaranteed density is a great idea. I mean, if we zone something, whether it's 20 units per acre or whether it's 63 units per acre, as long as there's no environmental impact that comes out of it, we should be able to guarantee it. It's very similar to the concept of the state density bonus program, where basically jurisdictions have to allow developers to build at that density with their bonus and give concessions, because they know that communities will fight projects, even though they may be good for the health of the overall community. And then lastly, just a couple of comments about the inclusionary housing program. It's just one tool to solve a problem. And the way it's constructed now, it's trying to solve two problems. It created a program where it created incentive to build workforce units on your property. And you got a bonus market rate unit to be able to help fund those units, because those aren't funded by anybody. Those units are very difficult to come by. There's no state or federal funding for them. So when it was originally drafted, the idea was that we'll give the developers a bonus unit, and then they can build this moderate or workforce unit, and then that will be tied up in affordability for 90 years. So that's not something that just one homeowner gets a great deal and then sells it out, which is a problem with many inclusionary programs in the past. With respect to low and very low income, that program was crafted so that you were encouraged, and maybe the fees are too high now, but they were developed at a time where it was the gap between what kind of money could come from state and federal funding and what it took to build it. But the idea was that developers would be incentivized to pay fees for very low and low income, so that that money would be given to nonprofits. They would leverage it and build a greater number of units. And that has been a very successful program, not only in the county of Santa Barbara, but in many jurisdictions across the state, of getting money into the hands of the nonprofits. So I definitely agree with Commissioner Blau on that point. But again, I think it's important to look at the market areas that you have in the county and treat those differently, because they're different. You know, the North County is very different, and the program, the way it's written today, does treat those market areas differently, but perhaps it needs to be studied more further and further detail. And I think it's a great idea to make this an ordinance, take it out of the housing element, make it something that's more flexible and more easily changed, and then monitor it. You know, the markets change, and then your programs maybe look problematic, or maybe creating disincentives, which was not your objective in the first place. So we'll be participating as part of Coastal Housing Coalition in the process, and I wish you the best of luck. It's always a challenging process, but I think it's, again, one tool that can get a variety of types of housing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you again. All right, Commissioners, we do need to move on, but if there are any last comments, we can take them. Not seeing any. Mr. Hunt, anything to finish with? Okay, well, thank you for the update. We're certainly looking forward to the ordinance, and hopefully it'll be here in a month or so, and we can start chewing on it ourselves. Obviously, it's not a problem that can be... Oh, did you say December? December 5th. What was October? Oh, stakeholder meetings. Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait our turn. But certainly, to sit and say with our hands in the air there's nothing that can be done because of the South Coast complex issue of no growth, a desire to keep things the way they are. The minute you limit paradise for the people who are in it, by definition you're excluding those who would aspire to be there. So we need to keep working at it, and you're a big part of that with your department. We look forward to it. Okay, that will complete item 1. Our second item, which is the State Street Hospitality New Hotel, will begin after a 10-minute break, and I'm optimistic that we will get to the temporary uses before we take a brief midday break. So we'll start again at 10:25. All right, we are back on the record. This is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 5th of September, 2012. And we are at item 2 on the agenda, the State Street Hospitality New Hotel. So we go from residential housing to visitor serving project. If you'd read that into the record, please, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of State Street Hospitality, Inc. to consider the following: 09 DVP 18 application filed on May 20th, 2009, 11 CUP 15 application filed on April 13th, 2011, and to adopt the negative declaration 12 NGD 7 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. Do we have ex parte communications to disclose? Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've made a couple of site visits, one in the recent past to see the story poles. I've spoken with the architect, Mr. Redman. I've had a phone call and a meeting person with Mike Alvarado, manager of La Cumbre Mutual Water Company, and Will Robertson and Ms. Harris and Ms. McCurdy, and I think that's it. Thank you.
More than enough. Thank you. I had the opportunity to drive by it this past weekend and found it very difficult to get in and out, but survived to tell. Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, thank you. I did go by when the story poles were erected, and then I drove by today, but with the commuter traffic, I drove by and kind of kept going. I had wanted to go down the side driveway, but I was unable to do that.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I visited the site.
Okay. So, Ms. Harris, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Cooney and members of the Commission. I'll be presenting the State Street Hospitality proposed new hotel. As mentioned in the introduction to the project, the proposal would demolish the existing old motel and take this old motel site and redevelop it with a new hotel. The project site is located at the intersection of Highway 154 and State Street. It's located just west of the city limits of Santa Barbara. In addition, as we zoom in, you can see the shape of the project is in a reverse L. It's actually comprised of two separate legal lots, a larger one here with the motel on it, and a smaller parcel in the back. The applicant proposes to merge these two lots into one legal lot if the project is approved. Surrounding development that is relevant to the proposed projects includes, to the west, an adjacent restaurant and some parking in front of it, and a parking lot behind the restaurant that belongs to this office building here. There is a shared driveway that comes off of State Street down along the parcel boundary, and it's shared between all three parcels. Also, there is a parcel in the back, a storage unit property that has a driveway. This is a flag lot that comes down here. The driveway has no connection to the subject property, but it does exit onto State Street within the signalized intersection, which just makes for a little bit more complex traffic analysis. This site plan here probably provides the best view for an overview of the project description. This is the ground floor level that would be as seen from State Street, and as you can see, the this plan is rotated 90 degrees so that north is now to the right of your screen and State Street is to the north. So the project would demolish the existing motel, which is located here at the north end of the property, and the remaining small house in the back. There used to be two houses located back here, but one was demolished a couple of years ago. And then they would construct an 88-room hotel with 93 parking spaces located in a below-grade parking structure. There would be limited services for guests only, including a buffet breakfast dining area, a meeting room, a pool, an exercise room. There would be no conference facilities with this project and no restaurant. All of the development would be located in one structure with 2 levels of the parking garage below, but the guest rooms would be broken apart to appear as 3 separate buildings, and you can see these here. They would be separated by these patio areas and paseos that go through the buildings. So this breaks up some of the massing of the structure. The main entrance would continue to be from State Street and Highway 154 at the traffic signal. Upon entering the project site, there would be a couple of parking spaces here for guest registration, and then the driveway would curve over to the shared driveway, which has an existing entrance off of State Street, and then down the shared driveway to the entrance to the parking garage. There's also a retention basin that would be located in the rear in the southwest corner of the property. And because this is a lower grade and a much lower grade than this parking area up here, to construct it, they would have a retaining wall here around the retention basin. A portion of this wall in this area would be taller than 8 feet. It would actually go up to 10 feet high. And it's located within a setback. And so this is why there is a minor conditional use permit on this project, and that's simply to permit the retaining wall to be taller than the 8 feet that would otherwise be allowed within a setback. This is the north elevation, and this is the view that one would see if they were driving down Highway 154 and came to the stoplight at State Street. As you can see on this north elevation, we have the main entrance of the hotel. The 3 levels of guest rooms are visible in this elevation, but the 2 levels of parking garage would actually be below grade, and so they would be down here below and not visible at all from this perspective. From the east elevation, one can see more of the whole of the project. You can also see how the topography slopes from State Street, which is shown, which would be at the right of your screen, and the topography slopes down to the south below here. in the first two buildings of guest rooms that are broken apart by this first plaza and paseo, and here by the second plaza and paseo. 3 stories of guest rooms in the 2 northernmost levels. As the property steps down the slope, we only have 2 levels of guest rooms in the back. And these levels here are the 2 levels of the parking garage as they daylight and come out to visibility. But as you can see, those parking garage levels would continue below grade up here to the north and not be visible. The west elevation is adjacent to the shared driveway, which would follow right in front of this elevation down here to the garage entrance. Lighter line weights, as drawn in this elevation, show portions of the building that are set further away from the edge of the driveway, so they're further back. So this building articulation, again, helps to break up the building facade and provide for light and shadow. In this elevation, you can see part of the plaza area in the rear portion, which is where the swimming pool would be located. There were 2 primary issues for this project as discussed in the issue summary of your staff report. The first of these was aesthetics and design. The project is located at a gateway location to both Goleta and the city of Santa Barbara. It's in an area that has been identified for redevelopment in the draft Eastern Goleta Valley Community Plan. And because there hasn't been any development in this area for quite some time, this project would set a design precedent for the redevelopment of the area. And for this review, the project received extensive design review by the South County Board of Architectural Review, who understood the need to achieve a good design on this particular property. The result is a successful design that includes the use of the plazas and paseos, usable outdoor spaces, varying roof lines and varying front setbacks, building articulation and architectural details, a pedestrian orientation to the streetscape, and a well-thought-out landscape plan that would include full and well-developed plant materials. This slide provides an example of one of these plazas and shows both the varying roof lines and roof elevations that would help to break up the massing, the various architectural details, including awnings and little balcony railings, et cetera, to provide light and shadow and articulation to the building. The yellow area highlights the location of the northern patio and paseo, and you can see here the proposal would be to have a pleasant patio use area, an outdoor fireplace, and so the ability for people to have some outdoor areas to enjoy when they're staying at this hotel, with a walkway through to the other side of the building, and up on the 2nd and 3rd levels there, the corridors would go from indoor to outdoor to provide access between different parts of the building, an elevator, which you can see here. The second major issue for this project was addressing transportation and circulation. As mentioned before, the site is in a unique location, and in this case for traffic, it's unique because of its situation right at a signalized intersection that is a major intersection on the south coast where Highway 154, State Street, and Highway 101 all come together. In addition, there is the shared driveway that's located on the west side of the project, which is used by the 3 different parcels, which is not located at the signalized intersection, but it's actually a little bit separate, and we'll talk about that a little more in a moment. This image is sheet 3 of the engineering drawings in your plan set, and it shows the circulation patterns for the whole of the State Street, Highway 154, 101 interchange. And so it is a pretty complex traffic circulation. The intersection signal operations are operated actually under Caltrans's jurisdiction because of the 2 highways. Thus, the traffic study was carefully reviewed not only by County Public Works, but also by Caltrans staff. The slide shows the complexity of the intersection operations. However, the intersection configuration would not actually change with this proposed project, except for only one small difference. The existing motel today takes its access from the signal and is part of the signal operations, With the proposed hotel, what they would actually do is move the driveway from an area about here a little bit further to the south, so the new driveway would actually be more centered on the intersection, which would actually improve the situation a little bit. Upon review of the net increase in traffic that the project would generate, and also review of county thresholds and Caltrans thresholds of significance, we concluded that the project would not have a significant impact. Thus, no mitigation would be required for this project. This particular slide is included as sheet 6 on your engineering plans, and this slide exhibits the existing shared driveway circulation here on the left side, and on the right side it shows the proposed. And the purpose of this slide was to show how the on-site circulation would change with the project. This slide, although it's shown a little bit lighter in color, it shows the existing motor court of the motel. It shows here part of the existing building, which is a U shape with the parking in the middle, and you can see where the driveway is, very close to the existing crosswalk on State Street. There is the separate driveway entrance to the shared driveway, which accesses the restaurant to the west, and the parking, which is further back here and not completely shown on here. Legally, the shared driveway is, I'll find my pointer. The shared driveway is 5 feet on either side of the parcel boundary. All of the properties have easements to the other properties on that 5 feet. So what you have today is a 10-foot wide driveway. The applicant proposes to construct the new driveway within entirely within the property and the 5 feet of access that he has rights to adjacent to the property. And this new shared driveway would result in a 20-foot wide driveway rather than the 10 feet that we have today, with 15 feet of that width being located on the hotel property. While more hotel traffic would now use the shared driveway, the driveway would be wider and provide more maneuvering and backup space for the 90-degree angled parking that is located over here. And this configuration is consistent with the LUDC requirements. With this proposal, the neighbor lots would still retain their full access via the shared driveway and use of the shared driveway entrance from State Street. But now the neighbors could also potentially use the hotel's entrance because of the connection in between the two, and enter and exit through the stoplight, which would provide some more simplicity for getting in and out of the project site and the ability to go in different directions from the site. There is the potential for some confusion where the two driveways come together, but with the slow parking lot speeds and the provision of appropriate directional signage and striping, this to minimize confusion, these issues would be addressed. A draft mitigated negative declaration was prepared for the project and circulated for public review from May 11th to June 11th of this year. A number of comments were received, but only one raised questions that really needed to be addressed in the final document, and that was regard to water delivery and infrastructure flow requirements for a fire protection system. The situation is that the water purveyor to the site is La Cumbre Mutual Water Company, but water is delivered to the La Cumbre Mutual Water Company's water main via a Goleta Water District 4-inch pipeline. The comment noted that it was unclear whether this 4-inch pipeline would cause a problem for fire protection water needs. The result, what the county and the applicant did is that the county fire department conducted flow tests of 2 nearby fire hydrants that are essentially on either side of the project site. A fire protection engineer was hired by the applicant. They reviewed the data, they reviewed the building design and how the building would be constructed, and in a written report determined that the infrastructure would be adequate to provide enough water of appropriate requirements to meet the flow demands that would be required to build the fire suppression system for this project. This report was reviewed and accepted by County Fire. Thus, we concluded that there would be no impacts to fire protection or water resources, and the final M&D was prepared and is attached to your staff report. The project would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The primary applicable policies are from the land use element and the Goleta Community Plan, including the circulation policies of the Goleta Community Plan. Also, some water resource policies from the conservation element, groundwater resources section. The project also falls in line with the proposed policies and development standards of the draft Eastern Goleta Valley Plan, where and especially regarding aesthetics and design. The draft plan identifies this area as ripe for redevelopment with goals that it be redeveloped in the future. The general design guidelines in the draft plan include the use of high-quality, well-designed structures with landscaping, placement of parking in the rear rather than the front of a project, and variation of the building setback and facade design along the street frontage. The project is the first lot to be redeveloped in this area since the plan was drafted, and it has achieved these goals through the design review and the work of the applicant's architects, and along with locating the parking mostly below grade and where the parking lot does daylight, it is in the rear of the property and away from the public roads. The project could also be found consistent with the Land Use and Development Code. The project complies with all of the allowed uses within the retail and general commercial zones that apply to this project. It complies with all setback requirements, parking requirements, the minor CUP requirements for the retaining wall, and it complies with all of the height requirements, including 2 allowed height exceptions, which are illustrated on the next slide, which is the roof plan. So with the exception of the 3 areas that are outlined in red, the whole of the building meets or is below the 35-foot height limit as measured from existing grade. The height of the project would vary between 22 to 35 feet from existing grade, depending on the design of the various roof elements and the sloping of the lot. Elevator housings in the LUDC are allowed to be actually up to 50 feet tall. There are 2 elevator housings on this project, which are shown here and here. These would be 36 feet and 39 feet tall at their highest points. Then the other exception has to do with this component of the project. This is the tower element that you can see on the north and, well, in all 3 of the elevations that we've shown before. And this tower roof element qualifies for the second height exception. And that second exception allows up to 400 square feet of a building's roof area to be up to 8 feet taller than the 35-foot height limit, provided that this taller height would provide architectural character, and if it's approved by the BAR. In this case, the area that's outlined in red is approximately 260 square feet, and this is the area of roof that would be taller than 35 feet. At its highest point, which is the peak of the tower roof element, it would be just 2.7 feet taller than the 35-foot height limit. This tower element has been reviewed by the SBAR. They enthusiastically supported this design and greatly preferred it over what they had looked at before. And because of that, the project qualifies for the exception, and staff supports its approval. Finally, the applicant raised a question with us yesterday about the calculation of development impact mitigation fees and whether they should be receiving credit for the existing development on the site that would be demolished with this project. After consulting the fee resolutions and park staff concluded that there should be a credit for the existing development, and the fees will be reassessed and reduced accordingly. In any event, the fee amounts and the conditions of approval are estimates only, and the actual fee paid is based on the fees in place and the fee resolutions at the time the fees are paid. So the main purpose of those conditions is to inform the applicant that fees will be required in the various different areas, library, public administration, sheriff, et cetera, and that those fees will be assessed at the time the fee is paid. Therefore, given the project's overall good design and its consistency with the county general plan and the LUDC, staff recommends that your commission make the findings for approval included in attachment A of your staff report, adopt the mitigated negative declaration included in attachment C, and approve the project subject to the conditions of approval in attachment B. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Harris, Do we have any questions from commissioners at this point? Commissioner Brown?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Harris, that was an excellent presentation. I appreciate you were going over some of the on-site circulation, but I have some further questions about that. And if you could put up that first slide that showed the preliminary traffic plan. Yeah, that one. You had indicated that there is some, as you come into the complex, there's going to be parking, there's 2 parking spaces at the front. And I'm just wondering, can you show those again for me, please? I think that was in the previous slide, maybe. And there, okay. So those 2 parking spaces are there, and there's no conflict, because this is a main entrance. Let me show you here. This is... Okay. This is the main entrance here, yeah. So, but this is also sort of a secondary entrance, the shared driveway. Is that not correct also? You can get them coming in both ways?
There we go. There we go. This is the shared driveway that is right off of State Street, which only allows traffic to enter coming from one direction on State Street to come in and down.
Right. So the majority of traffic will be coming in this way?
In all likelihood, the majority will come in off of State Street. There's both ingress and egress that would come in here. This would just be short-term, specific, just guest registration parking only for 2 spaces.
Right.
And the rest would continue on down to the parking garage.
I presume that when Mr. Robertson looked at this, he looked at backup distances and other sort of conflicts of traffic coming in, since there's 600 plus ADTs per day or something projected for this?
That would be projected under a full occupancy situation.
So there's no issues with conflict with these 2 spaces and people coming and going from the ingress and egress for this particular area.
I don't believe there would be an issue, but I believe Mr. Robertson
just walked in. How timely. Okay. And I guess my other question has to do with having gone down this driveway and parked down here and just sort of watched what the circulation was here with these 90-degree angled parking spaces adjacent to the restaurant and people parking down here. There was some sort of study done to indicate that there are sufficient spaces, or there's sufficient room for the uses of the restaurant and the adjacent building. Because I'm thinking of something like on where we know the Trader Joe's down on De La Vina, where now you've got all these cars coming and your parking is simply not available because of the adjacent popularity of the particular business. And I'm thinking that this is now going to be a shared driveway, and it's going to eliminate many of these parking spaces that are here. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brown, no, actually, the parking on the adjacent lot will not change. This project would not affect that parking.
Okay, so there'll be striping on this adjacent to sort of. Maybe you can explain what the striping is going to look like.
The striping will still need to be completed, but yeah, sorry, I'm having trouble with that pointer. This is the property line here, and the access easements, rights are on the 5 feet on either side. So the shared driveway would be constructed from the easement, which is paved today and is part of that shared driveway today. But at this point, that driveway starts to slope down and separates away from here. This is not an even and flat entrance all the way back. So the driveway will be striped to allow people in this area to go in both directions. But they will be able to come in on this shared driveway and move back to this other property, but we're not changing any of the parking on the other property because it's not part of this project site. I think, as shown on this before and after, where the ingress and egress would be occurring, what you have today is a much more limited space for people who are coming into this existing parking adjacent to the restaurant. And when this project is completed, at this point, this will all be on the same grade, what you'll have is more backup space here for people who are parking on that. And that is consistent with the ordinance. If you were to look at the parking ordinance requirements, when you have a 90-degree angle parking and you have two-way traffic behind it, there is a certain amount of space that's required behind those parking spaces, and this would meet that.
Okay. And my last question on circulation is the driveway on the eastern side that belongs to the storage facility at the southern end. You spoke, or you commented that there could be some conflicts with the hotel ingress and egress, and I'm wondering if either you or Mr. Robertson could speak to that, and what that might be, what those conflicts might be.
Maybe I'll let Mr. Robertson go first.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown. Let's see if I can get this to work. So as you can see with the laser pointer, this is the storage facility driveway and the entrance to the proposed hotel. And part of the problem you have here is that when this signal goes to green to head northbound, you actually have the signal providing two ingress and egress movements. However, I think this movement right here, as shown, will only be allowed to be a right turn and would be required to come around and flip a U-turn in order to make this movement. So you technically, the only conflict you have is if somebody from the hotel is coming out and doing a right turn. But that's really no different than what you'd see in a standard parking lot.
Okay, so you're going to have the potential of 3 right turns coming on this green, I guess, on the green for them, right?
Really only 2, because this driveway is not controlled by the signal. And the cue that's provided here at the stop bar will actually block this right turn movement. So the real conflict is this driver turning right and watching for another driver coming out and turning right. And because this is clear, there really shouldn't be an issue.
Okay, that was helpful. And another question for Ms. Harris. I think in the staff report you talked about there are 2 units, housing units with a motel, or were those the one that was demolished? Can you just revisit that? On the current, with the current Hope Inn.
So under the existing, at the Hope Ranch Inn, you have the motel, the U-shaped building. It has 16 units, including a couple of units in a small structure right here behind, and they've also got, in addition to the motor court parking, they have some parking behind right here. And then there was a manager's apartment, the lobby of the motel. But on the separate parcel, which is a separate legal lot, there were 2 small cottages here.
Great. Okay, good.
There's one
that's
now.
helpful. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This turn here, how do you prevent these people from shooting across? I use this intersection quite a bit, and the temptation, this is supposed to be only a right turn. Where is the signage going to be that says you can't shoot across?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Valencia, I believe I had just done some counts out in this area several months ago, and I believe the driveway is signed already for no through movement. We can double check that, but just looking at the aerial photo here, you don't see any tire tracks. So what will physically prevent them from going across? Nothing. But But if it is adequately signed, and again, we'll have to double check, or we can provide a condition that guarantees that. The
That was
vehicle
my
code
concern,
is
that
what
we
would.
have adequate signs that say, because now I see cars shoot across.
And there is nothing that will prevent them.
Yes.
It's enforcement.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
There is, in fact, as of Monday, there was a right turn sign directly across from the driveway on that center divider. But I was thinking there wasn't a restriction and was ready to go across, looking at about 4 different potential problems with that until I did see that sign. So I share Commissioner Valencia's concern that we don't have sufficient signage, perhaps something right at the driveway, making it real clear to the driver exiting that they don't have the choice to go across would be a minimal improvement.
If I may, Commissioner Cooney, if we look at the preliminary traffic plan, it does show, Julie, could you put up the traffic plan, that people exiting from the hotel here will be able to go across this way. It's just these people, and this is not part of the project.
Well,
So here they will be able to go this way. It's just not only right turn.
in other words, are you saying the driveway to the east of the hotel will not be used by hotel patrons
No, this is
or
correct.
service people?
Correct. That's a totally different, right? perhaps,
Okay,
Ms. Harris.
so we're only worried about the incidental impact on the hotel development of that traffic problem.
Of
Of
this
the fact that people will be
here.
egressing from that driveway and should be only allowed to turn right.
And I think
Because
they
if
are
they get
now.
into the flow, well, as Commissioner Valencia noted, and I did just a couple of days ago,
Oh, they make
there's nothing that prevents you from going straight across. You see green lights everywhere, arrows and steady greens, and the temptation, if you're going south on Highway 101, is to get right over there to the off-ramp. But I think we've raised a concern. Mr. Robertson will take it into account and see what needs to be done about it.
That's your point of
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, in addition, Caltrans does require a road encroachment permit from their department as part of this project before they can start construction. So they'll also be revisiting all of the intersection operations and signage.
Okay. I'm sure that's a plus and not a minus, but it's good to know. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, just a question. I've seen cases before where they put the yellow plastic that they attach them to the roadway in the road right in here. So in order for to make this movement to go across here, you'd have to drive through the plastic kind of barriers. You know what I'm talking about?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, we refer to those as flexible paddle markers.
There you go. That's what I was talking about.
And yes, that could be done, but generally, there are 2 issues with them. One is aesthetics, and most people just scream bloody murder when we put those down on the ground. They think that we're making their road look ugly. And the second thing is a maintenance issue. There is nothing physically stopping. The flexible paddle markers are exactly that. They're flexible. You can drive over them. They generally don't damage cars. They just damage the paddle markers, and they become a maintenance responsibility for us where we're constantly going out and replacing them at a cost to the county.
Let's put it this way. If that becomes a problem in the future, you have that solution that you can take
That,
into consideration.
yes,
right?
that would be a short-term solution, and more than likely what would happen is we would look at extending the median as part of a capital project.
Perfect. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Harris? We're still at that point. Ms. Harris, you didn't mention the oak tree, and I think we should probably make clear what plans there are to offset that impact. It's really a spectacular tree.
Mr. Chair, there is the one oak tree on the site. I think I'll go back to the air photo, even though we can't get zoom in too closely. It's located here in the rear of the project, right at the corner where the two parcels come together. And the project, the applicant could find no way to construct this project and keep this oak tree. So as part of their landscape plans, which you have within your plan sets, but we did not put in our slide presentation, the applicant's proposing to add a number of oak trees to the project site, including oak trees up here to the front of the project to help improve the streetscape, as well as other trees throughout the project site in that area.
All right, we're ready to turn to the applicant.
Good morning, Honorable Chairman and members of the Commission. It is a special pleasure with which I stand before you today to present our project for your approval, consideration and approval. It has taken us a little while to get to this state. I can see some of you nodding your head because you've been with us for so long. And but we've persevered, and with cooperation and help from staff members, I believe we have arrived. We have arrived to a point where I feel satisfied that you will bless us with the approval of this project. My short presentation has already been included in the package that has been forwarded to you by staff. And I'd just like to reiterate that we are grateful to the planning staff, to Ms. Harris and to Ms. Almy for consistently staying with us and making sure that we did not deviate too far from the recommendations given to us by, at this stage I'd like to call it the very hard-working South Board of Architectural Review. They really were very positive in sharing their response. And for those of you who can remember the project, what you see before you is somewhat different. A little more palatable, a little more acceptable, a little more vibrant, and in full compliance with the county ordinance. We have certain benefits that will accrue, we believe will accrue from our project. It's our contribution to this community to which we want to welcome ourselves in. We believe we'll create certain numbers of employment, jobs for the local people, hopefully. And we like to share with you that should you bless this project, and I'm sure you will, we are ready to move forward. We are committed. The developer has shown his commitment for staying with you for so long, almost 6 years now, I guess. And so we are committed to move forward to do this project. This project, as Ms. Harris mentioned, is a redevelopment project. It's an infill project, and it's a project that is very well suited for its location. We believe that the intersection of Upper State Street, 154, and Highway 101 is an ideal location for this project because the infrastructure is there to support it. And if I may, the issues that we were talking regarding the intersection or the driveway coming out of the storage facility, the existing condition is what it is, as Mr. Robertson demonstrated, that it's operating with two lights and there is a potential of traffic cutting across. Our project will not change that condition. It accepts it, we've discussed it, and we will not change it. However, there is a little conflict with the lighting and this street signage, which was Mr. Chair brought up, that there is a sign that says right turn only. So perhaps with the modification to the median, it could make itself a little more prominent and give a better direction for traffic management. So having said that, we are on the transit route, getting in and out with the practicality of accessing the freeway 154 and the traffic, the public transit system. So we believe that we will not create any additional burden to the street system except for what the hotel will bring in. We are greatly excited that our project will contribute to county's fund through the sales tax revenue, through the hotel occupancy revenue, and we'll try to market ourselves well so we can generate maximum income for you. And the project description given by Ms. Harris is very adequate. We have worked very conscientiously with the staff to make sure our CEQA requirements were met. We made sure that our traffic and other conditions or elements of California Environmental Act was followed, and we are glad that we have achieved a no impact or no significant impact to the project. In conclusion, we believe we present the County of Santa Barbara with an excellent opportunity to remove an existing, unutilized, uneconomical, and obsolete land use with an excellent architecturally designed landmark gateway hotel project for Goleta and Upper Santa Barbara. The proposed hotel project will significantly enhance and provide new energy and stimulus to county's effort in redeveloping the existing vicinity and neighborhood. We believe that such can happen. Of course, there are other issues which hopefully will encourage new development and redevelopment of this area. This new project will have the potential to provide the neighborhood with new energy that will translate into other new developments, renovations, and rehabilitation projects to the benefit of the neighborhood and the second district particularly. We respectfully request the Santa Barbara Planning Commission to approve this project. Thank you. We have our architect and our landscape architect here, and they will present the evolution of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Redmond.
My name is Richard Redmond. I'm with Edwards and Pittman Architects, and I'm very impressed with both Satish's presentation and Julie Harris's. It almost makes mine very easy to do because she's done such an excellent job of actually describing the project that I'm just going to try to breeze through this very quickly. How do I use this thing? I'm not real tech savvy, so. Where's he?
If you use this arrow, you'll go forward, and that arrow will go back.
Got it. Okay, the context. Basically, you've driven by the site. You kind of know exactly what's there. This is all a commercial development in Santa Barbara. There's railroad tracks certainly running behind the project. This is a project area, and then commercial zoning is basically all that area within the green. I like this slide because it kind of shows the context of the property in that we're almost surrounded by storage facilities and warehouses. So it, other than the restaurant and the clinic. This is actually a view looking down State Street, and the project is on the left. Just past, that's actually a rental area for. This is at the end of 154, actually looking toward the existing hotel. Again, at the end of 154 at the hotel. This is the existing hotel. Very briefly, we start out with a kind of a concept of having an entry court with fountains and everything, actually taking advantage of the level change between State Street and where this project is. We're basically down 4 feet, and get this out real quick. I actually have a pointer. if mine works. In this area, we have a retaining wall that actually this is at an upper level, actually 4 foot higher than basically the entry to the hotel. We worked with BAR, and actually they had some excellent ideas as far as actually splitting this hotel up. We've actually provided, there's almost availability for 3 spaces in there to actually for the guests to register. And then splitting the hotel up with these paseos, which again Julie so eloquently described. This area is going to be actually open to there's actually kind of a dining breakfast area in here. This is going to be open for outdoor dining and so forth, fireplaces, fountains, all kinds of amenities for the hotel users. And we thought that we kind of got away from this kind of being an outdoor open space because it's really right on State Street. So we're actually turning the hotel toward the inside and actually provide much more comfortable space for all the users. Again, this is just kind of an idea of seating and everything that we're going to have outside. The idea of umbrellas and everything in this area around the pool. Some landscaping. Most of it's going to be, the landscaping along the driveway is going to be full height in the ground landscaping. The landscaping obviously on these decks are going to be in raised planters. We did make sure we had plenty of landscaping kind of along this actually moved the building back so we could get landscape between the building and the driveway at that point. Again, you saw the sketch of, this is kind of our idea of how useful this space could be. Julie said you did the north elevation. I wanted to kind of emphasize that green line actually is actually a street elevation. So we're actually going down into the hotel. So I think that it's going to reduce its impact basically from 154 and what you're going to see at that point. Our concept for the elevation here is actually, and I think it's easier to see in these elevations that I brought than here, but to actually have different colors, kind of delineating different buildings, so that it actually looks kind of like a hilltop village. A lot of different awning colors and colors of windows and so forth to kind of tie these buildings together, yet provide a feeling of separateness with them all. Again, it's the same thing on this side. Kind of getting some areas to recess, some areas to come forward. This is actually that paseo area and access through that opening at that point. Sustainability, I'm not going to read all these. We're doing high efficiency HVAC systems, a lot of use of natural light and natural ventilation, reserve parking for alternative fuel cars, on-demand water heating, the pervious paving, rainwater harvesting, and reuse for irrigation. So, again, our vision is to define a regional style at this important junction, which is, it's kind of a critical area as a gateway for Santa Barbara and Goleta. We're replacing an existing hotel at the end of its life. We want to provide an impetus for community redevelopment at that point, and urban appropriate human scale design, and we've worked consistently with the BAR to try to get that kind of human scale. At one point we had some arches, I think, that were 20 feet tall, and that just didn't bring it down to that kind of scale. Sustainable and a healthy environment, and then represent Santa Barbara to a host of visitors, hopefully in a good way. These are some perspectives we had done, and I apologize, the colors and everything didn't really turn out, but this is looking at the east elevation from State Street. This is with the landscaping fully developed. We're going to have quite a few oaks on that front area in front of the hotel. Again, this is the west elevation, again with landscaping. So at that point, I'm going to turn it over to the landscape architect. Oops. Jeez.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Jack Kiesel of Kiesel Design, and I'm the landscape architect. I'll be guiding you through the landscape. I'll try to move through this really quickly since most of the major elements have been gone over pretty well, I would say. So the overall landscape plan is to incorporate the like a Santa Barbara style palette, which fits in really well with the Spanish style architecture. We'd be utilizing in the front along the street there. You could see that we've used, or we're specifying oak trees that would mitigate for the one that was lost and also help settle the structure into the landscape. Along the sides, we would have a mixture of sycamores, palm trees, and olive trees, deciduous, evergreen, and of varying heights that would kind of complement the architecture. On the back side there, against the storage building, we would have also a bioswale there. We'd also have a retention basin, so we're collecting all the on-site water and retaining it as long as possible on the site, and then which would cleanse and infiltrate. We'd also be using permeable paving along the driveways where applicable. Within the inner courtyards, we would have very much a very lush landscape that would, again, give you that feeling of a nice enclosed oasis feeling, and a place for sanctuary from the noisier portions of the street side. These elevations right here start to, at the request of SBAR, we generated elevations at 5 years growth and then at mature. I'll just quickly go through these. That's at 5 years, and this is at full. And those yellow trees right there, those would be representative of sycamores, at least in this preliminary scale. And you can see the palms and then the olives providing various heights and textures, which again plays with the variability of the architecture. Again, this is a 5 year in the front. On this one, especially since we don't have as much planting spaces available, we'd be utilizing a lot more vines and things of that nature to kind of soften the facade. And this shows, again, what it would be like at full maturity. This is the north elevation. Here we'd have a little bit more color. We'd also be incorporating succulents and grasses and things of that nature, potted plants, again, where applicable, to kind of enliven the front facade. And this is at full maturity. And that's it.
A question for you, sir. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. For the landscaped architect, actually, for you.
Okay.
You're doing, I think, 6 replacement oaks?
Yes.
And some of them are
Actually, that was 5 of there.
5.
Or no, actually, we have more than that on the site. There's just 5 in the front, and then we have a bunch more around the retention basin area.
Okay. So the ones in the front, these oaks tend to get pretty big. There's enough space for them?
Yes, I space them so they're around 25, 30 feet, which is like the typical spacing you would have for a mature oak.
Okay.
A lot of times you do see them in groves where they're much closer than that, and it actually kind of has a nice look.
And the retention, the wall of the retention basin, are you planning on landscaping that?
On the wall is on, if I believe it would be on the
north side.
On the north side. That would be on the side of the structure, the existing structure. Is that what you're talking about on that?
Well, yeah.
Well, we don't really have a...
You don't have vines going up that wall or
Yeah,
anything?
on all the walls that are going to be visible, we will have vines and plant material, shrubs and whatnot
Okay.
to help mitigate for that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right. We do have a few speakers for this item, so we'll turn to those now. And if you haven't submitted a slip and want to, please do. The first speaker will be Ed Boyle. The second will be It's a little hard to read, but it looks like David Martici. Mr. Boyle, welcome.
Good morning. My name is Ed Boyle. I worked for the hotel Hope Ranch Inn for part-time for many years. And I used to leave Cathedral Oaks and go down 154 in the morning. As I approached the motel, it was always nice, rustic, quaint, nice little piece of property. But over the years, it lost its personality, became an eyesore to the community. I seen the plans for the new motel, and I applaud the new developers. It'll be an asset to the area, and I look forward to the day when I travel along Cathedral Oaks, come down 154, and see this big, beautiful hotel these gentlemen have planned. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming down, Mr. Boyle. Okay, Mr. Mataji, followed by Susan Petrovich. Sorry.
Mr. Chairman, Board.
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me this time. I've lived in Santa Barbara since 1961. What I've seen today in this presentation, this area drastically needs that, and I hope that others will take lead from this and develop the rest of the area out there. It is somewhat of an eyesore. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Anybody else that wants to speak on this project? Don't see anyone, so we'll come back to the developers. Any final comments from you? Mr. Narain?
No, we don't have any final comments, but we're here, so if there's anything else we can help you with to answer or we'll clarify our project, we'd love to. Thank you.
I have one question.
We do have one question
Yeah.
from Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. I was interested in the issue of the conditions that are in your can and will serve letter from La Cumbre Mutual, that in the time of drought, your water supply will be greatly reduced.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't know whether you signed on a dotted line that said, we understand that, but I guess that you have to agree to that. You have no option, and I just wanted to make sure that since...
Certainly.
Okay.
We have had several discussions with the La Cumbre Water and their board and with staff, and we have met jointly together with members of in fact, the president of La Cumbre Water and the general manager with staff to discuss the same issue. And short answer to your other question was, no, we did not sign on it, dotted lines, but we have brought our project before you to show you our commitment that yes, we're going forward with all conditions existing.
Okay. So by getting a can and will serve letter, you basically accept their conditions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great, that's good. And I just wanted to say, personally, I appreciate very much your staying with the process. I think the end product has been really fantastic. It's everything you envision and everything that we would hope for a project like this, so thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're back to Ms. Harris. Anything to add before we enter deliberations?
Mr. Chair and members of the commission, no, I have nothing further to add.
Okay, great. Certainly, everything you've indicated up to now has been very helpful. Any questions of staff before we start? Then Commissioner Brown, second district item, how would you like to proceed with deliberations?
Well, I'd just like to make some opening comments and then open it up to my fellow commissioners. But I do want to, first of all, to thank the planner, Julie Harris, and members of the SBAR. I think this project is fabulous. You can see we don't have a room full of people in here complaining that it's too dense, too big, too whatever. It's in fact, I'm sort of surprised that we don't have more people saying that this is exactly the kind of project that we look for in the second district. It's very well designed, thanks to our architect, who stayed with the process and worked with the SBAR. It will do everything that they indicated to help revitalize that area, which is, I have to admit, a little bit sad and run down. And I think that if we can get other projects like this in that area, it'll really help to increase the presence. So I would like to hear from my fellow commissioners before I make any recommendations.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I concur with Commissioner Brown. It is a beautiful project. Looking at the plans, there's a lot of relief in the buildings, exceptional relief, and the breaking it up of 3 buildings just makes it even nicer project. I remember seeing previous pictures of renditions for that site, and this certainly is outstanding, and I'm ready to support your project with you. I think it's a positive thing for Goleta.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, thank you, Chair Cooney. I too would like to thank Ms. Harris. She was very helpful to me as I prepared for this morning's hearing. I think after hearing about this project, I was not on the commission when it came by us for a conceptual review. I guess it was many years ago. I did find the minutes from SBAR, very, very helpful to see exactly, the evolution of the project. It is a tight lot. It's small. I think the design changes that were made, were the ideas that were put out by the SBAR were heeded, and I think that's why we're here today, and I look forward to supporting the project. I have one concern about the, I'm just looking at condition number 16, which is on-site traffic improvements. Because of how tight this is and its location, parking and signage, I'm not hearing, I think, my colleagues probably are thinking that this is going to be adequate. A quick question, will the hotel guests be allowed to use those parking spaces? Will this be marked so we won't have parking conflicts? The parking spaces, I think, next to the restaurant.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, no, they would not be able to use those parking spaces.
Okay.
Those are spaces on an adjacent property for that business.
Okay, well, I would just advise if there's nothing that, anybody would want to put in there. I just think because of how tight the access is and to the parking structure, that signage is going to have to be very, very clear. The lobby is so close to State Street, and with all these, the complexity of that intersection, you just wouldn't want to have any traffic backups. So it seems to me that, on your websites or however, when you advertise, to ask, to try to give your guests some idea of what the parking difficulties might be. I mean, I'm hoping everyone's going to go and use your interior parking lot. I just think sometimes people come to Santa Barbara and they want to park outside, and you just don't have those options there. So the signage is going to be really important, but I'm sure you'll take care of that. We've heard so much about the project when we went through the Eastern Goleta Valley plan process. So I think everyone, and from the letters that we've received, people are very eager to see the project begin. One thing I found interesting in your simulations, you had pedestrians. I don't see many pedestrians there. I was sometimes wondering when I come to that intersection and I noticed on the plans, we have a crosswalk there. But to me, it almost seems like a crosswalk to nowhere, or, maybe with your project, there will be more pedestrians. And I'm hoping that the area, as it is developed, will consider pedestrian traffic a little bit better. To me, it seems it's, walking from your site, let's say, to 5 Points, is that going to be done? So I'm sure when you have your advertising and your visitors will try to go out and enjoy perhaps whether I think in the plan, it said that you were very close to a bus stop, and to, again, to promote alternative transportation, so if people park in the lot, they'll get out and they'll walk around our beautiful area. So, yes, I think I'm ready to support the project, and I think the applicant has done a good job, especially with the SBAR process. I feel much of our work has been done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Blau?
Anxiously awaiting Commissioner Brown's motion so I can support it.
Okay, Commissioner Brown, I would just add that I don't see a significant parking issue. I think, unlike Commissioner Brooks, that people do like to park out from under the sun if given the opportunity. One of the real attractions for me of this project is underground parking, where you don't see a massive number of cars. So what we have is a beautiful building, very little evidence of vehicles. I think there's been a lot of work done so far, and will be more on how to get vehicles best in and out of the project. But from what we saw conceptually, and I was here, with way too much building on not enough space, to what has come out of this, really remarkable. If all of our developers paid the same close attention to the review board, the architectural review board and staff, I think we wouldn't have the conflicts we have had in development. But this is an ideal project in a new area. It will set a precedent, a positive precedent, and I'm fully supportive. So we're ready for your motion, I believe.
I would just like to make a few comments, so you're going to have to not go to that button quite yet, Commissioner Blau. I've noted a couple things that sort of stand out for me, and I appreciate the comments from my fellow commissioners about design, which I think is very significant in this project, and I think it will set very, very high standards for this area. I think projects are going to have to step up to match the really great design that's being provided here. So I thank the architect and his team and the applicant for going to such extent to work with the SBAR and getting really a rather sort of innovative design for this area. It's this end of the town has sort of been neglected and afterthought, and it's sort of one strip mall after another. But this really sets a new standard for what we would like to see. I had some initial concerns about the shared driveway, but Ms. Harris fully explained what is going on there and how circulation is going to work. So I thank her for that, and I thank the applicant for making that little driveway, for setting the project over to the east so that there is more driveway. I think that the restaurant currently has signs that say restaurant parking for those parking spaces. I think that's the case, and perhaps that the applicant will ensure that in somehow in their signage that they will indicate that there isn't supposed to be any hotel parking there. And I'm sure that will happen. I'm sure the restaurant owner, if that doesn't happen, they'll come over and make sure it does happen. I think the landscaping is great. I really like it. I think the landscape architect has done a great job to sort of, I'm not sure that we want to necessarily camouflage the building, but to incorporate landscape to enhance it. And I do like those hand-drawn renderings. They're really quite elegant. So I thought I had issues with water, but I don't think I do. I think we're all of us on the South Coast are going to be sort of in the same strait if there's a real drought and we don't have water availability. Of course, for this particular water company, from the outset, from my understanding and talking to the manager, Mike Alvarado, that's a condition imposed upon all of their water users for reduced availability. So people know from the outset that that's going to happen. So I would like to I give my highest recommendation this project, would look forward to having all other projects in this part of the second district look as good and be as thoughtfully designed as this one. So with that, I'd like to make the following motion. To make the required findings for approval of the project specified in Attachment A of this staff report, including CEQA findings, adopt the mitigated negative declaration included as Attachment C, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program contained in the conditions of approval, and to approve the project case number 09 DVP string 18, 11 CUP string 15, subject to the conditions included as Attachment B.
And I'll second it.
Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Not seeing any. If we could have the roll call, please, Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
Aye.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And deservedly so. Congratulations. Thank you very much. All right, Commissioners, we are still 20 minutes short of noon. Commissioner Valencia has requested that we do proceed with the special events ordinance and work partway through the noon hour to get that done. We'll see how far we can go, but we do need a 5-minute break before we can start. So we'll be getting started on the special events, item number 4, in about 5 minutes at 11:45. Back on the record, this is the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission meeting of the 5th of September 2012. And we have come to item number 4 on our agenda, the temporary use of special events ordinance amendments. Could you read that into the record, please, Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request to the Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission review and provide recommendations to the department on the following ordinance amendments. 12 ORD 2, 12 ORD 4. The purpose of the ordinance amendments is to modify existing regulations and implement new regulations regarding the use of property for temporary uses, special events, and make other minor clarifications, corrections, and revisions.
Thank you very much. I realize this is an ordinance amendment, not necessarily related to any ex parte communications, but if there are any that the commissioners wish to disclose, you may. Commissioner Brown.
During this process, I've talked to various community members in this room and outside, just to get some input of various issues to help me understand just exactly the kinds of events that occur and where they occur. Since we don't really get that feeling up here, we don't sort of get that scope of understanding, so thank you.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I've had also several people that have talked to me about this issue. It's of a great concern in the North County, and those that are not here are watching on TV today, I'm sure.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I only had one telephone call from Mr. Bob Field, and I've just received all the other comments that we have all received.
Okay, before we turn to staff, let me just suggest the following process. We have, as we have in prior hearings on this on these ordinance amendments, we have quite a few speaker slips. I'm sure we're going to hear many of the same arguments that we've heard on all sides previously, so we're not going to take extensive public comment, but we want everyone who's in the room and taken the trouble to come down here to have an opportunity to do that. So my proposal is that after a relatively brief discussion by Mr. Langle, that the commissioners hold their questions, that we turn immediately to the speakers that cannot return after a half hour or so lunch break, which I would propose will take about 12:30, 40 minutes from now. So if I call your name and you are able to come back, please let me know that, and we would reconvene right around 1 o'clock and finish up with the public speakers, and then turn to commissioner questions and comments. Ms. Black.
Mr. Chair, just a couple of comments before Noel gives the formal presentation, which I think will be pretty brief. We were before your commission on August 15th. We didn't ask you to take direction or take action on that hearing date, and we aren't asking you to take action on a proposed ordinance today, but we are really looking for direction from the commission as to how you would like us to move forward. We've come up with a couple of different approaches, including the original proposal that Mr. Lingle will go through those very briefly, and really what we're looking for is direction so we can move forward and draft ordinances that are responsive to the commission's direction. We had arranged for Mr. Donati to be here, and he will be here, but not until after your lunch break. So we'll have to take a look at the transient occupancy tax issues once we return from lunch. So I just wanted to let the commissioners know that.
Thank you, Ms. Black. Welcome, Mr. Langle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission. As Ms. Black mentioned, the following options were developed in response to some of the comments we heard both from your commissioners at the previous hearing as well as members of the audience. These essentially are just talking points at this point, and we're looking to get your direction at the end of the hearing, if possible, on which direction you would like us to pursue if we're ready to start drafting official ordinance language at that time. So moving very quickly so we can get to audience or to the public comment portion, the first option we identified was to continue with the existing format of the ordinances as we presented to your commission at the August 15th hearing. Essentially, that would retain the distinction that we were trying to make between commercial and non-commercial events, but adding on to those operational standards, certain things that we heard that your commission might entertain addressing as additions to those ordinances if you want to keep pursuing those. Also, these revisions are not exclusive to this first option, but could be included in any of the following options 2 or 3 that we will present. Included in the possible revisions are to limit the number of days that an event can span, and that it would be defined as including the setup and breakdown of the event. Currently, an event can last up to 5 days per the ordinance, and some commenters have indicated that is too long and that events should be limited to a shorter time period, such as 1 day or 3 days. Another possible revision is to include a procedure to revoke a special event use permit, so that these don't continue on over time if there are reasons that are appropriate for revocation, such as the applicant's unwillingness to comply with the conditions of that permit. And also, in response to some comments we heard, it's possible that you might want to include time limits on the pendency or the length that a CUP or an SUP is valid for. And this is something that's discussed more fully in the staff report for today's hearing that could be adopted by the decision maker at the time of approval of the permit, and that decision maker would use such factors as how much infrastructure is necessary to be improved, or how much additions to the property needs to be done in order to provide for the special events. In other words, how much investment they've made into it, which would then lead to determining what would be the appropriate period of time that a permit might be valid for. Moving on to option 2, this would allow for a fixed number of events based on the zoning of the property. In this particular option, we're not trying to maintain any distinction between commercial and non-commercial or charitable events. An event would be an event regardless of who is sponsoring that event. And again, what's being proposed is just sort of talking points. This is one idea we came up with. The column on the left-hand side of the screen, titled Zoning, would break out the lots within the county based on if they were zoned Ag 2 or other than Ag 2. And the proposal would be that for a lot zoned other than Ag 2, the permit would retain an exempt status. The existing 300 person maximum would be retained, but there would be a set limit on the number of events that could occur within a calendar year, which is on the chart proposed at 3, but also that additional events or higher numbers of attendees might be achieved through the processing of another permit, and we're just suggesting in this case that the minor CUP might be the appropriate route to provide for that. For lots that are zoned Ag 2, the chart shows that, again, the permit would still be exempt. The maximum number of attendees remains at 300, but the number of events allowed within a calendar year increases to 6, and that in order to put on additional numbers of events beyond 6 or have attendees beyond 300, that the special event use permit might be used as a vehicle to provide for that. Again, all events would be treated as same regardless of who the sponsor is. This would assume that events that have 75 or fewer attendees, total attendees, would not be considered an event, so they would not be regulated per these standards. Within the zoning ordinance, however, they would be regulated by other county regulations in the Santa Barbara County Code, such as nuisance noise and things like that. Again, this option could include those revisions that we discussed under option number 1. Option 3, similar to the last, except that instead of basing the number of events based on the zoning of the property, it would be based on the lot size of the property. And again, we're making a distinction here between lots that are less than 20,000 square feet, lots that are 20,000 to 5 acres, 5 acres to less than 40, and 40 acres or greater. And then the permit shows on the chart different numbers of maximum attendees based on the size of the lot. So the smaller the lot, the fewer maximum attendees that the event could have, and then sort of a sliding scale of number of events allowed within a calendar year, smaller for the smaller properties and a larger number for the larger properties. And then again, the last column, just a suggestion if the person wants to hold additional events beyond the number normally allowed, or to have attendees beyond the number that the chart shows, that there would be a process, a permit path essentially to go through. And we're suggesting that the minor CUP might be appropriate for the smaller size lots, and then the special event use permit used for the larger lots. Again, on option 3, all events would be treated the same. This would assume, again, that gatherings with 75 or fewer people would not be considered an event, and this number would be 50 or fewer for the lots less than 20,000 square feet. Those events, although not subject to the regulations contained in the development code, would still be subject to other county regulations, and again, could include the revisions discussed under option 1 regarding revocation of the permit and things like that. In the staff report, it was discussed that your commission might want to entertain adding additional operational standards to events to ensure their compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood and adjacent vicinity. They are discussed in more detail in the staff report as just examples of standards that I've culled from other jurisdictions, special events or temporary uses regulations. These standards could address things like event duration, again, total number of days allowed, exterior lighting, parking requirements, safety and traffic, and sound generation from the event. One of the comments we heard over and over again at the last hearing and the previous hearings is that the regulations and the process that we're proposing under the previous scheme are too complex, in that the normal person trying to hold an event is not able to clearly understand them. Just wanted to point out that the regulations and the complexity is greatly reduced under options 2 and 3 if we're no longer trying to craft a separation between what are considered charitable or other non-commercial events and commercial events. We will continue to develop a user's guide for all events, no matter which option that the county ultimately adopts, and this will provide the steps involved in order to obtain a permit if a permit is required for a special event, and will also include in that user's guide a list of the resources available to the applicant or the event holder. Also, at the last hearing, we heard a member of the public suggest that it might be appropriate for the regulations to include that whenever anybody holds an exempt event, that they must file a notice with the county notifying the department that an event is being held, how many people were there, etc., in order that we can then keep track of events occurring throughout the county. We are not proposing to include this at this time because this method is inconsistent with how all other exempt uses within the development code are treated, and it's difficult for the department to make sure that this is being done consistently, so whatever data we do receive represents the real-world situation. The department will, however, continue to receive notice through the Special Events Committee of all events that require review by other departments. So even though an event may be exempt under the zoning regulations, if there's a permit required from, let's say, the roads division for traffic control, things like that, we would still receive notice of that event. So today, again, we don't have formal ordinance language in front of you, and so we're not asking for a recommendation, but we are asking for direction as to if there are any of the options that we presented that you would like us to pursue, if the numbers we're suggesting are appropriate, or if there's different numbers that you're looking at, or different criteria, or if there's something entirely different that you're looking for. We'll be happy to work those through. We plan to go back to the Montecito Planning Commission on September the 26th with somewhat similar language. They are different, of course, in that they already only allow for 3 events per year, no matter what, under the charitable or non-commercial event umbrella. And so their ordinances and our suggestions to them will be somewhat different than we presented to you today. And then if we're ready, we will come back to you on October the 17th with either formal ordinances for adoption or a further reworking of the options we've presented today, depending on what we hear from your commission. Oops. With that, we do have Clint Donati, who is representing the County Tax Collector's Office here today. At the last hearing, Commissioner Blau requested that we have somebody from the tax collector present so that we can discuss the transient occupancy tax program of the county, and Clint has volunteered to do that.
Hi, I'm Clint Donati, Assistant Treasurer, Tax Collector, and I'm here to address any questions you may have.
Okay, Mr. Donati, welcome. Thanks for coming early, interrupting your lunch, as all of us are doing. Commissioner Blau, did you want to suggest any questions of Mr. Donati?
Yeah, I sure do. And I guess what I asked the staff to do was to answer the question, is this special event subject to temporary occupancy tax when, for example, they're renting a 50,000 square foot house in Montecito?
Well, we only have the authority granted to us by state code. And the state code allows us to collect tax for lodging purposes, not for special events. Right now, if you were renting a room in a hotel or a motel, you'd pay transient occupancy tax on it. If you were renting the conference room for a wedding reception or any other event, a seminar, you would not pay transient occupancy tax on it. That's the authority granted to us by the code is for lodging or dwelling purposes.
So if I'm renting a single-family house, which is what we're talking about, it is a place for lodging. Now, the fact they don't sleep overnight, I mean, some people don't sleep overnight in hotels and you collect the tax, am I correct?
Well, I think that's a question for the attorneys.
Well,
but-
that's the question I asked the staff to find out, because to me,
But
it makes a
the-
big difference. I'll make it short for you. The issue was, when we took testimony from the events coordinators in the past, I asked the question, do you have any objection to paying a temporary occupancy tax for these properties? And I had no one object to it. In fact, they were quite willing and eager to pay that tax. So the question is there a way for the county to collect that kind of a tax, or what do we have to do in order to collect the tax? Now, if they can't collect it, then that's the answer. But if there is a way to collect it, we need to find out from either your office or from the legal staff if we can do it or not, because I think it makes a big difference makes a big difference to me, because we're talking about additional revenue to the county.
Again, our authorities for dwelling, lodging, or sleeping purposes. And if they're going in, if they're not staying there for a period of time, and you could go into a hotel and a truck driver might pull in for 3 hours, rent a room and sleep and move on, we're going to collect it. But the purpose has to be for dwelling, lodging, or sleeping purposes. And so we'd have to see whatever you came up with and whether council felt that met those criteria.
Okay.
But again, we're in a house normally, if you're renting something on 40 acres, and we'd be collecting the tax on the portion that used for lodging, sleeping, or dwelling, not necessarily the entire amount. And that's a regular issue that comes up on a vacation or something. You're doing your golfing and everything else, it's all part of a package. You pay on that portion that's for lodging, sleeping, or dwelling. And so it's not a cut and dried answer.
Okay. I'm not going to get angry about this, but I really wish the staff would take whatever time it takes and get whoever needs to answer that question so we can make the determination. He's just telling me, I don't know.
I think you have to have something written down first, or a specific question that we could address and review. And again, we have two things. You have the state authority under the Revenue and Taxation Code, and you have our local ordinance, which may be more restrictive than the overall.
Here's the question. We had a gentleman testify. He rents his house out in Montecito for about $20,000 for the event. Is that $20,000 subject to transient occupancy tax or not?
Are they sleeping there and dwelling there? Maybe some portion of that.
Okay, I think we have the issue sufficient for today's purposes, but you can see our consternation.
Sure.
It might impact a decision on what we would be comfortable with in the ordinance if we knew the answer to whether there was taxation or not.
And my understanding is we're already collecting from some of these locations for that portion that is for the dwelling or lodging. And that some of these are already maybe paying transient occupancy tax if they're staying overnight there, or if there's some intent there. If it's just an event, I don't think that would qualify under sleeping or dwelling or lodging purposes.
Okay.
But it's not a clear cut. If once we could see some language, we could definitely address that more succinctly. But our ability would be very dependent upon what you write up.
Well, and how we'd implement it more properly. If there's an application form that asks the question, will anyone be dwelling in the house, you would have a specific answer.
And again, I think, some of these facilities were, I think maybe collecting up to 160 different locations right now that are being rented out for vacation purposes. They're renting it for a week. They're renting that house. Great, but if it was a much larger facility and they're only dwelling in part of it, we'll probably be only collecting the tax on that portion, not for that special events room, like we do in a hotel now. I don't think there's any ability to collect on that. But any portion of that structure that might be used for sleeping, lodging, or dwelling, yes, we could potentially, but what's their intent? Are they going to be there for 3 hours? They're going to have the event and leave, or are they actually staying over there overnight or using that house for those purposes? And I think that's where the attorneys will have to review it, and we'll have to look at under both the state revenue and taxation code and our ordinance to see, does our ordinance allow it now, or would it be potentially allowable under the Revenue and Taxation Code.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Munoz is here and has a comment.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau. The distinction here is between the taxation of, the question whether it's a taxation of an event versus under the Revenue and Taxation Code in our own County Code, Chapter 32, the taxation of the privilege to occupy a structure. So under both the R&T Code and County Code Chapter 32 that addresses transient occupancy taxes, it's the taxes on the occupancy of the structure.
Okay, so I think that answers my question. So when we craft this new ordinance you're going to bring back to us, you want to structure it so that they're occupying the structure so that we can collect the tax. That's my point. So we need to know if you can structure the ordinance that way and if it will qualify for the tax. And if you can't, you can't, but I'm just saying that's the goal here. So, that does answer my question. Thank you.
I have a
All right. Please, Commissioners, we have to get to the public. Let's be
Well,
brief.
I had a question on the tax. Can you collect sales tax on that portion of the time that it's rented as, there's no sales tax on, okay, thank you.
Everybody else? Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, Mr. Donati, I think I heard you say that you have on your rolls 160 properties. Now, would those be, and this is for lodging, is that like your vacation rental by owner? Is
Yes,
that how many we
an
have in
awful
the
lot
county?
of those are vacation rentals by owner, and again, they have an intent. They're renting it out for less than a 30-day period, so they're a transient. It's being rented out for sleeping, dwelling, or lodging purposes. That's pretty clear. But, and I think the state law is fairly clear too. And we only have that authority granted to us under the Revenue and Taxation Code to extend this. Again, it's a transient occupancy tax. It's for those individuals who are coming in, and it's designed for someone renting a room in a hotel. Of course, over the years, the definition of what a hotel has changed a little bit. You know, a lot more motels now. You have a lot more vacation rentals that really weren't an issue in the past. And we do collect from all those entities, and I think probably some of the ones that you've discussed here may have already paid transient occupancy tax on that, but we can only collect on those what's being used for those dwelling, lodging, or sleeping purposes.
Okay, great.
Any additional questions?
I don't see any, but don't leave the building.
We're never very far away.
Good. Thank you very much. Okay, we do want to turn to the public comments. A number of people have indicated they cannot return even after a brief lunch break, so we'll try and take those first. From the North County, Andy Caldwell. Oops, our cameras.
Thank you. I'm Andy Caldwell. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mr. Caldwell, we can't see you on our screen. The camera's misaimed, but if you sit where you were approximately, I think we'll be able to see you and hear you.
All right. Is this microphone working?
It is indeed.
All right, thank you. I'm representing CoLab, and I have to tell you there's some consternation that this meeting is held at basically the same day and originally the same time frame as the AAC, and I think it would be great if the PC and the AAC could have a joint meeting, because this is a very big issue for the farming and ranching communities. We agree there's a problem. We know about the problem on Moore Mesa. We know about the problem with the one-party house in the San Ynez Valley. We have no problem whatsoever with the county throwing the proverbial book at either one of these homes, so to speak, that are literally party houses. We look at this as a simple issue of a zoning violation, whether in letter or in spirit, where somebody is literally taking a home either on a ranch or a home in a neighborhood and making it an event place, which we believe the county ought to be able to tweak their existing ordinance to capture these two parties. We also understand that anybody living in a home or even in a rural area has some right to some level of peace and quiet. But in reality, there should be a measurement of off-site consequences with respect to noise, lighting, and traffic. I've been on ranches where the next neighbor is more than 10 miles away. I've been even on smaller ranches where the next neighbor is more than 2 or 3 miles away. You can't just treat everybody the same and make everybody go through the same permit process when in reality each site has a different factor of whether there's off-site consequences and also whether or not the use is conflicting with the use of the property or it actually keeps the person in business. The county did a $100,000 study that tells you that cows don't pay the bills. And so for these farmers to do these events once a month or so isn't going to affect their neighbor, and it could actually help them keep the ranch. And I want to tell you that, for instance, CoLab, we used to have our annual meeting in Buellton. We had 1,000 people, one-page permit, $125 fee, and none of these regulations, and we never had a complaint ever. Now, it was in Buellton, but it was on the edge of a ranch. And the point here is we are deathly afraid of the county regulating Monday night football or a family gathering in a backyard or a ranch or a branding or a trail ride or any number of things that have no off-site consequences in the name of uniformity and in the name of ease of enforcement. We believe people's property rights are more important than uniformity. They're more important than ease of enforcement. And in reality, there's been virtually no problems in this county as a whole for these things. There's only a couple of bad apples. Please focus on them and don't cast this wide net. And I would again appeal to you to have a joint meeting with the AAC because this is an issue from Carpinteria to Nucleama. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ms. Romero up there?
No, one of the things that happened today is we went by your schedule, and people felt they didn't need to be here till at least 1 o'clock because you had 5 hours of hearings before this came up, and we looked at your schedule and there was no scheduled lunch. So everybody's guessed when they're supposed to show up, which is a problem I brought up to you and the Board of Supervisors before. I almost missed this because I tried to schedule myself for the afternoon. But I appreciate your courtesy, but everybody else left. There were 4 or 5 people here that earlier I was told, and I don't know how many of them are coming back at 1 because I missed them entirely.
Okay, we'll be looking for people to be back at 1 because we'll be here talking about this at that time. All right.
Thank you.
The first of our speakers here in Santa Barbara is Marshall Miller, and he'll be followed by Anna D'Alessandro. Some of you have been here to speak to us before, and I just want to assure you we've heard your comments, and if you have only to summarize them, to remind us about them, that would be great. Good morning.
Hi there. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for having me. Marshall Miller. I'm representing the Thornhill Companies, a winemaking and vineyard operation in North County, though our corporate offices are just down the street here. Concerned about the disparate impact of what this is largely a South County-driven regulation in terms of what we will call, from North County standards, smaller lot sizes of 5 acres, 20 acres. When you get into the North County, the spectrum of lot sizes and of land operation is just very, very different in scale. And I believe that that's something of what Andy was talking about, is if you're speaking of a 5,000 acre ranch, that is a very, very different scenario than a 20-acre piece of property that is, in terms of its impact on neighbors and its interactions with others. The second, I think, key point speaks to kind of the economy of the North County. which is a dichotomy between vineyard operation and winery operation. If we imagine the growing of grapes as the farming activity and the making of wine, the winery is the manufacturing activity. A great number of businesses involved in the wine industry operate the vineyard as their ownership and is the key piece of what they are doing, but that the winery is something that they contract to other locations or to centralized places. We, in fact, are in the business of operating an industrial facility within the city of Santa Maria where people make their wine. In exempting wineries from this regulation, but it's not at all clear that vineyards without a winery are exempted from this regulation, we create a two-tiered system between those who are manufacturing in the rural context versus those that have chosen to grow their grapes in the rural context but are manufacturing in the urban context. Now, I firmly believe that the county supports the idea of the manufacturing stage of this happening in urban contexts. And so, although that we're certainly not opposed to the idea of making wine in an agricultural setting, this regulation has the impact of biasing use towards people that have gone through a winery permitting process in a rural area. Because the winery, by virtue of having manufacturing located on site, they have gone through a different permitting process to allow for greater usage than for those who would just have a vineyard and would be subject to this regulation. I think this is a very large and negative unintended consequence of what's being proposed here. I think that there's a real merit to the business model of operating a vineyard in the agricultural context, making the wine in an urban context, but having the interaction with the customer, being able to connect with the public in that rural context. This is the vineyard, this is where the grapes come from.
Thanks, Mr. Miller. Is there anyone else here that couldn't return at 1 o'clock? All right, why don't we take you, Mr. Chamberlain, and then the others that can't, if you could just move over to the wall there in order, we'll try and get you all done.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. Thank you for allowing me to testify early. I am a member of the AAC, and we meet this afternoon at 2 o'clock. I really applaud you and the staff for tackling this problem. Excuse me, I think there is a real problem of events going on in residences throughout the county. I know of one in the St. Ynez Valley. It happens to be on agriculturally zoned land, and I think this is another reason why it complicates the issue. But to my knowledge, they are residences. And I urge you to separate out events held in a residence versus events held on agricultural land that is used for the agricultural operations. And I do believe that when Noel came to our AAC, they were explaining to us that they're looking at tweaking the ordinance to address this issue and not really wanting to open up the whole ordinance to take a look at it. And this is where the problem is. I do believe that many of the problems are in the existing ordinance, the last modification. And I urge you to please refer the regulation of these types of events on agriculturally zoned land that is outside of the residential envelope to the Agricultural Advisory Committee. I have some ideas. Others on the committee have some ideas. I'm not here to try to push any one or all of them. But I will tell you that there is a rising need for places, venues to hold events, and sort of a shrinking amount of space to do that, or at least in the original thought. We have lots of land that we do occasionally hold events, and the nearest neighbor is anywhere from 1 to 3 miles away. And I don't think there's ever been an impact, certainly never been a complaint. And one of the reasons that we're getting into this is that most ordinances of this nature, are enforced on a complaint basis. However, we are now having more and more people think that that's not sufficient, that any time an ordinance is broken, there should be a way of enforcing it. And we probably have broken certain ordinances, but never been an impact. I think that we and you really have an obligation now to look at the different possible venues of holding events and regulating them on an impact basis rather than on a numbers or acreage or anything else. And I think the Ag Advisory Committee could help you with this. So I really ask that you refer this to the Ag Advisory Committee, or this portion of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. All right, those of you who are waiting to speak now, if you could just let me know, I'll pull your speaker slips out.
Yeah, Dwayne Holmdahl, Lompoc. I'm reading a letter also from Alice Milligan. She was unable, she's not well today, and she apologizes for not showing up. She's chairman of the Hospital Foundation, Lompoc Veterans and Royal Building Foundation, which are both 501c3 profits. The local wineries have been very gracious in providing us properties for raising funds for our nonprofit organizations. If they are subject to a limited number of events, you can be assured and understandably that they will approve those which raises money for the winery, then that makes sense. As a result, nonprofits will no longer have the use of these wineries for raising much needed funds to support needed community. It would seem that nonprofits should be excluded from the calculations of allowable events. The events which nonprofits hold are usually in the daytime and very subdued. An example of this is we hold home tours at one of the wineries which draws 600 people. A limitation on the number of events and attendees would preclude this event. Please design the ordinance so that nonprofits will not be prevented from raising funds from our community. Thank you for your consideration, Alice Milligan. Along with that is I work on a couple of nonprofit organizations that have raised, in fact, in the Lompoc area, we've raised over $160,000. We're using the wineries for the library. The interesting thing is that if it wasn't for the wineries now, we wouldn't have these events. 20-some years ago when they first started in the 80s, we had 24 wineries in 1984. Look what we have here now. These wineries, even in the city of Lompoc, on weekends bring in somewhere around 80% of the individuals come from Southern California. When we have fundraisers and the nonprofits right now, the county don't have the money, the state doesn't have the money, neither does the federal government. They help a lot of the nonprofits, and that's what they use as the wine industry. So I think the ordinance you got to be very careful with, and I think we'll hit a lot of the good ones. But the idea, what are you taking away from the nonprofits? They're the ones, and then you have the other events. So that's all I have. Make it quick and short. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandra Knight, and I'm the Executive Director of Valley Haven Adult Day Program, which is a nonprofit organization with locations in both Solvang and Lompoc. Fundraising on ag properties is very important to the survival of our organization. Ag properties provide more than just a location for an event. They provide an experience. As you're well aware, special events and fundraisers are a common occurrence in most communities in our county. Ag property provides a location that allows us to take advantage of the beautiful scenery in the area and helps to provide a unique experience, not just another dinner in a banquet room. We all receive numerous invitations to attend events and see posters plastered around town. Many times the location of the event can be a big draw to get people to attend. People expect more these days. They want to be entertained, not just fed a meal. They want to go someplace new, see something they haven't seen before, do something unique. Our ag lands help to fill that niche of an interesting and beautiful location for an event. Being a nonprofit in this economic climate is difficult. We're constantly seeing our funding sources diminish or disappear altogether. Money from government sources and foundations is decreasing at the same time that individuals are seeking scholarships in order to attend our program. In order to obtain grants from foundations, we need to show that we're raising money to support our program or project. When our ability to hold fundraisers is diminished, it has a direct impact on our ability to obtain grants. If there is a distinction between non-commercial and commercial events, and with a limitation on the number of events within a calendar year, it will be the nonprofit events that will be eliminated. Please do not let the complaints of a few people result in an ordinance that will have a negative impact on many in the nonprofit community and the clients we serve. Thank you.
Could you hold on one second, Ms. Knight? Commissioner Brown
Thank
has
you.
a
How
question.
many events do you hold a year, and on what size ag properties?
We usually hold just one event a year on an ag property that is a little over 40 acres.
Okay, all right, good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Bruce Porter, and I'm the president of the Santa Barbara County chapter of the American Red Cross. Our mission is really to help those in our county prepare for disasters, respond to disasters, and then recover for disasters. We do that without government funding, but we serve a government purpose. And we rely heavily on the private sector, almost totally on the private sector, and especially the largesse of large landowners to help provide the funding for us to support and provide relief to those who are most vulnerable in our county. In a quiet year, we may hold only one event on ag property. In a very busy year, i.e. name a fire, T fire, Gap fire, Zaka fire, it goes on and on and on. We may hold multiple events to raise additional funds. Or in case of a major disaster like 9 or 11, we hold additional major fundraisers either on wineries or ranch land or anything else. Please don't make owners have us compete against their profit-making abilities in order to execute those kinds of events. It's not only not good for our nonprofit, but it really diminishes the ability for us to support those who can't help themselves here in the county. Again, we are not government, but we support your governmental purposes. In fact, if anything, I would advise that if a property holder allows a nonprofit event on his or her property, you should give extra commercial events to the landowner just as a way of compensating them for their charitableness. Speaking as an individual, I live on 5 acres in Santa Ynez, and if my daughter is not allowed to have her wedding on my property because of a county ordinance, there will never be peace in my family. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Hi there.
Good morning. My name is Bonnie Hope, and I own a disc jockey service specializing in weddings and other special events. I spoke at the last meeting, and I just want to reiterate, I really echo what the gentleman from North County spoke to. I really believe, in my experience, we do a few hundred events a year in the Santa Barbara area, and I do believe that there are maybe two venues that are causing a problem for the whole county. I think that the events that come to this county bring a tremendous amount of traffic and revenue and business for all of us. And in this time, to take that away from us who work here and who are proud to be here, and I feel like I'm one of many wonderful, respectful vendors that take a lot of pride in our work and take a lot of pride in Santa Barbara and giving people an incredible experience of Santa Barbara, whether it's for a wedding or for a nonprofit event. And my hope is that we are not all punished for the few incidents that are happening that need to have some kind of control, but not necessarily in a global way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hope.
Hello, my name is Keith Sarlos, and we are farmers and ranchers in the San Ynez Valley. This issue really comes up to a point of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, in my opinion. I'm sorry that this is taking up your time. If there's 14 cars on the highway that are quote-unquote speeding and there's 10,000 that are driving the speed limit, why are we going to penalize the other people that are doing the right thing? If we have an issue with a few people, let's deal with that issue. Let's not mandate everything and blanket it, because the Valley is a very special place, the North County. There's so many people here that have already spoke about dealing with charitable organizations. Absolutely. That's kind of the lifeblood of our area. It's helping your neighbor. It's doing what's right. It's not throwing these garish parties. We farm, grapes, and those grapes go somewhere. Those grapes go to wineries. The grapes we grow are not landscaping. They are business. They are so we can stay there. I'm so proud of our area that we can actually have a place that people will get in their car and drive 150 miles to come visit. We're not in Dearborn, Michigan, where people are leaving. People want to come here. And I implore you to help the farmers, to help the wineries, to help the people that if we cannot do this thing, we can no longer live here. We can't regulate people in such a way that they can no longer do what they once could with their property. That's the terrifying aspect of this that I need you all to realize. What if we can't grow grapes next? What if we can't? I know that seems massive, but it's an event. An event with 100 people, if every chair here was filled today, we would need an event license, and it would count against 6. That just doesn't seem reasonable. I thank you for your time, and I hope you look at it on a very global way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarlis. Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Dave Grotenhouse. My partner Wayne Siemens and I own a ranch on Halama Road. In consideration of the most recent proposal of the temporary use special events ordinance, we would like to express our support to allow events based on lot size of a particular venue. As we stated in the last hearing regarding special events, our 1,000-acre ranch on Halama Road, it's used primarily for agriculture. We have a cow-calf operation, we have a vineyard, we raise goats, and it's a wonderful spot for our grandkids. So we believe that the size, we should not be treated with 1,000 acres or somebody who has 5,000 acres the same way as someone is treated who has 1 acre. But so we believe that the current proposal does not give appropriate consideration between the differences of these properties. We believe that a larger parcel like ours is able to accommodate a greater number of special events annually because of the decreased event-related challenges. Our location where we have an occasional event is 1 to 2 miles from the nearest residence. It's in a bowl. There's no way any noise, lights, anything could reach a neighbor of any sort. All the parking can be done on site. I have a letter that I'll just give you that suggests if we proceed under the way that you do, that you have a couple other categories, one for 100 acres and one for 1,000 acres, that adjust the number of events each year that they could have. Appreciate it very much. I know it's a very difficult situation. I agree with some of the previous speakers that something is needed. There are some problems, but very, very few folks have the problems, and a lot of folks treat this very responsibly. Thank you very much.
David, did you fill out a speaker slip? I don't find it in here. You did fill one out? Oh, we have some more. Okay, we'll get it. No, not a problem. Thank you.
Chairman
Sir.
Cooney, members
How
of
are
the
you?
Planning Commission, fine, thank you. I'm Thomas Teig. I'm the president and CEO of Direct Relief International. Thank you for this opportunity. As some of the other nonprofit speakers had mentioned, we wanted to share the concern that for whatever is driving the need to review the local ordinances, we understand there's no intention to diminish the efforts of nonprofits like Direct Relief. And we clearly understand that. We are concerned, however, that that would be an unintended consequence. And just from the perspective of Direct Relief, the level of support that has come from the local winemaking community has been extraordinary. It has epitomized what is, I think when we look in the mirror and think what is best about this region and the level of participation from businesses of all types into the public-spirited types of work that nonprofits do. No one has embodied it better than members of the winemaking community. So it would be the height of tragedy if the issues were so conflated that you somehow unintentionally restrict something that has been in a profound good that has benefited not only Direct Relief getting money for nonprofits is not your job. Enabling businesses and nonprofits to thrive, perhaps, is something you need to consider. From the perspective of direct relief, our ability to work with the county on emergency preparedness, to stockpile, to help with the public health emergencies should they arise, is directly related to the support that has come from the winemaking community. And there has been no bigger advocates for direct relief doing more within the Santa Barbara community than members of the winemaking community. So I would be remiss if I didn't come and offer that perspective and urge you to take that into consideration as you obviously go through a lot of other related issues. And thank you very much. I have a letter from our chairman that was written to the supervisors that I'd like to submit for the record with your permission.
Please.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming. Commissioner Brown has a quick question.
How many events do you hold on private property a year?
We typically the winemaking support has come not on ag land or necessarily in wineries, but we benefit from their ability to change the status quo. I think would certainly preclude their ability to do what they've done, which has been extraordinarily generous. But we have not.
But other than in wine related events, you don't hold anything on other types of ag property? You haven't?
Occasionally we will have a dinner. My colleague is reminding me, but I think that there's a broad range from restaurants to private residences all around the county that the winemakers, the vintners and growers have supported. I understand also, if I may, some of the public comment letters had suggested there's kind of a fig leaf of a charitable event. And I can tell you that from my personal perspective, the level of personal investment from folks, it comes out of their pocket. This is not something that is, it would be a bad marketing scheme to try to drive the business. It is purely and enormously generous, where they provide the wine, the fees, they pay the expenses, and we get the net proceeds. And it's been extraordinary. $2 million in cash has come just in the last 7 events from the winemakers, the Vintners Foundation events, and it's been extraordinary. Thank you.
Thanks again. And thanks to all of you for understanding our compressed schedule today. We really plan on only a half-hour break. Hopefully that won't inconvenience any of you to the point where you can't come. We do have still about 30 speaker slips, and hopefully we can get to it if we start right at 1:15. And it'll be our intention to finish this item before moving to the other agenda item, the Park Hills Estates matter. If you're here for that, I do not see us starting that before 2 o'clock, but I'd hate to suggest you wait beyond that. All right, thank you all. We very much appreciate your effort to keep your comments brief. In almost every case, it's exactly what we've heard from you and other members of the public in our 2 prior hearings. But we do want to hear from you, and we'll stay here as long as we have people who have filled out speaker slips, and I have a bundle here. Let's start in Santa Maria with Francis Romero.
Mr. Chair.
Francis, I'm sorry. You have to get down close to that microphone at the other end, and if you could wait just a second, Ms. Black is going to introduce the hearing with some comments.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to remind the speakers and the commission that really what we're here to talk about today is the special event ordinance. We aren't here to talk about the winery ordinance. I know that they raised some similar issues, but we really are focused on the special event ordinance and not the winery ordinance today. So just wanted to point that out.
Okay, yes, some of the speakers did make comments which suggested that they were concerned about holding events on wineries. And what we've been talking about as to the special events ordinance does not concern wineries. It only concerns the use of residential and ag-zoned properties for special events. Okay, Francis, welcome.
Well, thank you so much. Good afternoon, Chair Cooney, Planning Commissioners, members of the public, and staff. My name is Frances Romero, and I work for Urban Planning Concepts. We submitted written comments yesterday. In case you have not had a chance to review our entire letter, I would like to highlight a few of our comments. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on this ordinance. We believe, though, that the process could be improved in the future and even now. When an ordinance impacts everyone in the county, as this ordinance does, the outreach and working group should be handled in a manner consistent with the wine event ordinance, which only impacts an industry with one user group. The wine event ordinance process has been inclusive and well advertised, requesting input prior to the creation of the ordinance. Meetings have been held in mid-county to allow better accessibility for both ends of the county. While we understand that a budget was allocated to one process and not the other, better coordination between two similar efforts could have been combined, resulting in a more cost-effective, consistent process for the benefit of the public. I have to say that I think some of the continuances in this process could have been avoided had there been more workshop activity behind the scenes with a wider variety of individuals. We are pleased, however, to see the addition of options 2 and 3. We do not support option number 1 from the last hearing because it is confusing, unfair, and impossible to enforce. The only thing that was not addressed in today's memo is whether or not option 1 is actually legal, and that was a question at the last meeting. We do not believe that the mere collection of rent creates any more impacts than any other temporary use or event. Should your commission direct staff to work on option 2 or 3, it is our hope that there will be additional time to work with the public. Right now, these are concepts. It's the first time anybody's seen them, and obviously there will be need to be some more vetting of a new ordinance with these options. You have received a lot of presentations and letters from new faces today, and I hope that will also speak to the fact that not everyone knew about this, even though this process has been going on for well over a year. Options 2 and 3 eliminate the majority of the guesswork. A neighbor or county employee no longer needs to know who is the host or who the attendees are. Options 2 and 3 treat all users the same. After all, the true reason for addressing temporary uses and special events is impact to neighbors, and all users should be treated the same. We prefer option 3 because it addresses the inherent differences between residential lots in a more compact urban area and larger lots that would either be estate-sized or agricultural in nature. We are concerned about a few of the standards for options 2 and 3. They seem more appropriate for a CUP or a development plan, not for an exempt use. And our major concerns are under the event duration and hours of operation, item number 2. I don't know that planning can mandate that guests leave the inside of someone's personal home by 10:30. I don't think that it sounds a lot like a curfew to us. And under safety and traffic, item number 1 and number 2, requiring a 20-foot wide road width is pretty excessive if you're requiring that it be unobstructed. A 12-foot travel lane is typically adequate for fire access and some sort of shoulder. And also, how can you require that access points meet current public work standards for driveway approaches and site distance? Again, this is not a development permit or a CUP, it's an exemption. We believe that would be an undue burden for most people. So in closing, we...
Could you wrap up for me? Just because we have so many people down here.
In closing, we request that you do not adopt option number 1 and that the public be given an opportunity to provide input on the development of options 2 and 3. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for coming. Our next speaker here in Santa Barbara will be Anna D'Alessandro, followed by Reverend Miriam Lindbeck, and then Anna Citron.
Good afternoon, Chairman Cooney, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am here on behalf of the law firm of Reitz, Fox, and Bartlett, and as you know, at the last hearing on this matter, we did set forth objections that we had to what are now called option 1, in that the proposed amendments as drafted were unconstitutional, in violation of the First Amendment right to freely assemble, individual privacy rights, as well as the rights of equal protection, in that the proposed amendments set forth under option 1 attempt to regulate the use of property based on the status and identity of the user as opposed to the use itself. I want to thank the planning staff for taking the time to respond to the objections and concerns voiced by many at the last hearing, and to develop the alternative options presented in options 2 and 3 of the August 24th memorandum. I urge the planning staff and commission to continue its path in the direction of the language proposed in options 2 and 3, and to steer clear of option 1 and its constitutional infringements. However, that being said, I would ask that the commission keep in mind as you look at options 2 and 3 that certain of the operational standards, as pointed out by Ms. Romero, also may present additional constitutional challenges if the standards are not applied equally to everyone. And we would object to those standards in that respect. For example, certain of the operational standards are not directly relevant to the number of people at an event, such as lighting, sound duration, et cetera. The lighting or music at an event can be the same regardless of whether you have 75 people or 76. Thus, the standards should be applied equally or just eliminated altogether. Finally, on a completely personal note, and not on behalf of Reeds, Fox, and Bartlett, I happen to enjoy hosting summer barbecues, 4th of July parties, Halloween, Easter egg hunts, and most importantly, birthday parties for my young children. As a resident of this unincorporated part of the San Ynez Valley, inviting 10 families to my home will put me over the 50 guest limit that would be imposed by certain of the options presented today. And it both angers and saddens me to think that I may lose the right to freely entertain in my home should these proposed amendments be approved. There are legal procedures in place via the California nuisance laws and otherwise to deal with specific abuses to the extent they may be interfering with the rights, with other people's rights to use and quiet enjoyment of their property. Don't unnecessarily regulate the rights of many to protect the rights of a few. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Lindbeck, Anna Citron, and then Bob Field.
Commissioners, thank you very much
Good
again for
afternoon.
allowing me to appear at this stand. I apologize for not having more knowledge inside and out about these ordinances. I am so quite busy inside of the events industry myself and don't have that much time, but I would like to just simply ask that we consider the events industry not so much a nuisance as it is a part and parcel of the fiscal benefit of our areas and of our entire county. That if we were to restrict it to such a limitation that's being proposed by these ordinances, that we're actually going to truly hurt ourselves and a lot of people here in the county. And though we truly understand traffic light noise, which can be handled, I think, easily, that we would be hurting ourselves very profoundly economically. So that is all I just simply wanted to push again today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming back. Anna?
Good afternoon, Chair Cooney, Commissioners. I'm Anna Citron, an attorney with the Law Office of Mark Chatillo, representing the Gaviota Coast Conservancy and also some concerned residents of the county. Our concerns are that the proposed ordinance language is overly generous, is vague, and will not be easily enforceable. We really appreciate that staff has articulated some different options, particularly with the fixed number of events, which we really feel is critical in order to have meaningful enforcement. And I know some other speakers will be talking about that in a bit. Particularly option 2 we think is promising, that would distinguish based on zoning. However, we have some specific concerns regarding that approach, and also there are some terms involved with the ordinance that require more specific definition, and we think that will go a long way to improving the ordinance and making it more meaningful and more enforceable. First of all, when you're talking about distinguishing between Ag 2 zoning and other zones, we think it's important to keep in mind that there are conflicts that can occur on agricultural parcels, and there are real concerns about potential impacts to the long-term viability of agriculture. And Mr. Mike Lunsford, president of the Gaviota Coast Conservancy, will be speaking more about that. With respect to my comment about the current ordinance being too generous, some specific issues that come up are, first of all, that an event is not defined based on duration. So one event could be a 5-day event that could theoretically consist of 5 weddings. There is no meaningful limitation on that. So what we propose to deal with that problem is to define an event as lasting 24 hours or less, an event day. The number of attendees. By defining the maximum number as 300 at any given time, that would theoretically allow thousands of people to come to that event. We would recommend, therefore, that the 300 cap be total event attendees. And furthermore, the lot, it's defined as applying to each lot. Well, we would like to make sure that it also encompasses multiple lots, multiple contiguous lots that are under common ownership. And perhaps staff has a suggestion for how to deal with that. Quickly, I want to say that the use of a special event use permit for commercial events on properties that are not zoned for commercial events, a director level permit. We think that that does potentially result in significant impacts to the environment, such that the exemption to CEQA is inappropriate. Finally, we would just ask that you further work with the community. We really appreciate the efforts of staff so far, and we look forward to seeing a better, tighter, and more enforceable ordinance when we come back again. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Field, he'll be followed by Ken Switzer, and then Mike Lunsford.
Good afternoon. My name is Bob Field from Santa Ynez. A couple of just kind of general comments up front. I think you're all aware, but maybe worth repeating, that this events ordinance does not affect wineries. Wineries are covered under their own ordinance, so all of the talk you've heard about wineries and charities and stuff is really not relevant to today's hearing and what's in front of you. Number two, I want to compliment staff for the terrific work they did on defining what a charitable organization is and what a charitable event is. That's been a loophole that we've been wrestling with, and I think they've done a good and fair job on that. And also the work that they did on the short-term rentals problem, which many of the speakers who might be characterized as on the other side of the fence from me have agreed that there are some egregious examples here of abuse, and they come through the short-term rental loophole, which staff did a good job on. I am one of the people who contributed to the efforts of the Law Office of Mark Shatillo, and that language that the staff had put in about short-term rentals was somewhere between improperly and inadvertently omitted from the suggestion from Law Office of Mark Shatillo. We think all that really should have stayed in the ordinance. It's very good work. I guess the point I want to really underscore here is that we have learned the very painful way, and I don't tend to see the world in black and white, but I think this is black and white. There is no enforceability to an events ordinance if there isn't a fixed limit to the number of events a property can have, regardless of what type of event it is, and regardless of what permit path was taken to get it. If it's an exempt event, if it comes through the SCUP, if it came through a CUP, the public's been charged with monitoring, which is difficult to support the concept, but the public has to monitor events. And when we see the tent, we see the cars, we hear the music, we have no idea whether it's a charitable event, it's the family's daughter's wedding, they rented the thing to somebody from Orange County from a wedding, whether it's some hybrid, whether it's a political fundraiser. And in terms of impacts, they are really similar, but it becomes completely unmonitorable and therefore unenforceable. So if a complaint comes in on a Saturday, P&D gets the complaint on Monday or Tuesday, the event's over, the evidence is gone, the monitor can't describe what happened. So you really have to have a fixed number. Now, what that number is and how it plays out across zones, I think, is open, but you have to have a fixed number. And that would be my comments to you today. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Switzer, followed by Mike Lunsford, and then after Mike will be Christina McGinnis.
My name is Ken Switzer. I'm the owner of a property that's been discussed repeatedly in this process, and I have a lot of things I can say that have built up over 2 years to, I guess you'd call them, refute allegations, and they've simply been allegations. I ask you to respect another point of view. All that's been out there has been allegations. There is not a single evidence of any citation or any rule broken ever. And I have plenty of evidence on the other side of the situation for my story. If you give me enough time, I can tell you everything, maybe a little extra time, given that this entire ordinance seemed to originate, at least in the beginning, from my property. And I'm going to tell you, it was originated on a false premise. And I think you need to know more and have evidence, despite all your amazing efforts, which I know has been a lot, before enacting something so global. If I were to tell you, take a leap of faith, that what I'm doing at my property and how I'm using it is simply not what you've heard. It really is not. And I could, if you wanted a separate time, give enough time in hearing, I could probably bring hundreds of people to testify to that and to refute the allegations, which are simply either greatly exaggerated or completely false. Regarding the one other problem property, I know that's an association. I don't even think that owner even uses it that way anymore. So if it's really down to 2 properties that are a problem, with enough time, I think you could be assuaged that those are not problems or not anymore, and that they are not improper uses or anything that a reasonable human being would object to. It's simply a completely different story than people have been led to believe so far. I don't know how much time more you want to give me, but it would take me a few more minutes to kind of run through those points and explain to you. I'll just start by saying I bought my property 8 years ago as a place I want to call home someday for my retirement. I use it as a second home for now because my job is in Santa Barbara. I decided to rent out my property to short-term tenants only so I could still use it in between for myself. That's why I have short-term rentals and not a long-term tenant. How some of my tenants use my property for entertainment, I believe, is entirely appropriate for the surroundings. Otherwise, I wouldn't allow it. And believe me, it's nothing like the party palace or circus that you've been led to believe. Believe me. For myself, I cherish several times a year I use my property, often with friends and family. I was just there with a group of 60 or 70 people. We had a wonderful barbecue and an Appalachian-style band. It's an Appalachian-style home. My guests were respectful of the surroundings and the noise levels. My tenants' use of my house is the same as my use, and it doesn't matter if the tenants happen to be from San Diego or San Francisco or New York. It's the same people. I wanted, there's many things, like I said. I do want to...
We do have your letter, too, which
my letter,
just came in today, and
Okay.
I glanced at it, and it's the point you're making now. But thank you for coming, and...
Can I address one item that Dan, just specifically with Dan and
Sure.
the TOT? I looked into this, of course, too, Dan, and I heard exactly what the representative said today, that it's the lodging part of it, and that's how we're taxed on the lodging part, and it's a certain proportion. I did an analysis for that, just so you know. It came up somewhere between an added $100,000 to $300,000 a year to the county. If there was some way you could tax the rest of it, I wouldn't mind. I know the tenants wouldn't mind. If there is a way, maybe it's not a transit occupancy tax, it's some kind of other fee. So we're certainly willing to do that if that's something people would like.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Switzer, I can assure you, it's not just a couple of properties. We've started this process because we find it of general application. Yours may be higher profile in the beginning, but
Right.
it wasn't the only
No,
one.
I understand there are more now, and but I think some of the explanation of my property, you may understand that it's the issue where it's not just a complaint. Sometimes it might be the complainant who is seeking something a little more that maybe they're not entitled to. If you apply the law equally to everybody, and I'm not trying to go over the board here, but sometimes it might be the issue as a complainant and not the actual situation.
Well, we haven't singled you out for this ordinance purpose, so once the ordinance is adopted, you'll have a chance to comply with it.
Absolutely. I look
Great.
forward to that. Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
thanks.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Lunsford, Christina McGinnis, and then Zoe Taylor.
Good afternoon,
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Mike Lunsford with the Gaviota Coast Conservancy. The Gaviota Coast is, as you know, comprised of large acreage properties, all Ag 2 zone. And so I'd like to address the issues with this ordinance that would affect the Gaviota Coast. Now, I think the premise that I work on, and I think that's a common understanding, is that agriculture, if we're to protect it on these ag zone lands, is a business. It either continues or not on profitability. It has to be worked at. It's hard work, right? So if we create incidental, if we're just inadvertently create an incentive to do other things other than agriculture, we're going to be affecting ag viability on the Gaviota Coast. There are approximately 740 parcels on the Gaviota Coast. Many of those are large, are incorporated into a common ownership. So we need to address how lots under common ownership, how the zoning ordinance would apply to them. If there's 10 parcels in one ownership, does that mean 10 times the number of whatever the cap of these events are? Now, because there is this, we have examples where people have gotten out of agriculture because events is more profitable. So we have to think clearly about this notion of what's incidental. Now, I would suggest to you that if everybody is limited, all these owners are limited to 3 events, no matter what kind, every year, no more than 3 events, then what we do is we spread out the impact, because we have to be fair to everybody, right? So whatever you can do, he can do, and so forth. So we spread out both the impacts and the advantages of these events throughout the county and not focus them on a few. And if we limit this to 3 a year, a reasonable cap where it can be incidental income that helps the agriculturalists, but then doesn't turn into such a big thing that they get out of agriculture. We need that cap, and we need enforceability. I agree with one of the previous speakers. I don't see a light, but I think my time is probably short.
You want to save some for the next time you come in?
That's right. I'll be here, I'm sure. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Ms. McGinnis, welcome.
Hello, thank you, Chair Cooney and Commissioners. My name is Christina McGinnis. I'm testifying today on behalf of the OPEN program and the Environmental Defense Center. And also, I'd like to just say I'm a member of the Gaviota Planning Advisory Committee, and we are very much looking to your discussions today to help inform our deliberations on this matter. So it's going to be very critical for us what your recommendations are. I do support the option that would just simply limit the number of events as has been discussed here and in the previous commission meeting. I think distinguishing is a very difficult enforcement issue, and so I think that would be just a better way to handle the issue. And it would also help with staff being able to enforce it. So whatever that number is, whatever your commission recommends, I think just striking a balance there is going to be an important thing. I do think that limiting the number of days warrants consideration in terms of what constitutes an event. As previous speakers have said, that currently we have a 5 days constitutes one event, and I think each individual day, 24-hour period that is an active event time should constitute a day, an event day, and the setup and cleanup should not. So 1 day, 1 event. And I also do support the notion that permits should be revoked for persistent violators of CUPs. And just as I cautioned you during the last time that I spoke to your commission, I think that there is real potential for this events income to usurp what could come out of the ag operation, and our ag lands are zoned for food and fiber production, and we need to just strike that balance so that it is incidental that we do have continued agriculture on our agricultural lands, and that's your difficult task today, is to figure out what that balance is. I do support the notion that the county should be notified when exempt events occur, because otherwise there's no way to even know how many events happen over the course of time. And I'm glad to hear that it was clarified that this process here today does not apply to wineries, because that's being considered currently as part of the winery ordinance. So just want to clarify that. And that sums up my comments, and good luck with your deliberations. It's a tough one. Thanks.
Thank you. Zoe Taylor, followed by Susan Petrovich and Lee Rosenberg.
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Chair Cooney, and Commissioners. I'm Zoe Taylor. I'm the interim president and CEO of the Santa Barbara Region Chamber of Commerce. I've had the privilege to be in this community since mid-July, and this item came to me just about 30 days ago, and so if you'll excuse some of my questions and comments today so we can get a better handle on how the business community can and will be impacted. There are a couple of questions that I have, and I have gotten several numbers, but I would like to know how many actual complaints there have been that has perpetrated this action. And then what is currently the enforcement process for those that do not comply with the current ordinance or codes. And I would like to share with you that we really need to think about if there's been an impact study and what that impact study might be. Some of my folks have just run a really quick scenario, and the impact on our business community, including the event vendors, but also hotels, restaurants, and shopping, and that kind of thing, could conceivably be anywhere around $80 million impact to this community. This community is known for being the ultimate beautiful community to bring people to the community. We have, I understand, around 3,000 nonprofits in this county. And again, there is that multiplier impact that goes along with a nonprofit. I really want you to think about as this ordinance is going through, because I know there will be one, there needs to be one. But I would like to also have you give consideration on what that impact on the jobs will be and the multiplier and effect of that. Also, what would be the impact and the revenue generation of the TOT tax, whether it is on the residents that rent out their properties or with the hotel TOT tax? But we would really like to be a part of the business community, would like to be more of a part of an open public workshop. I understand that this has been going on for a year and a half. However, my folks, my business community really hasn't been really made aware of this in the manner of which they would like to be a part of it. So we would like to be a part of any future workshops that you might have in relationship to make sure that we've identified the specific issues and the underlying problems, and that we come forth with the right specific standards in relationship to what would be reality today and for tomorrow. And so I would leave you with that, and thank you for your opportunity to speak in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to town.
Thank you, Chair Cooney, members of the commission. My name is Susan Petrovich with Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. I know you're going to get used to that name one of these days. I do want to laud the staff for their work, because I know they put a lot of time and effort into this. But I again question the reason for changing the existing ordinance. The South County staff has told me that there's been, quote, a handful, unquote, of complaints about people's parties, events, or whatever you want to call them. I asked the North County staff to do some research, and they came back to me and said, and this is for complaints going back as far as they have records, 10 properties that have been the subject of complaints. 10. So if you take the handful and the 10, you've got a total of maybe 15 properties that are the subject of this ordinance or the cause of this ordinance. It would seem that we're all being stampeded into spending an incredible amount of time and money on a problem that is so small in the scheme of the county issues that we should reconsider the focus of this effort. The ordinance will interfere with the rights of the vast majority because of the bad behavior of a very few. And Noel mentioned a user guide. Frankly, if you need a user guide for this ordinance, you got a very big problem. The ordinance should focus on standards that protect public health and safety and forget the numbers game. And frankly, telling people in a residential zone that they can only have 50 guests at any time is silly. 50, period? That's ridiculous. The issues really are noise, traffic, and parking. Some people mention lighting, but I think that's a lesser issue. And it makes no difference whether the events are commercial or non-commercial, you're going to have the same impacts. But for when you get into the larger parcels, if you get into 40 to 50 or more acres in size, why are you imposing any limits at all? They have plenty of room to accommodate the parking, and the neighbors are generally a long way away. But I have a parcel that's less than an acre, just under an acre in Montecito, and I've had garden parties of more than 100 people, and it hasn't bothered anybody. I've had sit-down dinners of 50 people and 70 people. Hasn't bothered anyone. I don't have a party venue. I just like to have guests over. And frankly, the suggestion that you have 20-foot wide access road in order to have an event, that's not realistic in either the rural lands, because agricultural lands don't have 20-foot wide roads, or in Montecito. For large parties in residential areas, people tend to either use valets or shuttles because they don't want their guests to have to hike in high heels for long distances from their car. And in rural areas, as I mentioned, there's plenty of room, and it's ridiculous to have these impositions. I guess my point is that we don't all have to live like hermits. And if people want to live like hermits, they really should be living a long, long way from everyone else. There's nothing wrong with hearing your neighbor's music. When I hear someone say, well, gee, I want to go monitor my neighbor when I see a tent or when I hear music at his place, come on. I mean, we live in communities. We expect to hear our neighbors. And incidentally, this will affect things like the brandings that everyone has every year in ag lands. It will affect the San Ynez Valley Hunt. It will affect the rancheros. It will affect a whole host of events that go on in our county, and I haven't even touched on the nonprofits because so many other people have, without really a good reason. I would
Ms.
suggest...
Petrovich, unless you're using Mr. Lunsford's time.
Oh, yes, Mike doesn't mind. I would just urge you to look into what exactly is the problem, what is the nature of the problem, and not have a broad ordinance that applies to all of us who are innocent. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, this is one of those places, it's not like a game show where we gauge the appreciation of the speaker. So you're welcome to congratulate them outside, but let's try and keep the decorum in here. I think we're down to Mr. Rosenberg, and then Catherine Pepe, then we'll go to the North County for Mike Hendrick.
First, let me introduce myself. My name is Lee Rosenberg. I'm the president of the Central County Coalition, but I speak only for myself today. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, thank you for letting me address this important issue, and many thanks to the staff for the incredibly hard work they've been doing. If I may, I should like to depart from specific remarks relative to the proposed amendments. I've given much thought to the issues that are raised by the events ordinance as well as the winery ordinance. In the latter case, the county supplied information to the effect that over the period 2009 to the present, 3 years, there were only 11 complaints. With one exception, these came from sources concentrated in areas of the San Ynez Valley east of the 154 highway. All were settled and the cases are closed. None of these complaints involved noise, traffic, or parking. And yet, without reference to these facts, a framework of misinformation and, frankly, fear has been created. It appears that this condition has led to the extraordinary efforts of the Planning and Development Department to amend the winery ordinance. Now, in like manner, I've asked the county how many complaints have been received annually relative to non-winery events. And as Susan has said, a handful. If a 10-year period produces a number that is 15, okay. And yet, in this case, it appears that there is no record of exactly how many complaints were received nor what they were related to. I could be mistaken. Accordingly, much ado has been created about events, miscreants, limits, punishments, and so forth. I believe it's therefore incumbent upon the county to supply this information, that is to say, relative to the complaints, so the public and the stakeholders can judge whether the entire process through which we're trudging is appropriate. The actions of a very few should not be the basis for limiting property rights of the many. A better approach would be to craft an amendment that addresses the true underlying issues: traffic, parking, and noise. Traffic, parking, and noise. It seems as though we're heading for a dilemma not unlike determining how many angels can be allowed to dance on the head of a pin, for how long, what pins, and what hems might not get basted in order to save the angels. The guys might not understand that comment. Accordingly, I respectfully request that this process be suspended until that foundational complaint information is supplied. I offer the following. Let's work with stakeholders to create a set of standards. Use the work product once vetted by the commission and the public. Provide them bullet-pointed on perhaps 5 pages, and give them to a property owner who is required to notify the county of his or her intention to hold an event. If one or more of the standards are violated, there should be a substantial financial penalty, which will double upon the second violation, and if there is a third, the penalty should be far more impactful, and the right to hold events at the property should be suspended. To hold events at the property, all of this assumes that complaints are found to be legitimate and based upon careful inspection. I also echo Willie Chamberlain's comments, but I won't repeat because my time is fast running out.
It's already run out, but I'm being tolerant right now.
I know, I'm looking. In closing, and I apologize for the repetition, I ask the county to supply precise complaint statistics covering the number, the frequency, i.e. the time frame, the nature, i.e. traffic, noise, parking, or otherwise, or others. Thank you very much, and thank you for the extra time.
Thank you. Catherine? Catherine will be followed by Mike Hendrick in the North County, and then Haley Jessup.
I'm Kathy Pepe. My husband Steve and I own Clos Pepe Vineyards. We have 40 acres of ag land. We are zoned Ag 2, I believe. I'm not positive about that. But we are 40-plus acres. We're between Lompoc and Buellton in the county. We make our wine in our winery, which is not on that land. It's in the city of Lompoc. So contrary to one of the prior speakers, we are ag land with 30 acres of vines, another 5 acres of olive oil, olive trees. And we have a number of charity events, most of which are under 75 and therefore under the radar of this proceeding. But this year alone, we have had 3 events, 2 charity events over 75. We've had an event for our customer base, which we could consider a commercial event. We have 2 charity events that will be over 75 scheduled in December that we've already committed to. And we expect in the holiday season to have at least 1 or 2 more if we can do so without violating the regulations. Of events for our customer base to stay in business. We have people who want to come to our property. They want to come to see the vines. They want to feel the grapes. They want to walk in the beautiful green fields. And they want to taste those bitter grapes in July. And then when they're back in September, they want to taste them again. And they want to see how grapes become wine. And so it's not enough to say, why don't you go to our place in Lompoc where we make the wine. It's a factory. It's we make the wine. That's not what they want to see for the most part. They know all they've ever wanted to know about malolactic fermentation. They want to be in the vineyard. Someone has suggested, one of the speakers suggested that there's so much ag property, why don't we just spread it out and have 3 events on everybody's property? Well, I sit on the board of a couple of charities in the North County that have events on ag land. And frankly, We can't sell tickets for $100 a head to come to somebody's broccoli farm. Nobody wants to do that. They want to come to the vineyard. They want good food in the shade of the vines under the beautiful old oak trees. They want to drink what came from that property. They want to, if the time is right of the year, to pick some of it and know it'll show up in the next year's product. Let me, because I think this says it better than I can say. I was sitting yesterday at my computer trying to figure out what I could say to you to explain how important it is to us as a winery trying to stay profitable, to have events on the land. We don't have a winery there, but we have vineyards. Why it matters that we have events for our customers, and why it matters to us, my husband and me personally, that we have events for the charities we support. Because that's where the charities can come. There aren't other venues where you can sell as many tickets for as much money. It's really very simple. But I got, as I'm sitting at my computer, I got this email. I'm just going to read a very short part of it. Dear Wes, Chandic, Steve, and Kathy. Those are the four of us, the family that lives on the vineyard. My name is, and I crossed it out, and I write to you for a couple of very special reasons today. On April 10th, 2011, you hosted a very special event for a veteran that touched my heart, though I was unable to attend. I had to work that day or I would have been there. You did an incredible thing by helping Matt get his service dog through a fundraiser because he couldn't have gotten a service dog for his post-traumatic stress disorder. And I know my thank you is late. I wanted to tell you, though, that your act further inspired my own family's quest to do our best to get a specially trained autism service dog for our 4-year-old son, and she names him, who has a severe form of autism. We see our special child as a gift beyond words. And she goes on to explain that in the city of Lompoc, it will cost thousands of dollars for her to get the autistic service dog that she wants, and wonders if we would do what we did for 3 veterans so far and sponsor a fundraiser to raise money to buy and train these very talented special dogs. And we unfortunately wrote her a letter yesterday and said, I'm sorry, the number of events we can have, we are at our limit. We thought we could have 5 charitable events. We don't think we can now. We think they're going to change the rules. We can't do it. I would urge you to seriously think about simple ways to distinguish between charity events and non-charity events. I don't think it's that complicated, and it would do a ton of good in a community that needs it. Thank you.
Thank you. North County, Mr. Hendrick.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you might pull that microphone toward you if you can. Good deal.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. I'm up here in the North County because I had a choice for Santa Barbara up here. Since I live in the San Ynez Valley, which is where a lot of this is coming from, it's a little hard to get a hold of you guys. So I drove up here. On my way up, I was looking at all the farmland. And most of you, whether you realize it or not, you live on what used to be farmland. And the reason you live on what used to be farmland is because they couldn't make a living farming. It's a very tough business, and so if they can have some events out on their ag land, I definitely support it. I'm the president of the Hotel Association for the San Ynez Valley, and I would have liked to have been invited to some of these meetings. As the hotel business, we thrive on what we call demand generators. In our community, Solvang at one time was the #1 demand generator, and now it's switched over to vineyards. I think the top 3 are vineyards, casino, and Solvang. And the reason the vineyards are a demand generator is because what they offer. They offer an educational opportunity, they offer a place to hold events, and they offer another product on the other end, which is wine. So they're basically creating 2 demands for the economy. We have 1,300 rooms to fill up in the San Ynez Valley. I've been general manager of the Marriott for 10 years. During the 10 years, when we first started up there, the place was bankrupt, so we bought it. We were running mid-60% occupancy. When Sideways came out and let the rest of the world know that we had such beautiful farmland, that they could come visit and taste wine and try our products, our occupancy went up about 10 points. I went from 75 employees to 110. I've maintained that for the last 9 years. And it's because of the vineyards and, again, what I call a demand generator in our marketplace, which is hard to, I'm not texting, by the way, I'm reading my notes, so sorry about that. Parking for 50 people, need an attendant. I think that is one of the most ludicrous ideas I've heard. I have over 350 parking spaces at my hotel. If I were to follow that rule, which means I'd have to have a parking attendant every night out in the parking lot waving people into spots. I think that, you know, if it's a large area, people can find their own place to park. I think you're underestimating what the people are doing. And I agree with the 20-foot wide road. My driveway is a commercial, heavy-duty commercial driveway. It's 26 feet wide. That's it. And we do about 6,000 people through there. People, not cars, but people through there in a month. County parks, would county parks
Mr.
be
Hennick,
subject
if I
to
could
this?
just interrupt, I
Sure.
know we value your comments, but I want to be sure you're focused on the ordinance that we're talking about. It has nothing to do with your hotel property.
I know, but what I'm saying is, you're saying there's going to be a rule for 50 people to park or have off-site parking, which could be actually in my area. So what I need, and I have used my hotel for off-site parking for an event that was in a rural area right down the street. So would that apply to me? Or, and even if it doesn't, to have a parking attendant for 50 people, I think is not acceptable. The county parks, would the county parks be subject to these rules when families want to have a gathering at a county park, or when there's a trout derby at Lake Kachuma? Are these exempt because it's not considered ag land, and so that's you're going to exempt those properties? I think I mentioned this at another meeting, is that ABC, which is one of the most litigious places in the whole state to try to get something done through ABC, we have a permit. It costs us $100 a year. If we want to have an event off-site at an ag property or winery or whatever the case might be, we send in a request, $25, we get the request back in 10 days. They know about it, we know about it. If there's a disturbance, whoever responds knows about it and can get that permit number. And then consequences is taken. I think the number one issue here is you're not enforcing the problem where the problem lies. You're saying, oh, there's a problem with ag land events. Let's just stop them all or restrict them all so we don't have these problems, rather than dealing with the 10 or 12 property owners that are constantly becoming the issue.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for taking your time to come over and testify.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you guys to get some more money so we can have planning back in Bilton in the San Ynez Valley, so we don't have to drive up to Santa Maria every time we need a permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Haley? Is Haley here? Apparently not. Jim Fiolic? Mr. Fiolic is here, and Lynette Lamore will be following Jim.
Chairman Cooney, members of the commission, dare I call you staff? You're so much more than staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't know, I'm going to ask this question rhetorically. I don't know if anyone here remembers Otts on State Street between De La Guerra and, you see? Otts was a business that served the community. Served me. I bought my first refrigerator there in 1970. The guy told me to buy it on time. I was going to write a check for it. He said, buy it on time. You'll be well served by that. I got a Bank AmeriCard 6 months later. The guy in the store told me to do that. He served me well. What businesses do that anymore? Sustaining the community, teaching, educating. It doesn't happen anymore. That's our job. What business today does that? I want to clarify something. I'm glad that Mr. Field brought up the fact that people mentioning wineries has nothing to do with this. However, the jargon that goes out here, many people say winery, and they are in fact speaking vineyard. Marshall Miller, Ms. Pepe, they all talked about their properties. Those are ag properties with no wineries on them. They are ag land, they are not wineries, yet people refer to them as wineries. They do have something to do with what we're talking about. So to have somebody say that it has nothing to do with what we're talking today is absolute nonsense. I urge you to pay attention to what people are saying today about wineries when they are in fact speaking about ag land vineyards. We are talking about a sustainability of our community and serving our community and serving those that serve others. The charitable organizations that serve our community. We are in the top 5 in this state of charitable organizations per person. The charitable organizations that are here that have events on ag land, those events are not, they don't pay a fee. On the vineyards, there's no event charge. Those are free. The vineyards do not charge them. So to say, when it says here that the winery events in 2 and 3, it'll be greatly simplified, I have to figure out how simple does it have to be when you say it's a 501c3 or charitable organization or not. Is there something that I don't get here? That it's hard to figure out what's a charitable event and what's not? That we should not be supporting our charitable events and those that a vineyard or another ag property needs to sustain itself in the 3 E's of sustainability: economic sustainability, community education, and environmental sustainability. Economic, if that isn't passed, there's no sustainability to any ag land. So, I just go back to OTS. We have something that is not broken. I don't think that it needs to be fixed. It needs to be enforced. And I see what's happening here. It used to be the Romans were very good at divisa et impera, divide and conquer. But I'm seeing something here which is unire et impera, which is unify and conquer. You're putting together a house on Moore Mesa and a residential zone and big ag land properties. Let's not confuse issues here. Let's keep things separate and equal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Fielk. Is Lynette here? Lynette Lamore. She'll be followed by Dr. Bob Boehner, and Jennifer Hausch.
I'm Lynette Lemire. I just write bad, so I always say that. And I'm short. The event industry is not the enemy. We help make the American Riviera in a very respectful and neighborly way. I want to thank you for your patience, and I want to support the county in collecting the 12% tax on vacation rentals and suggest that that's where the enforcement needs support. At this point, my primary concern is the difficulty of even getting a CUP. I don't know of anyone that's ever gotten one for a private property. It seems to be impossible already. Having done thousands of peaceful events without incident or complaint, I can't see why the rights of all property owners might be tampered with in response to a relative small fraction of issues and complaints. Can we not focus on enforcing the existing laws on sound and parking? And I can't see how these proposed changes address those primary issues. I also am very curious why the rights of the complainants take precedence over the rights of their neighbors and the property owners. That makes no sense to me, and I want to caution you in beating the geese who lay the golden eggs. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Dr. Boehner, Jennifer Hausch, and John Carroll.
Good afternoon. I think that may be the first time that I've come before this commission. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm a retired physician from USC, now residing here in the Valley, San Ynez Valley, and I'm on the executive committee of the Solvang Festival Theater, which is one of the 3,000 nonprofits that you've heard about. My message is very much the same as the other nonprofits. I just would like to point out a couple of things. Perhaps it's already been said quite clearly by Kathy Aklo-Pepe, and we and many of the other charities are very much dependent upon the vineyards without wineries on them. They provide us donations, silent auction items, in which many of our patrons are very interested to go and experience the beauty of the vineyard and to learn about this process of viticulture, about what it is and this magical growing of the vines that then creates the wine that we all enjoy here in the beautiful Santa Barbara County. So I just want you to think about, please do not separate out and include the nonprofits as a separate charitable event on the vineyards. Don't count them as part of the, whatever the number that you're going to come up with in the future. That's all I'd like to say, and thank you very much.
Welcome to Santa Barbara. Thank you, Dr. Boehner. Hi, Jennifer.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Hausch, and I've spoken before, so I won't take up too much of your time, but I thought it was interesting that Ms. Lemire brought up the CUP issues. Several years ago, I decided to host events on my property. We have a 3-acre farm out in the Goleta area, and when I went to the zoning department and asked them what was needed to be done to do this, because I wanted to be in compliance with everything, the person at the counter said, "Oh, you know what? It's don't ask, don't tell. And, you know, we're not going to come looking for you. Stay under the radar. Don't worry about it." He said things are kind of in the works right now. So I took it for, you know, him at his word, and I started hosting events last year. And after a charitable event, I was notified by the county that I was in notice of violation for not having a conditional use permit. So I met with the planner, and I said, okay, what do I need to do to get a conditional use permit? And she said, well, you know, it's a stack of paperwork. It's about $5,000, and, you know, it could be 8 months to a year to get approval, if you're approved. She said, and then there's also fees that they tack on top of that. So she said, you know, to be honest, you're looking, it could be tens of thousands of dollars, and that you would have to spend in order to get this permit, and you're not guaranteed to get one. So, but good luck. And so I think that's kind of the issue with a lot of people. And I think, you know, the big thing is to simplify. You know, I think there's a lot of people that want to be in compliance, that want to do good, that want to be limited on events. And I would encourage you to simplify the permit process. If it was just a matter of filling out a few forms, paying the fees, and, you know, limiting myself to, you know, 5 events a year or whatever, I would love that. Perfectly happy to, but right now I can't do anything because I can't afford to get the permit as it is. So I'm just asking to simplify, make it easy for us. You know, I want to be in compliance. You know, if I have parties, I turn the music down by 10. I limit the parking. I do everything I possibly can not to disturb any of our neighbors, and all of my neighbors are perfectly happy with what I'm doing. So I appreciate you guys going through the process and simplifying what you have, and you know, Articles 2 and 3 and everything that else have been put in here. You know, are a great start, and I encourage you to keep going with that, and, you know, not punish people for a few, you know, issues, but to work with us. So thank you.
Thank you. John Carroll, followed by Richard Yates. Is John here? No. Richard Yates? Not here. Anybody else that I didn't call? I think I've gotten to the bottom of the speaker slip pile. Okay. Then we will come back to staff. I'm sorry. Have you have submitted a slip? Okay. And you've not had a chance to speak? Okay, come on up. Apologize for losing your slip. We'll find it.
It's his fault.
A lot of slips up here.
Mr. Chairman and board members, I don't want to, I've spoken several times, and I don't want to.
Could I just have your name for the record?
Oh,
please?
Ronnie Mellon, and I represent a company called Dream Locations.
All right, thank you.
I don't want to beat a dead horse. I've spoken about this a number of times, but the bottom line here is, how do we enforce this? Why do we enforce this? Who's going to be out there, you know, challenging people as to how many guests they're going to have, or where the cars are going to park, or anything like that? I think this has to be complaint driven. I really do. We have some complaints and some offenders now, and they need to be addressed, because some of them seem to be really serious offenders. Seem to be. We've heard from Ken Switzer this morning that maybe none of that is true. We heard from a group in Goleta, well, they haven't spoken today, but we know that that's true there. So I think the comment of putting the angels on the head of a pin is so appropriate, because I don't know how you're going to figure all these what ifs. I think it's way out of our realm of possibility. I think you can't limit places in the valley to 3 events a year. There's no way. A lot of the agricultural places, and I can tell you right now, there's about 10 vineyards in the valley for sale, if not more, because they're not making it. They are helping, does help them to make it by having events. And that's an additional income to them that they really need. Homeowners, even in Montecito, even in Hope Branch, who have bought houses in the high market, are now hurting. And this is the way to supplement their income, either with short-term rentals or with events. And it's such a trickle-down effect, and the woman from the Chamber of Commerce touched on this a little bit, but you're talking students at UCSB who are the parking attendants. You're talking cab drivers, rickshaw drivers, hairdressers. I mean, it goes far from event planners and homeowners. The trickle-down effect of the amount of people that this would impact by trying to over-regulate it. Okay? I support the fact that we need and have always had, and I've been doing this here locally for 33 years, by the way, not one complaint, that we have had 0 complaints from many people and a lot of complaints from some. So why punish, why throw the baby out with the bathwater, so to speak? We have to figure out a way to find a balance, make everybody happy, but not try to over-regulate this when it isn't necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Millen. Now, last chance. Anybody else? Okay, now we'll come back to staff, and our plates are full of conflicts and complexity. Where do we go from here? Ms. Black?
Mr. Chair, I think that's our question to the commission. I'm happy to answer questions. I think we heard a lot of the same testimony that we heard previously. We did present a couple of different approaches that the commission may want to weigh in on, but I really think we need to hear from the commission.
All right, Commissioner Blouse, ready?
Yeah, well, we start out by saying I'm impressed by Mr. Chamberlain's comments, and I think it is appropriate that we hear from the Ag Commission before we go much further. Personally, I'm inclined on properties that are probably over 100, 200 acres, certainly 1,000 acres where there's 5 miles distance to the nearest other residents. I don't want to see any limitations. I mean, I don't believe we've had a complaint about that. If it helps to generate, I mean, I can't believe on a 1,000-acre farm that the events is a hugely significant number, but in this day and age, I'm not inclined to let anybody suffer. And I certainly don't want to curtail the events industry people from their participation in that. So for me, the big ag land that's far away, it's a no-brainer. But when you do come back, I'm not sure I understand what an SCUP is. I mean, a special events permit, I guess is what we're calling it. I'm not sure what that is, what it entails, what the process is, what it costs, what the timing's going to be, what the appeals issues are. I'm kind of the same way with this, with the minor conditional use permit for this same issue. I mean, I'm not interested in setting a process that takes a gal who has a 3-acre farm $10,000 a year so that she can put on 4 or 5 parties a year. I don't know what her income is off that, but I'm sensitive to anybody's income, especially if, that kind of entrepreneurship I admire, where she goes out and creates a new business for herself. So that I have an issue with. Again, now I will say that for the 3-acre parcel in a more residential area, there are more potential for conflicts with neighbors. So I think it is maybe important that there is some process she can go through to make sure that doesn't adversely affect the neighbors. But it can't take a year and can't cost $10,000 or $20,000. For me, if it costs a few hundred, that's reasonable. If it takes a month or 2 months to get through, that's reasonable as well. That may be very difficult for staff to do, but, you know, you asked me what direction I'd like the staff to take, and that's where I'd like to take it. I'm not sure about the other chart that talks about the 5 acres and the 40 acres and the 80 acres. Again, once I think I hear from the Ag Commission, their thoughts and how it affects them, I'll make a better informed decision. So those are my comments for today. I know we're not going to decide this today. We're just trying to give staff some additional direction. We're still to hear from Montecito, I understand, and I'm sure they might want to hear from the Ag Commission as well. So those are my comments.
Let's see, Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, thank you, Chair Cooney. You know, when I was preparing to come today and reading the letters and knowing I had attended a meeting in the Valley last week, I heard some of the same comments today. And you know, the industry, everything, it's very important, you know, that we look at the economics here. As I was going through what we were looking at today, you know, some of the changes coming to the ordinance, I had to go back to the original ordinance. And I called staff in the North County and I said, okay, explain to me exactly. It's like every event that has been described and that I've been hearing about in the last couple of months, they are already regulated. You know, we have the existing ordinance, you know, for, I don't know, circuses. I mean, when you go through the pages of the descriptions of the possible events that could be held, and commercial events, you know, that could be held on residential or agricultural property. It's all there. Now, is it working? Or, no. You know, I'm just wondering. I'm hoping that all the events that I've gone to in the past that I love to go to, you know, are they permitted? I don't know. You know, I get the sense that you know, there are many, many events out there, and people, whether they're being advised by staff, which I kind of doubt it, but, you know, I think it's just been benign neglect. You know, we have the ordinances in place. You know, if you're going to have a big event of 150 people, you know, yes, there is a permit path that's already there. Now, what we need to do, and what I feel is important, is, okay, let's streamline it and, you know, make it enforceable. I'm going to say as we go forward with this, we have to remember, and I think zoning is very important, you know, whatever we create has to be incidental to the zoning of the property. You know, if it's residential, if it's ag, and if somebody wants to have an event, I'm okay with increasing the number for, you know, a personal event. I think we've thrown out 50, you know, in other cases it's 80. I think last time we talked maybe 75 would be okay. I think I'm leaning toward, and I'd like staff to, you know, follow up this idea of a fixed number. And if we're looking at enforcing, you know, even with that, but at least, you know, if there is a fixed number of events, not defining, you know, I mean, I want the definitions in there, but so that somebody, you know, who might be disturbed, that maybe the impacts are great on the neighborhood, you know, if they see a certain number of events, then they can say, okay, we might have a problem here. I think what staff has done, and I appreciate Mr. Langle's work on this, the definitions that you included, you know, they need to be in there, because as I looked at the old ordinance, some of those definitions just don't work. They're obsolete, or you know, we have different kinds of parties and entertainment, so the definitions that you've come up with so far, I do like those. I do support the idea of one event to be one day. You know, I'll listen to my colleagues on that one, you know, because, you know, I've heard many arguments. Well, you know, if it's going to be a party for 300 people, you know, it might be necessary to come in, set up, take down, especially if we limit it to, let's say, the 7 to the 10, 7 a.m., 10 p.m. But, you know, I think this one-day idea, and that would be the limit, I support that. The special event permit, I looked at the special event permit, and is that the same, is that in existence now? Is that the same permit? Is it all new?
No, it's brand new.
Could you explain that?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, We had proposed a special event use permit based upon the suggestion of the industry that the conditional use permit application was too broad and didn't really relate to all of the issues that they raise in getting a permit. So it's really a new permit type. It would be similar to a director level development plan where it's not subject to a public hearing, but it is subject to CEQA, and that's really why it's difficult to say we can process it for $500 or $1,000 because we don't know what type of environmental review would be required, and we don't know if it would be appealed. So it is difficult to give somebody certainty as to the time frame and the cost, given that there are variables that affect that.
Okay, well, I have it in my hand now, the one that you included in our packet, and I don't see anything unreasonable about that. I mean, if we pursue the special event permit application, I would like to see it be a fast-track process for the industry. I'd also like to see it affordable enough so that we would make sure that people would come forward and, submit the permit. And that sounded from one of the speakers this afternoon that, maybe they were discouraged from doing our current permit path because of time and money. So I think this special event permit application and the process for that might solve some of the problems. I hope so. I think I support definitely the language regarding the cumulative number of attendees. I think we heard that today. And also the idea of the contiguous lots. If somebody, let's say on Gaviota, has 10 parcels, if they come forward for a special event permit, then that would be it, for that particular event, that they couldn't have. If we do come up with a reasonable number of events. I'm kind of leaning toward the number three, as the fixed number. And this could be, 3 events. They could all be nonprofit events. They could be, the personal over whatever number we come up with. But as far as commercial events, that's commercial zoning, and I think that would definitely need, any commercial event on the property if this becomes an easier process, a good process, but a little bit faster and maybe much more affordable, for the people who want to have these events. There was language about the short-term rentals. That's one of the reasons we're here today. That has to be included in anything we have. I think, that might have been omitted. Let's see, what else did I have? Okay, something we haven't talked about, as we go forward with this is possibly some signage regulations. Again, the special event permit, anyone hosting a large event has to follow the basic regulations anyway. But I think on these very temporary events, let's say one-day event, when the signs go up, where are they allowed, who's to take them down and when they should take them down. That was something we haven't heard too much about. As far as the very large parcels, I agree to get this in front of the Ag Advisory Committee, but I'm thinking their purpose is to preserve agriculture. Again, I think it's a whole discussion they would have, but to turn, ag or rich ag properties into, events, centers, I don't think the Ag Advisory Committee is going to, go in that direction at all. But I would, on the very large parcels, I would think that would be a good idea. So I think that's what I have for now. Again, I think we forget in our discussion, we have commercially zoned venues. Maybe we don't have enough. And that's why, people are going out, into the ag spaces. I live in just a tract house, And sometimes when I read through these things, I say, okay, now how is this ordinance going to affect, my street? And it's kind of an extreme look, but that's my neighbors. What would my neighbors want on this, something like this? And I think the reasonable number of 3 we could work with, and that's all I have for now.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Everybody's got a different viewpoint up here, and they're all good viewpoints. I don't want to be repetitious and say the same thing over to you again, but I want to tell you there were 28 speakers. Of the 28, 3 people were definitely opposed to us increasing the number of events. It's pretty interesting. We have, we're dealing with ag properties, and we're bound to support the ag rules that were put in. But rules change, and that means there's consideration for the other side, and that's why we have exceptions and waivers, part of the code, exceptions and waivers. And so the thing that we have to look at is burden versus benefit. What is the burden to those neighbors, and what is the benefit to the economy, to the community? Well, the burden is traffic, noise, potential crime, wear and tear on their properties, neighbors' annoyance, and so on. And then you look at the benefit. There's a revenue. There's a revenue stream for about 10 or 12 different types of jobs that benefit from these things. There's a tax dollar that comes to the county. There's a goodwill that occurs. It grows the local economy. And then there's all the jobs that are surrounded throughout the economy that benefit from it, from the income that these people get. Now, when you look at this thing, is how do you benefit and how do you balance both interests? It's very difficult, but you have to make a decision. Recently, there was a store that opened up in Lompoc, little community. Lompoc isn't very big. It's the 3rd largest city in the county, but that doesn't say much. There were several hundred people there in line for jobs. I know some of those people used to make $40,000 and $50,000 a year jobs, not exceptionally high-paying jobs. They're competing for $8 and $10 an hour jobs because they don't have any work. In Lompoc, there's 14% unemployment, and in Santa Maria, I think it's even higher. All of you that are out here that have jobs are so lucky, but there's so many people out there that don't have any jobs. And I think that, when you look at the economy and that 1 in 7 people are on food stamps, that tells you something. That tells you that we have to do something. So I know it sounds like a lot, but I look at the staff report. They did a very good job recommending 3 for under 20,000 square feet and 6 for over 40 acres and so on. But to me, that isn't enough. There's a time to do exceptions and waivers, and this is a time. And I think at first when I looked at this thing, I thought 10 to 12 events wouldn't bother me. That would mean 1 a month, and I would ask that there be a month separation in between. But I'm willing to go down to 8 events, no distinction between charitable and commercial event. Just everybody can have 8 events, and that's about 1 every 5 weeks. And if your peace of mind is disturbed for a day or 2, so be it, so that many, many can survive it and live comfortably in this world of ours, especially considering the way that things are in the North County. The South County is different than the North County. In the North County, there might be 5-acre parcel, and then there might be an open space of 50 or 100 acres, and then there's another parcel of 2 or 3 acres. Are we going to tell that 3-acre parcel that, no, you can only have 2 events when there isn't anybody around? You drive out on Fox and Canyon Road, or you go to Savannah Canyon, or you go to Tularosa Road, Mall Road, or all those roads up there, and it just, there isn't any crowding of people up there. So to cut it down to simple terms, I'm proposing for my contribution, and listening to all the people as they spoke, that 8 events, no distinction for the year would be appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Valencia. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Brooks has captured many of my comments, so I won't repeat those, but some I will highlight. I think in option one, Mr. Lingle indicates, he discusses something about a single event and what it means. I think there needs to be a clear definition of what an event is, and perhaps if a single event is multiple days where there's setup and breakdown that makes it even longer, then perhaps that may require a special permit if we go that route. Since there's probably more impact, it's a bigger event, there may be more impact with more people attending an event like that. I want to talk about parcel size. We heard from a property owner in the 2nd District on a 3-acre ag zone lot on the South Patterson Ag Block. Contrary to her comments, I believe that I've heard from the neighbors that what she does is a problem. And therefore, option 3 for me is having something less than 20,000 square feet, and or even this what occurs on these smaller parcels does have more impact on neighbors. So again, as I said in my previous comments, it's all about scale. The smaller the parcel, the closer the neighbors, the greater the impacts. The bigger the parcels, the farther away people are, the less the impact. So whether it's the chart in option 3 or some permutation of that, I think there needs to be some recognition that in the urban area or in the urban limit lines, it's different than outside where parcels are bigger and people are farther apart. And I would like to see some sort of distinction there. If there is a permit process and we have limits and someone goes over the limits, I don't think that we should separate the charitable from commercial. I think they both have the same impact for the same number of people. And how would you know anyway if someone is having an event unless somebody told you where they're having an event? So I think it would be very difficult to have any sort of compliance without knowing people are having an event if there is a problem. I do want to emphasize, I think it's really very, very important that these ag parcels don't become event centers where the event becomes the primary use of the property. I think that's really, really critical, and I think the Ag Advisory Committee needs to weigh in on this. We've heard from those people who own vineyards without wineries, and I think maybe there have been some confusion of perhaps about what we're considering, but I certainly would like to see a certain number of events. I'm not sure what that might be for whatever parcel size. You've heard a variety of opinions, and you've offered some that may not be accurate. If we send it to the Ag Advisory Committee, you'll probably get a different look at it. I think that's it. Thank you.
Well, I'm not sure if I were sitting where you are that I would be getting any better guidance than you had coming in. And, you know, the ideas coming from us are diverse, and they're all spawned by the input we've had from the public over 3 at least significant hearings. And, you know, I'm not prepared to make a final decision, but I feel like the ingredients are on the table, and it just takes some time to sit down, work through the different types of properties. Just in terms of general observations, I do think that what we have now on the books doesn't work, and nobody stood up here and said, you know, preserve the existing ordinance. I have heard, why do anything at all? But the fact is, we have an ordinance on the books that's not being enforced and is being violated on a regular basis. So I feel strongly that we have to do the work to recommend to the board that a change be made. And we want to get it right as possible. So I think it benefits us to take the time. We have some open hearing dates this fall. I think now's the time to spend time on it. What I'd like to do is to come to our next hearing with the answers to the questions that you staff have raised. I think you've done a great job of distilling a lot of ideas down to a couple of options. I'm trying to deal with option 2 versus option 3. They both have the same purpose, which is differentiate on the impact. And if you do it by zoning, how many properties are impacted? If you do it by the square footage of lots, we're taking, if I understand option 3 correctly, we're basically taking parties of 50 or greater and saying you can't have them, period. There's not even a permit path. And there are a lot of neighborhoods in the county, north and south, that would be excluded from special events. And that definitely bothers me. I think everybody ought to have a chance to qualify if they come in and fill out the forms and pay the fee, that we should be able to have a special event. We heard a lot of testimony earlier today about the demographics of our communities and how they're changing, particularly here on the South Coast, where we have people sharing properties, where we're encouraging people to move into rental property on the same property as a house already exists. If we're going to be living in close proximity, are we going to be saying that everybody that wants to have a family wedding has to go to the Biltmore to have that wedding, or they can't have a reception after a wedding in their own property? I'm not prepared to go there, and I do think that that's overreach compared to the task that's been given to us. But there is how many times did we hear people on both sides of the question say, we're talking about property rights. It's not just the property rights of those who would use their property for special events. It's also the property rights of all the rest of the people who would just want to enjoy their peace and quiet within reason. They may have to deal with the highway. They may have to deal with the occasional ditch digger out in front, but they shouldn't have to deal with weddings week after week after week or other parties. So I think we're headed in the right direction. For me, I'm not ready to give staff a yes or no on any specifics. And so I would advocate that we get more input, however staff feels they can best do that. If the Ag Advisory Committee input is a useful idea in their view, I wouldn't object to that. It does us no harm to hear from the Ag Advisory Committee. As to the differentiation, for example, between Ag 2 and non-Ag 2 suggestion. So that when we reconvene on this question, say in the month of October or November, we can all of us up here can come back with specific ideas and give staff direction. I don't think we're ever going to reach a point where all 5 of us agree on a set of guidelines. So it's going to be a little bit of hash when it goes to the Board of Supervisors in any event. But I think a majority of us will agree on most things. So given a little more time and effort and community input, we'll be in a position to do our job. Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, just a couple more things. The issue of commercial versus nonprofit, maybe not for very small parcel sizes that could be very adversely affected, but I'm not in favor of having the same limitation for commercial as for nonprofit. I mean, for example, I could see in the 200-acre or the 1,000-acre farm, to me, that could be unlimited nonprofits. I don't want to inhibit the ability to raise money. But again, I think it has to do with parcel size. That's what's important. And I can also see on the if we do still do a permitting issue, I don't think it's impossible, Diane, that we couldn't get you check this box. This size parcel, nearest neighbor, topography, da-da-da-da, it's exempt. It doesn't need CEQA because we can do a CEQA analysis for that kind of a parcel no matter where it's located in the county. I'm thinking, the 100-acre vineyard, the 200-acre vineyard. We don't need a CEQA analysis for that. We know that there's not going to be any adverse impacts. I just want to make it a little bit simpler, and I don't want to inhibit anybody's ability to raise money for charities. I don't want to inhibit the ability for a farmer to supplement his income on the ag land if that's important to him. But I think the Ag Committee will give us that information, that feedback, and I probably rely upon them for that decision. That's my final comments.
Okay, anybody else, before we continue this matter? We have one matter for which there are many people present, and I'm sensitive to that we move on. Do we have a date for a continuance?
Mr. Chair, I don't believe we could come back any sooner than October 17th if you want us to go to the Ag Advisory Committee, because they are meeting today and they won't be meeting again until October 3rd. So I'd recommend October 17th.
Then I'll move for a continuance to October 17th.
Second.
So we have a motion and a second to continue this matter, to continue our study and work on this project till the October 17 meeting. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed or abstentions? No, seeing none, it's unanimous. Okay, we'll see some of you back, I'm sure, and look forward to, please, if you have ideas that you'd like to share with us, don't hesitate to send emails or letters, and we'll continue to collect all of your expertise. Thank you for coming. At 3 o'clock, we will start on item number 3, the Park Hill Estates matter.
Mr. Chair, before everyone leaves, could you at least say where the venue will be for the 17th?
Yeah, it's right here. We only have this hearing room right now. The hearing room in the North County is under construction. And we have reached the final item on today's agenda, the Park Hill Estates matter, item number 3. Will you read that into the record, please, Ms. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Jeff Nelson to consider case number 10 TRM1, application filed on May 4th, 2010, and to adopt the negative declaration 11 NGD 13 pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rodriguez. Do we have ex parte declarations from commissioners? Commissioner Brown?
Let's see. Most recently, I have taken a stroll up and down San Antonio Creek Road from Tucker's Grove to sort of verify, if you will, familiarize myself with that roadway based upon the pictures that we got from Mr. Nelson. I have talked to Mr. Nelson. I've emailed him. I've basically talked to several community members, just sort of about the process, not so much about but some about the project, and I think that's it.
Anyone
and
else?
excuse me, and I have done site visits in the past previously.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, I drove by Tucker's Grove. I went in this morning when the gate was raised at 8 o'clock, and I went over to look at the proposed emergency access road.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Valencia.
I have seen this property, I don't know how many times. I served with the owners, previous owner, or the owners, Mr. Selleck, Mrs. Selleck, on the Civil Service Commission 20 years ago, and I knew Mr. Selleck.
Okay, I had a telephone call, 15 minutes in length yesterday. On the line were Danny Vickers and Chris O'Connor, both neighbors of the project. And otherwise, I think all the communications I saw have been shared with the planning commissioners. Okay, Ms. McCurdy, welcome. Have you been saving up to join us this afternoon?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're glad to be here before you, and Alex Tuttle, our ACE planner, has a presentation for your commission.
Why are we back here on this project? That's my first question, Mr. Tuttle.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. We are here back to your commission today for reconsideration of the Park Hill Estates project for a couple reasons, as I will discuss in my presentation. Just to, since it's been a few months since you last considered this project, just to provide a little refresher. As you may recall, the site is in the hills above Goleta. It's approximately 15-acre site surrounded by low-density residential development. The property was approved for a 12-lot residential subdivision back in 2007. However, that map was never recorded, and so the site remains undeveloped today. Here's just a little blow-up of the site that we can always refer back to. The current proposal, as you probably recall, is for the project to, for the property to divide into 16 residential lots, including 15 market rate lots and one lot that would be designated affordable. There'd also be a lot covering a detention basin and one on the north covering Pinnell Road for a total of 18 lots. The residential lots would range in size from about 0.6 acres to 1.1 acres, with an average of approximately 0.8 acres. Sorry. This is a conceptual layout, doesn't reflect the actual project, but just gives you a sense of what the project might look like based on the square footages and the lot configuration applied to each site. When your commission originally considered this project over the course of 2 hearings, you concluded that the mitigated negative declaration was inadequate and required that a focused EIR be prepared to address fire protection and biological resources. The applicant appealed that determination to the Board of Supervisors. At the board, the focus of the discussions and deliberations was on the primarily issue of emergency evacuation. The board, and this speaks to why we are back to your commission, the board ended up voting 2-2 on the appeal. In that case, it resulted in a no action determination, which meant that the Planning Commission's prior action and determination was neither upheld nor rejected by the board, and as a result, your prior determination requiring further environmental review no longer stands. As such, the applicant is requesting reconsideration of your Planning Commission by your Planning Commission of the project, and is returning to your commission for that, as well as to review some proposed changes that have occurred since you last considered this project. The 2 changes proposed by the applicant include changes to specifically to Lot 10 to address some neighbor issues, as well as primarily the focus being improvements to the lower portion of San Antonio Creek Road, both of which I'll provide a little more detail on. The Lot 10 changes, again, to address issues raised by neighbors concerned with the visibility and the privacy concerns with development of that lot. The proposed change to that lot would be to lower the pad elevation by 2 feet. That's the maximum that the pad can be lowered while still providing gravity flow of the sewer lines, wastewater lines. In addition, the future home would be limited to single story, restricted to a building height of 18 feet within 120 feet of the western property line. Again, these changes were a result of efforts to address concerns of the neighbors to the west. The improvements to San Antonio Creek Road are to address a larger neighborhood concern, and that is with respect to fire safety and evacuation. And these improvements stem from discussions at the Board of Supervisors that I'll go into more detail now. During the hearings before the board asked staff to look into what requirements had been imposed on prior projects approved in this area, since the issue of emergency evacuation is not a new one. This slide provides an aerial photo of the San Antonio Creek neighborhood, and I'll just touch on some of the projects that staff looked into during that board hearing process. The Benai Brith CUP, which was approved in 1999. It added a preschool classroom to its congregation. For this project, to address concerns associated with traffic and emergency evacuation, it was required to contribute funds towards improvements to the lower portion of San Antonio Creek Road as a condition of project approval. At that time, the improvements were to include vegetation trimming and installation of a guardrail or pavement markers. These improvements were in fact made as part of the fee single-family dwelling, which is located at the base of San Antonio Creek Road, just above Tucker's Grove. As part of that project, the improvements included widening of the road in front of the property, and I'll actually speak to these in a little more detail on the next slide. But before I go there, I just want to touch on the other projects in this area. For the 24-lot subdivision north of Park Hills, the La Romana subdivision, that was approved in 1997, and the project was conditioned to provide emergency access connection to the north to connect its roadway to Via Clarice. You can see the short connection it was required to provide in red. This connection was constructed with a grasscrete type surface and is currently controlled with removable wooden bollards and a removable wooden fence with posts inserted in sleeves. The Hand project, just to the left of La Romana, that was approved in 2005 for a 3-way lot split. As part of that project, there was a requirement that emergency access from the end of La Riata Lane in this location to connect to Via Regina on the western end. The map has not been recorded, however, and so this road connection that's shown here in red has not been established, which was, again, to provide emergency access or an secondary evacuation route in the event of emergency. Lastly, the community of Christ Church, located next to B'nai B'rith, that was a CUP revision approved in 2002 for an increase in student enrollment. The project was conditioned to require that the church enter into a parking agreement with nearby facilities to ensure that parking does not spill over onto adjacent public roads. That agreement was entered into with B'nai B'rith. So those were the other projects, larger projects that were reviewed and approved in the last decade or so that had issues associated and conditions and requirements associated with emergency evacuation. In regards to a little more detail on the improvements made as part of the fee residence, here are some photos of the lower portion of San Antonio Creek Road. Improvements completed as part of that project include paving the road, building a rock retaining wall, which is shown on the bottom left slide. This rock retaining wall in between the two driveways serving the property allowed the road to be widened between approximately 20 and 24 feet. In addition, there was pavement reflector markers installed on the downhill curb, vegetation trimming, and putting these breakaway bollards at the end of San Antonio Creek Road at its connection with Tucker's Grove Park. As I mentioned previously, there was a requirement for a guardrail, but during construction of these improvements, it was determined that a guardrail was unnecessary. The bollards were subsequently replaced by these flexible candlestick markers that allow cars to drive over them in either direction. You can also see that signs have been posted indicating this route as emergency access and emergency use only. At the Board of Supervisors, in response to questions from the board, Public Works staff identified further improvements that could be made to the lower portion of San Antonio Creek Road in order to enhance its functionality as an emergency evacuation route. They estimated that completing those improvements will cost up to $120,000. And those improvements were to include a small retaining wall on the uphill slope for approximately 150 feet in the narrow portion to allow widening of that narrow portion to approximately 16 to 18 feet. In addition, roadway resurfacing, drainage facilities and asphalt berm to control drainage, vegetation and tree trimming, and refreshing the roadway markers and delineation. The applicant has proposed to incorporate these improvements as estimated and provided by Public Works into their project in order to address neighborhood concerns regarding evacuation and improve the evacuation capacity of this roadway. The proposal would be to construct these improvements concurrent with the initial subdivision improvements of the Park Hill Estates project. Here's some photos specifically of the area that would be the focus of the improvements. And as you can see in these slides, the two top slides, that's where the road makes the turn and where it's no longer publicly maintained. You can see that it does narrow down significantly. There is vegetation that encroaches into the roadway. So the proposal would be to construct the retaining wall on this uphill side to allow this road to be widened. Currently, the pavement is approximately 14 feet in width. The vegetation encroaches down to about 11 feet in width. So with the vegetation clearance and the retaining wall, you'd sort of be able to pull back, gain approximately 5 to 6 feet or so.
I have a question. It's like,
Do you want to interrupt?
I have a question now.
Excuse us, Commissioner Blau has a question at this
Yeah,
point.
you said that this is to the end of the public road, so part of this road is private?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, it's a public road. It's just not publicly maintained.
Who maintains it?
Well, as you can see, well, the responsibility is the landowner, the fee residents, but as you can see, it doesn't get a lot of maintenance.
Okay.
So once completed, as I mentioned, the road would be at least 16 to 18 feet in width through the narrowest section, with much of the road further down being between 20 and 24 feet wide towards Tucker's Grove Park. While the road would not meet county fire department standards of 24 feet, the improvements would certainly enhance the ability for this road to accommodate vehicles in an emergency situation and divide with specific importance of diverting them away or pulling them away from the primary evacuation route of San Antonio Creek Road and Villa Los Santos. Further, it's just worth noting that the county fire department, they don't have separate standards for emergency access versus regular 24/7 roadway standards. It's just a single standard applied to roads for access. So there's no differentiation there. The project, with the project changes and given the lack of direction from the board on the further environmental review, staff went into the mitigated negative declaration and updated it to reflect the project changes as well as further comments we had received at public hearings. There were minor refinements to the biological resources section to address comments we received. Staff considered the biological resources and the comments we received, looked at the survey work that had been conducted, continued to believe that the biological resource section of the mitigated negative declaration is adequate for the purposes of CEQA. In regards to the fire protection section, revisions were made to primarily to address this new project component associated with the improvements to the lower portion of San Antonio Creek Road. Essentially concluding, as you could see from those pictures, that widening it would improve its usability and functionality, and at the very least offset any delay caused by increases in vehicles from the proposed project. Since the Board of Supervisors took no affirmative action on the project and the appropriate level of environmental review, and your prior action on the project no longer stands, again, your commission is considering this project anew with the proposed changes and with the revisions to the proposed final mitigated negative declaration. Staff has reviewed the proposed changes and updated, as I mentioned, that mitigated negative declaration accordingly. And with these changes, staff recommends that your commission make the required findings for approval of the project, including the CEQA findings, adopt the revised final mitigated negative declaration, including the mitigated monitoring program, approve the project subject to the conditions of approval, and alternatively, refer back to staff for findings if your commission takes other than the recommended action.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, just help me here. This is a public right-of-way, public roadway, but it's not maintained by the county. Who maintains it? I mean, I understand he's gonna make some changes, modifications to it, but who maintains it for the next 20, 30, 40 years?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, we have Will Robertson here from Public Works. Perhaps he's better positioned to speak to that.
Great. I have another question for him on AB 1600 fees. I think I may have asked this one before, but I'm going to ask it again.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau. As part of the road process, it's taken quite a while for me to understand the slight nuances in the system, but the way the system works is...
I'm not the only one. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. It's actually a two-step process in the roads department. A road can be built to standards, and we can accept it on a map, but there's actually a separate process under county code that requires the county to take action on maintenance of the road. So in this case, the map had recorded a public easement, as you can see, and a road was built, but the second action was never taken for us to take that roadway into the maintained system and spend the appropriate money on it. So currently for the county to spend money to bring it up to standards would actually be an illegal action by the county. So normally what we do is once a road is brought up to the appropriate standard that Public Works would accept, then we make that process, send it forward, and we'll accept it into the maintained system. I haven't had direction either way on whether or not that would happen with this, but the process could be started once it is brought up to a standard.
Well, the question is, so it's not brought up to a standard, but, and I don't, well, is what you're asking this developer to do going to bring it up to a standard, or is it going to be less than the county standard?
What I'm saying is that until the roadway is brought up to a standard acceptable to Public Works for a roadway, it will not be petitioned to be brought into the maintenance system for
Okay.
long-term maintenance.
Well, again, I'm asking, is this going to be brought up to a standard that you can accept the road, or do you not know that yet?
That is the case. The applicant is willing to bring this up to a condition that Public Works could accept into the maintenance system.
Okay, and I guess well,
Because currently, right now, it is not being maintained. And there are plenty of roads throughout the county that is the case. It's just, they sit on the ground. They're built and...
I realize that, but here's my concern. We're bringing it up to us, we're requiring to do this so that it's safer access for he and the neighboring property owners. If you then take it into the county system and start maintaining it, great, it'll stay that way forever. If you don't take it, what guarantees me that that road will be maintained and that fire safety issue will remain in perpetuity, as opposed to 5 or 10 years when it gets overgrown again and the edges crumble and the road gets narrower again?
In that case, the general process is public complaint. But I think in this case, knowing the sensitivity to the neighborhood, Public Works would move forward and accept this into the maintained system.
And do we have the ability to condition that, or is that just something we're not going to know until Public Works does something?
I'm going to defer to council on this because we would consider it an offsite improvement. I don't know if we have the authority to condition or not.
Yeah, well, the other question I'm going to ask is, so I'll ask it now, is it possible for him to get credit on AB 1600 fees for doing these improvements since they're offsite the property? Because that was the purpose of AB 1600, was to, take signal lights and things that benefit multiple pieces of property and spread it over the entire county.
In this case, the answer would be no, because this was not an identified improvement within the GTIP. If it were an identified improvement, then yes, a credit would be valid.
And then my last question is going to be, has the county considered identifying this entire road system area that's a problem into that program so we could use future AB 1600 fees in for those improvements? He may be stuck now, but I'm talking about, could we just think about that so that we get this problem eventually cured?
I would say that we can look at it. Generally, they're capacity-related projects, not emergency access projects that are brought into the transportation improvement plan. So, I mean, it's something we can look at, but I can't say.
Well, I think this is a capacity issue. I'll argue that with you, but I think you do need to look at that because that solves the problem for the neighborhood eventually. And I think, and it's my experience with AB 600 fees, having served on municipalities, that I can get that out of the AB 600 fees, and I can make trades and offsets. So
That would be something that we'd have to sit down with council and discuss.
okay, but you'll promise to do that in the future, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brown?
Mr. Robertson, in light of that discussion, let's pretend that we're sometime in the future and that this roadway is brought into the county's system and is being maintained. What is the effect of it going through a parking lot, which doesn't sort of continue the improvements or the standards of this road, of the road that goes into the parking lot?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, that is the reason why we look at this solely as an emergency egress route. It would never be intended to be open 24/7 to travel through, in essence, a parking lot in Tucker's Grove. It would simply be there in case of emergency, in case of a fire, for egress action.
Okay. Oh, Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, Mr. Robinson, when I was there today, I noticed the bollards are not in very good condition, whether they have been driven through over, I don't know. When this emergency road is improved, will that require the bollards to be replaced by a gate, or will the county just keep some temporary, I just didn't like what I saw. It looked to me as if somebody's using this road, and you're probably not legally, and that's why the bollards were down. I don't.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, to my knowledge, the estimate that was provided did not include a gate, and providing a gate would actually generate some other concerns. It would require a Knox key, and we could go on and on. So at the time of construction, I could say with certainty that all the existing infrastructure would be reevaluated and, if necessary, replaced.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, if I could add to that, from past conversations I had with Public Works when we were at the board, I think the thinking was that those plastic bollards would be replaced, but there was no consideration at that time of any gate or a different type of security approach. It was just replacing and updating what was already out there.
Mr. Brown, back to you.
I do, thank you. And I just have one quick question. In this particular photo, if you go out there, you see this rock is sitting right sort of at the edge of the roadway, which constricts this entrance. I'm wondering, as part of the improvements, if you can move that rock over to this sign to help sort of it would release sort of the throat of the roadway into Tucker's Grove, and that can't be included. Just getting a bulldozer. Give me 4 men out there and we'll go and move it.
Is that a question?
Yeah, can you add that? Can that be part of the improvement to move that rock over? Since that's really it's sitting right in the roadway.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, if I could respond to that. That where the bollards are kind of represent the boundary between the public road and the county park. So that portion of any improvements would actually be the responsibility of the Parks Department or Parks Division. I spoke with Claude Garcia-Soleil this morning regarding that boulder, and he didn't see any reason why that couldn't be moved. And as far as that short section of road in between the bollards and the parking lot, that's the park's responsibility for maintenance, and that's an ongoing.
Yeah, I don't have any problems with that. I just think that if we're doing these little improvements, that big rock just constricts that entryway, and it just needs to be moved. That's my only comment.
Mr. Tuttle, I need to go back up the road ways on this project because I want to get squared away on the process here. you explained that the matter went to the Board of Supervisors on appeal from this commission's vote to require specific environmental review, environmental impact report narrowed to 2 items that were identified. And your conclusion after the board's hearing of the matter was that essentially the Planning Commission action was null and void. So I'm willing to accept that we're starting over again and we are looking at the project anew. And you've suggested that there are condition changes that we should look at, which lead staff to conclude that a negative declaration is the appropriate level of environmental review for this project. Am I right so far?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm right there because I'm willing to look at it again, but in the context of the same issues that were present the first time, which we had lots of testimony about in terms of the impact of this project on the environment. And the standard that council advised us about was that if there is a fair argument that the project would have a significant effect on the environment, then we don't get to choose the negative declaration as the environmental review level. So it looks to me like what staff has concluded is that these changes that are proposed to the project, not so much the pad lowering, but the $120,000 commitment by the applicant to improve the road in some way, throws it back into the negative declaration area, that we can consider that to be adequate environmental review for the issue of fire safety. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that's essentially correct. But one point to add, which is, if you recall, when staff originally brought this project to your commission back in December of last year, staff was recommending approval of the project at that point with adoption of the mitigated negative declaration. So, in a sense, at that point, staff felt the mitigated ND was adequate environmental review for the purposes of CEQA at that point. Since that time, the project has only further addressed or reduced environmental impacts, primarily focused on fire evacuation, which was your commission's as well as the board's primary issue of concern. So with those further changes to the project, staff continues, looked at the project, considered all the comments and the information that was presented to staff, and continued to conclude that the MND was adequate. It is certainly, you certainly have the discretion to disagree with staff or to find that the changes to the project don't get them away from requiring further environmental review based on the fair argument standard. If you conclude that the information presented to you functions as substantial evidence to support that fair argument standard.
Right, and at the time you made the recommendation originally to approve the project based on the negative declaration, you didn't have the benefit of the testimony that we heard at our hearing in January. So, I realize you didn't change the recommendation, but in any event, the commission voted at that time to go a different way environmentally. And I'm certainly going back with the rest of my fellow commissioners to that point and saying, okay, now with these changes, do we feel differently about the significance of the environmental impact? And that's the issue that I see us facing today.
I would agree, yeah.
Do you agree, Council?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, yes, that's correct. I mean, that's really the issue before your commission is the revised project. You're looking at, you're reconsidering it, and it's within your discretion to determine whether or not you can approve the project and whether or not the environmental review is adequate.
Okay, great. And I appreciate the questions of Mr. Robertson and his responses, because that goes to the effect of the proposed mitigation and whether that's adequate to offset the environmental review. And we have anticipated here additional testimony on both sides of that issue. So Just so we're all squared away here on what our task is today. Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Chair, if I could just segue from that thinking. As I recall that hearing, one of the issues for me on the bioresource issue was that the neighborhood presented their expert, David Magny, as questioning whether or not the environmental review and several issues related to that was adequate. And he presented a multi-page letter at that hearing, and at which our bio-expert, Ms. Mooney over here, said, well, I just got this letter. I don't really have an opportunity to address the issue because I've just seen it, and so I don't have time to read it. So for me, there was at that moment, I didn't have any assurances, and since we've moved forward in time, Ms. Mooney has had an opportunity to review that material and perhaps just review some of the other issues related to some of the grasslands issue. So, I feel more confident now, certainly in that particular aspect of the project, that the review that was done was adequate.
Okay. Ms. Mooney, thank you for coming. Do you want to expound on your review of the evidence from the last hearing?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Brown, Melissa Mooney with the Planning Department. Essentially what this comes down to in terms of the facts on this site is you have a 10 to 12 acre site where we've identified approximately 3 acres of native grasslands. This is all identified in the negative declaration. There are impacts to those grasslands, and we've included a mitigation that requires restoration, a mitigation plan. And in my view, you did have testimony from Mr. Magny. I think we've received 3 letters total. We've reviewed those letters. We've looked at the facts we've looked at the information contained in those letters and have determined that essentially, while there's a lot of information in there about sampling grasslands and essentially criticizing what the county has done, there are no substantial facts in there that change the analysis that the county has performed. In other words, we've had myself and another biologist out there numerous times. They've done an impact analysis based on the county's threshold requirements, and there was nothing in Dave Magny's letter. He provided no additional information. He didn't say there were any more native grasslands than we identified. He didn't identify the existence of any additional species. And so there's really nothing in that letter that changes the conclusions that we have come to. And I stand by my determination that while that our analysis is adequate under CEQA. I hope that helps to a certain extent.
It does. Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to understand exactly what changed it from an EIR to a negative declaration. Was there a specific item, or was it many items totaled together that made that decision?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Valencia, there's actually, it wasn't so much a matter of changing it from an EIR to a negative declaration. The requirement, the Planning Commission's, your Commission's requirement for further environmental review in the form of a focused EIR, that determination again was appealed to the Board of Supervisors, and by voting 2-2 on the board, because Supervisor Wolf recused herself, that
failed.
That vote, or the confirmation or affirmation of the Planning Commission's requirement, failed. It neither was upheld nor rejected. So essentially, because the board's review of that question of whether or not further environmental review was required was a de novo hearing, and they had a 2-2 no action vote. And there is no longer any requirement out there from any decision-making body to to conduct further environmental review. So we came back to what was initially prepared for this project under CEQA, which was the mitigated negative
A
declaration.
lower level decision. Does it automatically go down to that, or do we have to make that decision?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Valencia, that's the document before your commission for consideration is the mitigated negative declaration, and
That you're
you'd be required to.
recommending?
Sorry, excuse me.
That you're recommending?
That staff is recommending for adoption, correct?
Okay. We need to get to the applicant and then to the community with the admonition generally that we don't need a rehash of the entire project, that we're really focused on the additional mitigation measures, and if everybody could kind of concentrate their comments in that direction, it will help us expedite this process. So, Mr. Nelson, welcome.
Thank you. I've got a PowerPoint, and Alex is going to cue it up, and then we'll advance. Okay. Thank you, Jeff Nelson, for the whole project team on this project, who's worked assiduously for several years on this now. Let me go through, and I'm going to go through some reminder issues too, because on the last hearing here, Commissioner Blau was not here. You did not have a full commission, and so and it's been a long time, so it merits going over some issues, because I'm not sure exactly what all the neighbors are going to raise also, but we'll be quick. We believe there's no basis for an EIR or further delays. The project is exactly what the community plan and housing element environmental review anticipate to happen on this exact spot. The fire department says they are fine with our project. It meets all of their standards. There's no threshold of significance we trigger, much less evidence that our project is deficient from a CEQA analysis perspective on that issue. The county in-house expert Melissa Mooney says there is no substantial evidence of any missing bio information. We've made repeated changes since the inception of this project. We've dropped homes, redesigned every single lot, now added off-site road improvements that we have no requirement to do legally. It's a fine project that deserves approval. We respectfully request the approval. Once again, this is David Black's office doing what the maximum square footages could be on each of the lots. And this is all changed from when the project was first proposed and went through the first ND hearing in summer of 2011. Developments since the 2011 Planning Commission, we filed an appeal. The appeal negated the action of the Planning Commission, so it was a fresh start for the supervisors. And we had a right to make that appeal, and we did file that appeal because we thought the commission of the Planning Commission was inappropriate and not based on substantial evidence. We then requested county mediation with all key neighbors. This was denied by the county. We then requested private mediation with the neighbors and the 2007 private planner, which was met with no response. We talked to the Sheldons, who live west of Lot 10, to work out best we could do there, ultimately considering sanitary district and environmental health that can be dropped 2 feet, as Alex said. We spoke with Mr. Vickers, said, what do you want? He proposed changes, then argued against that at the Board of Supervisors. The supervisors said in their first hearing it's down to emergency access only. They dismissed the bio issue. Then at the next hearing, the tie was 2-2 on more review. Before that, Rhodes had said its road fees cannot be used for improving that road section because it's not in the GTIP, because that would have been a simple solution if, okay, that's the best use of road fees, let's dedicate it there. And they said, Rhodes said, no, we cannot do that. The last minute before the hearing at the supervisors, P&D said, want to help on the road? I said, yes, if we are approved. We subsequently, then the 2-2 vote happens. We talked to state HCD about thwarting obvious infill projects consistent with all community plans and EIRs, and they say we would not discourage litigation. We researched the county has damages for not processing the project in legal timelines. There's no free pass for project delays, it's been 850 days now. Roads through planning development got us a work program summary for improvements, maximum $120,000. Flowers and Associates cross-checked it. I walked the road, Flowers walked the road. We looked at the work program, widened some portions, as Alex said, paving overlays, delineation and markers, and substantial tree trimming, which have intruded on the area. What else will happen since your last hearing is at the Tree Farm Supervisor's hearing on a separate project, Supervisor Wool said while she recused herself on Park Hill, she always expected that the Park Hill lot, to be developed after she moved in nearby. Here's the subdivision map as a reminder. This is its context in the greater neighborhood. Here is showing the density of the project in the neighborhood, which is the most telling, I think, of how low the density is compared to other projects, and we won't go through why it fits with the density of all the rest of them. So it's a big grass field, seasonally green views. The density of 16 homes on 14.8 acres is lower than the average lot size in the vicinity. The state has chosen to help infill projects, particularly those with affordable housing, as infill is preferred planning statewide. Infill is optimum planning. We have told the state the county is avoiding its housing mandates to date. Remedies are available. The one sticking point with the neighbors has always been, how can you be having affordable housing? Well, as you heard this morning, there is an affordable housing requirement. County requires 30% of the project, or what would be 6 affordable units on this property, with 4 compensating extra units, which would be 18 total units with 6 affordables, which would not be acceptable to the neighborhood. Or pay $1.3 million in lieu fees, or do a state bonus density project, and that was our choice, one very low income rental unit. Neighbors view it as a threat to their property values, but it's like a second unit with architectural and rental controls. This very same property, Lou Zalek went in and said, what do I have to do? And they said, well, for in lieu fees, it's going to be $95,000. And it's escalated fantastically since then as it's laid undeveloped. That's under reassessment, as you know. So an affordable unit need not be a threat to the aesthetics of a neighborhood. There's wonderful small units around that, such as this, that have been done historically, and no one has greater incentive than we, the developers, to make sure that it does not diminish the rest of the neighborhood. So if you view this interior unit as a second unit on a lawful lot, other properties right in the neighborhood have such second units. It's going to fit in naturally, and it should not be an area of concern for the neighbors. So the Lot 10 revisions, you have to avoid having it so low that you'd be pumping the sewer. And this was cut to the very bone to have only 1% grade flow to the sewer main and a wider pipe to make this possible. So it gets down even 2 feet below what was approved in 2007. The height limits there are limits on structures which are indeed 60 yards from the Sheldon's home. And the examples of the height restrictions are tapered roof towards the west, such as this home. And the neighbors to the west in Vintage Ranch had these same issues, and there were accommodations made. So as to the Tucker's Grove emergency access, you have to remember it was a full-use road up until 1974. The counties then chose to make it emergency only. And they did tell neighbors they would continue to keep it as an emergency only. Fire has officially taken the position it's indifferent to the road improvements because it's not needed for this project. It's an existing condition, being under 24 feet, like many roads in high fire areas, so why not improve it? I indeed have, as others of you may have, gone on roads under 24 feet wide in fleeing fires historically, and as these roads are not unlike many of those in Mission Canyon area. Roads apparently wants it done, as this is the last chance to get this improvement done with funding that's available. So once you get down to the curve road that will be improved, it's only a third of a mile, very, very close to this property. This will also include new roads within it to help circulation options in the area. San Antonio Creek Road is an area-wide issue not created by or related to our project. The project as built will be more fire safe than the dry summer grasses that are there now. There will be 4 new hydrants also. There's no substantial evidence that the development of this property per its zoning presents a risk to others in the neighborhood. The Housing Environmental Review anticipated exactly this number of homes with this exact road grid. This is one of the signs that Alex showed you here. This Dwight Pepin, representing Fire, said that this project has less than 30 homes, which for our standards only requires 1 access point. They have come forward with 2, and that is outstanding. We support that. As to the neighborhood, it has 2 acceptable points, San Antonio to the north and Villa Los Santos to the south. As to the adequacy of Tucker's Grove, he said it really isn't related to this. We don't have the authority to direct that to this project. Fire Department confirmed at the Board of Supervisors there's no nexus or requirement as to us making improvements for the project. Alex told you about that. There was also a home that was done on that church earlier that neighbors opposed but exists now. In the 2007 approval, Commissioner Brown said that there was no nexus between the San Antonio Creek Road issue and the Park Hill project. So we can contribute to solutions unless delays thwart us. Our approved and developed project can provide the extra $120,000 in further improvement. The county alone decided to limit traffic through this road in the 70s. If they've harmed the property in doing this, it's their liability. This is seemingly the last available funding for this improvement because it has not been on the county GTIP. If appeals thwart us and we go back to the 2007 plan, for example, this will not happen because that's not part of the project description or a part of that project, which approval still exists. This is, after all, just 4 more homes than what was approved in 2007. There are some 450 lots in the area. Castro was recently approved with 4 homes. CUPs over time have allowed 3 houses of worship with hundreds of members and outside users. County and neighbors concede 12 lots is perfectly fine, and even second units, which they anticipate would have 24 units on the property. So the only issue is the incremental extra homes now above that 12. And we've previously cited cases of the county where that's the environmental standard too, when you have a prior certified ND as you have. So touching briefly on the grasslands and bio, they've increased since 2007. Cheadle Center has approved in concept a restoration on the West Campus Bluff. They've already transplanted some of the Park Hill grasses there as a successful test. Lisa Stratton spoke to your commission. Mark De La Garza, the biologist, spoke also. Here is the scattered native grasses in 2011. This is the West Campus Bluff as a reminder on where the off-site is to occur. As far as more bio-study, Melissa Mooney has said, in addition to those 2 watershed environmental reports, I have been on the project 5 times I've also been to the mitigation site. In my professional opinion, that through the surveys Mark De La Garza has prepared in conjunction with the surveys that I have done, that the surveys referenced in the initial study are adequate from a CEQA perspective. So anyway, she goes on to refer to Mark De La Garza had in the record a letter that addressed the issues of Mr. Magny. And she also said, I believe the vegetation mapping is adequate. So the property has no endangered or protected species. At any point, the disking to actually make it more fire safe could change the baseline to no native grasses. This is exactly a project contemplated on the comprehensive plan, EIR, and housing element. CEQA has been hijacked by NIMBYs, some commentators say used only for delays of new homes across from theirs. Neighbors want an EIR rather than safer roads, really? After neighbors said repeatedly, we want safer roads, this proposed contribution is well beyond all legal limits. It's been 42 years for the Zelix and Cones, who I'm assisting in this matter. 850 days in process for this project. Time has a cost in matters economic, and this is a matter that has economic implications. It's not reasonable to agree to fund the road regardless of further delays in project experiences. As I say, if neighbors force us to go with the 2007 plan, you get nothing on that road for sure. If other actions by their parties thwart the road improvements by stretching this out and killing the project, then it's on them. So the staff has spent over 400 hours reviewing this in the application and hundreds of hours in earlier applications. They recommend approval. In summary, the owners have waited since they were first thwarted 25 years when the water moratorium was imposed in 1972. Then at the end of the time, Mr. Zellick restarted the process and then died before he got to the end. There's no factual basis for a focused EIR. It will not happen regardless, even if you order it. The timeline will not allow it. There are many public benefits here, including enhanced area safety. Neighbors who still want an EIR or the 2007 plan rather than road improvements put into question the legitimacy of the road improvement concern. This is about 4 additional homes. It's the most logical way to address the county's affordable housing requirement. The environmental community has not had a problem with this project, which says a lot because they're on everything. The extra benefit of road improvements is above what the county can require of anyone or fund by itself. A stalled process has led to this step. The county has effectively denied this for the last 22 months. An EIR request would just be another stalling attempt. If the county will not stand up for good planning, it deserves consequences. This is an outstanding project that deserves approval, and it'll fit in very nicely in the neighborhood. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, we have some speaker slips. And before we come back, I hope the representative from the fire department will be able to stay and answer some questions. Okay, great. The first speaker is Ted Sands, followed by Kendra Duncan and Regina Majid. Mr. Sands.
My name is Ted Sands. I live on Villa Los Padres. I do not represent Park Highlands, although I'm past president, I'm representing myself. Mr. Chairman and commissioners, I'll do my best not to make any threats during my presentation, implied or direct. The issue is and has always been safe exits. This is not a new issue with us. We've suffered through fires, a number of fires, since the Painted Cave incident. We were told by the previous chief of the fire department of the county that if at any time there were another fire, he would arrange with the sheriff's department to block any entrance or exit through the park, Tucker's Grove Park, on the existing roadway, because it would create a jam that would prevent fire engines from traveling on that road. That has not changed. I've heard similar comments from fire department representatives since then. As a citizen of the community for 37 years, we've had a number of proposals for development in that area. Basically, I'm not opposed to development. And we've had sleeve out of vest recommendation of what would be done to overcome the problem of fires. Those turned out to be token appeasements. The county is well aware that those promises that were made for additional roads and highways have not been fulfilled. But the developments were approved in the past. Now, I realize the commission now cannot control what happened in the past, but it has a responsibility to fulfill its obligations for the present. And the closing or the development that is proposed to the highways or the roadways out is not adequate to handle traffic outward or traffic inward from the fire department simultaneously. So what was stated by the fire chief previously, that he would call upon the sheriff's department to block egress from that area, would stand true today. It would occur. We know that 154 was closed off by CHP before, during earlier fires. We have no reason to disbelieve that the Park Road and the 154 road would be closed. The exit roads that were added when previous approvals were given are not available. We know that. That was stated by the county representative. I appreciate what Commissioner Valencia had to say about benefits and burdens. Why should we place the minor benefits brought about by construction and place sleepless nights by citizens who live in that community, where there would be no way to get out depending upon what the emergency was proposed?
Mr. Sands, sorry, your time is up.
I'll stop at this point. But I think the responsibility for fire exit roads continues to exist.
Thank you very much. Kendra Duncan, followed by Regina Majid and Marilyn Hanson.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. I did bring a PowerPoint. It's very quick, and I believe somebody was helping me with that earlier, so if you guys can put that up. It's under Duncan. And I just want to quickly say, I've never been so offended in my life by somebody actually treating a neighborhood so poorly as to suggest that we don't care about fire safety. We absolutely do. That has and always will be the main issue for us, for those of us who have survived fire evacuation. And it should just go on its own. Okay. It's, This is the emergency access road from Via Brigitte that was a condition of approval. As you can see, it's not usable. And the lower San Antonio Creek Road was used by fire department officials to get into the neighborhood as we were trying to get out during Hayescita. This is a horse trailer on that road at the 20-foot mark. That's our signage to help us learn where to go on San Antonio Creek Road. Another vehicle's at the 20-foot mark. As you can see, 20 feet isn't very wide. It's impassable. It's a Band-Aid, and it's not going to do anything for our neighborhood. There, once again, it's a Via Brigade emergency access road that we're supposed to be able to use as another way out. And that's how the county has kept up on it. $19.90, that's Cathedral Oaks and Old San Marcos Road, where we all have to come out of. Every road empties onto there. That was $19.90. Same road, $19.90. Lot less homes up there. Lot less homes, same way out. That's it.
Thank you. Regina, followed by Marilyn Hanson and David Brown.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Regina Magid, and I live in Santonio Creek Road neighborhood since 1987. And like many, I have lost my home in Payette Cave Fire 22 years ago. I'm also neighborhood safety representative. In January of this year, you commissioners have voted 4-1 that MND was not adequate and that focused environmental impact report is required for neighborhood fire safety and for biology. Our neighborhood has been extremely surprised that county planning staff is supporting Mr. Nelson's project, stating that significant changes have been proposed, when in essence, contributing $120,000 to the Tucker's Grove Road widening into 16 to 18 feet, it's a Band-Aid. And we have to be honest about it. It's a Band-Aid. According to the County Public Works Department, to make this road adequate for the emergency evacuations, it has to be 24 feet. And it costs no less, no more, according to them, is $735,000, not $120,000, $735,000. I would like Marilyn to show the picture. You saw this picture during Kendra's presentation, but I would like you to take a look closer. You see this is evidence why the Tucker's Grove Park exit has to be 24 feet. As you see, the truck is going with horses, and there is a car blocking the road. Who was in that car? That probably was one of our neighbors who was trying to get back to his property and help his family and his animals to evacuate. Maybe it was a mother. At the current situation, could have been a mother who is trying to get to the nursery school, which is located near Temple, to save her child or to make sure the child is safe. That's the wide of the road that we have. And if that's the, Kendra said it's 20 foot, correct? That's a 20 foot. Project is proposing to widen to 16 to 80 foot. That's a Band-Aid. Please be honest and admit that's a Band-Aid. Emergency exit via Lariata and through the Hinderhand property. It is absolutely non-existent. Many of us went to check that road. It is horrible. I would not walk there without a fire threat. This is complete trap. And Mr. Hinderhand has wrote a letter, and I submitted via email, and I hope you all read in what condition that road is. And I don't understand why Mr. Tuttle addressing that as a possible exit. On behalf of my neighborhood, I respectfully request that you remain consistent to your prior findings for focused EIR requirements, and otherwise you would really be endangering our neighborhood in association to future fires. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Magid. Marilyn Hanson. Marilyn will be followed by David Brown and then by Robert Thompson.
My name is Marilyn Hansen, and I live on Via Orquídea, which is dead ends right into the property that you're considering. Today, instead of speaking on my behalf, I would like to read you a letter from Joe Handerhand regarding what has sometimes been talked about as an emergency fire exit. From Joe Handerhand regarding emergency exit. None exists through Lariata. To whom it may concern, I have reviewed the comments and maps that you supplied me from your meeting with Janet Wolf and Scott McGolfin, and quite frankly, I am appalled. The access road that they speak of is a dirt trail through my property that in some places is barely 12 feet wide and many times is impassable. In the case of such an emergency, these folks are sending you into an impassable area with nowhere to run. Since we have owned this parcel, we have been evacuated 3 times and close to being burned out from all directions. In every case, if you had come over the hill into the canyon, you would have been trapped and surrounded by flames. The first leg of the existing roadway from Via Regina, extending to the Giordano southern property line, is owned by the county for several thousand feet. It is far under the required 20-foot wide requirement, and it's in terrible condition with barely enough room to get by and two-way traffic. I would like to ask you to please tell your neighbors and friends not to go in this direction in the event of such an emergency. You would be sending them into harm's way. I would also like you to please have respect for us as property owners and not trespass on our land, as we would not trespass on your property. I'm available for comment or a meeting with these public officials on our behalf if you would feel it would help. Sincerely, Joe Handerhand.
Thank you. David Brown?
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, staff, my name is David Brown. We've been going through this a long time. We take a lot of heat saying, well, we're fighting everything. That's simply not true. I was part of the committee assigned to work on the 2007 project. The very same owners. Very same owner. New developer, but the same owners. And we never had an argument. We never had a threat. We worked together. They brought a planner. The planner developed the plan. I don't believe anybody from our subdivision, from our area, opposed the plan, and it was approved. So we're not the horrible people that were painted at against. We were told at that time that we had 2 major exits for fires. Now here's what's changed. This is why we're fussing. It's not that we got the approval in 2007 and now we're fussing about these 4 houses. That's not the issue. We were told at that time we had 2 northern egresses away from the property. One 154 and the one the Via Riata subdivision up there that is obviously not ever built. So we've had 2 fires since 2007. We're not in the same position we were then. And we had a chance to experience leaving the property during those 2 fires in both cases. In absolutely both of those cases, the police had barricaded the north exit and closed us to 154. The Via Riata one does not exist. And therefore we got to be somewhat familiar with the Tucker's Grove exit. And it is totally impassable. I appreciate what Mr. Nelson is willing to do to try to improve it. But it's my understanding that Mr. Vickers and others went to the county and the fire department and said, how can we do this ourselves? He's saying we don't care about the road. We went on behalf of ourselves. When we thought the EIR was going to be done, we wanted to get something done ourselves. And it's my understanding that to meet what the fire department told us we should do and to meet what the county standards were for that item, as we were quoted $700 and some thousand, Regina just quoted. I wasn't at those meetings. I can't say that for sure. Perhaps Mr. Vickers will. But it seems to us, and that's really where I want to leave it, is that we have faced a downhill slide from 2007, where we've lost 2 northern exits we thought we had. The density has increased, and we still haven't got the Tucker's Grove problem resolved, although I think if any improvement, it's a good thing. And I'm sure the neighborhood would step in to see if we could even do more, assuming it was legally possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I have a speaker slip for Robert Thompson, but it says he wants to yield his time. We don't do that, Mr. Thompson, if you're here, but you may speak on your own.
He had to leave.
Okay. Next, is it Carla Reeves? Followed by Danny Vickers, and Steve Engels is my last speaker slip.
Whoa, this is a long session. Half of our people have left already. Thank you for letting us come and speak. I live in Park Highlands, which is 76 homes in the Park Highlands Homeowners Association, directly below this property. And so we're in that lower section of Villa Los Santos that has where everybody exits because we can't go up through 154. So everybody convenes down in our section of the road. Now, one of the things that you probably haven't considered is that B'nai B'rith has a preschool there. They have a lot of little children there. They also need to be evacuated. Do you think that school is going to be able to evacuate those children along with the horses down that little spur of San Antonio Creek Road? That's just not a possibility. You have no idea what it's like during a fire. The horses, the trailers, the people, the cars. In the Painted Cave fire, my mother's car burned to the ground, parked in the middle of the street. She was elderly. People get nervous and scared, and they're going to seek a familiar path. They're not going to go through some emergency exit that has been barricaded and is barely passable, especially not when there are horses around. So, I'm not against development. I'm actually a real estate agent. I'd love to see some new homes to sell. But we all agreed in the neighborhood that the safety number was around 12 homes for that area. Now all of a sudden the county keeps nibbling and nibbling. And don't forget, besides that area for development, there are still several parcels on San Antonio Creek Road that will be coming before you. And we're going to go down the same road. So why should a developer go from 12 houses that were approved by the neighborhood that seemed to us to be safe now go up to 16 homes? It just doesn't make sense to me. Every time I come here, it's a different story. There's a new staff. People look at it differently. Fire evacuation is an incredibly scary experience. I've been through 3 of them now. And unless you have experienced it, to sit there and intellectually look at these maps, it's not the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reeves. Danny Vickers, and then Steve Engels.
Good afternoon. I'm Danny Vickers. I'm the president of the San Antonio Creek Homeowners Association. I would first like to just address a couple of comments that Mr. Nelson made. I don't take things personally, but I do think it's important to point out that delays and NIMBYs and those kind of discussions, I think I take exception to. He made a statement that there was no response from the neighborhood when he asked for a meeting after our January meeting. That's not true. I did meet with Mr. Nelson and Jason Nelson in April, and I have never, as president of the association, ever not attended a meeting that he's asked me to. I picked up the phone, I've answered emails, I've had meetings with him, so I just want to make it real clear that there has been an attempt from the neighborhood to have dialogue. The problem has been, and Mr. Brown, I think, hit it on the head, is the process in 2007 was very different. There were not threats of lawsuits. There was a planner involved. Suzanne Elledge was involved. There was facilitation. There was consensus building. When I met with Mr. Nelson in April, after your decision 4-0 to require additional environmental review, I told Mr. Nelson, I'm here to try to come up with a plan where I can go back to the neighborhood and reach consensus. Because it's important, the process has to be fair, and in their minds, they are reasonable people because they approved the 07 plan. You can develop 07 plan right now. You cannot sit here and argue that we're against your development, any type of development. That is just simply not true. We've met with the county twice since January because we thought an EIR was either going to happen or at least we had some momentum. We met with Janet Wolf. We met with the fire department. We've asked for help on Tucker's Grove. There is no question about it. I think the evidence is very, very clear. Mr. Nelson also says that environmental organizations haven't testified against the biology analysis that they've done. That's not true. If you look at the record, there's at least 3 or 4 environmental organizations that have come out against the way they've done it. But really, what I'd like to bring up a slide that I put on your desktop, and that is this is why, as a private citizen, it's kind of confusing. Mr. Russell documents very clearly that the county concluded, if you go down to point number 1, this is his letter to the Board of Supervisors. And I think I've sent this to you folks, and maybe you've read it, and so I apologize if this is redundant, but I think it's important for everyone to understand that Mr. Russell states that it was determined that a mitigated negative declaration is inadequate and that an environmental impact report is required because there is substantial evidence in the record. We've talked about this for a year and a half. The record is full, thousands of pages of testimony. Then I would like for you to go to the second page and look at the legal threshold under CEQA. Mr. Russell goes on to say, what is the legal threshold under CEQA? If you read right there in the middle of the paragraph, if the lead agency determines that there's substantial evidence in the record that the project may have a significant effect on the environment, the lead agency shall prepare an EIR. So from a legal standpoint and from a lay perspective and the neighborhood perspective, we're saying we believe that thousands of pages of testimony is certainly a reasonable argument that there's a potential impact here. So we believe we've met the threshold. But you know what? We're not after an EIR. We're after a safer neighborhood. And I'll tell Mr. Nelson right now in front of everyone that I believe I can get consensus of this neighborhood to approve his plan, even though it's more dense than the 07 plan, if he will agree to develop the Tucker's Grove exit at the standard that the fire department needs to be, and that's 24 feet wide. I believe we can get consensus in the neighborhood if he will do that. Well, now the second question is that fair for Mr. Nelson because it's $735,000? Is it fair for him to have to do that? Well, I'm a business person, and I look at it from a business perspective. I think profit is a good thing. I think it's a very good thing, and I'm not here to lambast anybody trying to do profit. But I know for a fact, and this neighborhood has already been talked to by a developer that will do the 07 plan, that they will develop 12 houses and they'll pay the county $800,000 in lieu fees. There's a private developer out there that has told the neighborhood that they believe they can make a profit with the 07 plan paying $800,000. Well, I realize Mr. Nelson has control of the property, and if he would just take that $735,000, he gets to build 16 homes and not 12. If he would take $735,000 and apply it to that 24-foot segment of the road, I think this neighborhood would stand up and applaud him. And there wouldn't be any issues. I think we can probably live with the 16 homes if we can get Tucker's Grove expanded to 24 feet. I think it is just that simple. And we're here to work with him.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question, if I could.
Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, this is an association then?
Yes.
Does the association have the ability to levy an assessment against how many property owners in the association?
Well, in our association, there's probably 150. There's 450 homes that are impacted in this whole area. All 450 homes should be approached and talked about this exit because it impacts them all. People up at the top of Old San Marcos Road, they're impacted by Tucker's Grove because Because if we can get people out of Park Hills Estates and San Antonio Creek to flow through Tucker's Grove, that frees up Old San Marcos Road. So I think there's 450 homes that would participate in this process. If it went over $735,000, I think it's reasonable for Mr. Nelson, if he gets 16 homes, to fund $735,000. Maybe beyond that, I think, okay, well, if the project requires more than that, I would certainly go to bat with the neighborhood to try to raise the difference. Janet Wolf has already told us she doesn't have the money to do it. She did say she could come up with tens of thousands of dollars from time to time, but nothing significant like $100,000. So I don't know if that answers your question.
I think we're straying off the legal subject here, but thanks for the information and for your efforts. So to be continued. Mr. Engels.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Steve Engels. I'm a neighbor. I sent you all an email yesterday about a quote that's an old Santa Barbara quote. A majority of the neighbors should have a say in the future of their neighborhood community. In 2006, the neighborhood gave input during a proposed Villa Los Santos development, which I think Danny referred to. What we thought was going to be compatible with our neighborhood, we approved. In 2007, the county approved the plan. I just found out it was never recorded. I'm not sure why it was never recorded, but it was approved by the county. Now flash forward to today, 2012. We have a developer and a county staff ignoring the previously approved county plan. The parcel is the same. The neighborhood basically is the same. Our neighborhood is not anti-development, and I really take offense to being called a NIMBY. I've never even called somebody else a NIMBY. What we really want for our neighborhood is what we already agreed on with the property owner and which was approved by the county in 2007. This current developer has stated he can't make a profit unless he gets his plan approved with those 4 additional homes. Does this developer really care about our neighborhood? Does this developer really care about the previous neighborhood fire evacuations? Probably not. He wants to give $120,000 to improve Tucker Grove Park. If you read the letter of July 19, that deal is good until September 12th, and I'm quoting, therefore the amount offered will be reduced by $20,000 per month prorated until November 1st, at which time the offer will be withdrawn. If you didn't read it, there it is. In 2007, our agreed-upon plan was profitable for any developer. As Danny has just suggested, there is another developer out there who will build 12 houses and still make a profit. If this developer doesn't want to get involved, then let him pass and we can get the other developer. Should the 2012 plan be approved and the previous 2007 approved plan be ignored, then I will personally take this neighborhood concern to the county grand jury for an investigation into why the 2007 approved plan was ignored by the county planning staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Engels. Anybody else that hasn't submitted a slip that needs to address this issue? Mr. Hanrahan, are you a Pittsburgh Pirate or just a fan?
I'm a fan.
Good.
And a Steeler fan. My name's Joe Handerhan. I as well have in the process of a lot split for the past 17 years. And due to the economy and all the restrictions that they've put on us, the fire road that everyone's been telling folks to go down is not there, and the cost of that road would be $850,000. So I would have 3 lots out of that, but the cost of all the things that the county has imposed upon us to do just at this time makes it impossible economically. I'm a contractor in town here, and I'm all for, I know Jeff, I'm all for development, but there is a serious fire hazard up there in that area, and we would love to have the fire road go through our place. We can't afford it. I've gone through and did all the easements with the county, all the paperwork, all the engineered drawings, all these things. I'll give you easement across the property to get a fire road out of there. The people up on top of the hill aren't the only people that live out there. There's a lot of people that live down in the canyon. They've done development over the years. They've built a lot of houses around us with no access, none. And I don't know how these folks get away with it, and then someone like me gets $850,000 worth of improvements to be made that need to be done. People come walking their dogs and things up that county road every day. My wife, other people riding horses, and traffic from these new homes up on the hill. People are getting run off the road. Someone's going to get hit on county property. Then you folks will have a problem. You know, I'm just here to say, hey, I'm offering it up. You guys come put the road in, the whole problem will be over with. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanrahan. Anybody else that hasn't had a chance to speak? Okay, then we'll go back to Mr. Nelson for any closing comments.
Mr. Chair, I was just wondering if it'd be appropriate to hear the fire department before his closing arguments.
Would you prefer to wait until
Sure.
you're...
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Welcome. Sorry to keep you waiting, but we're all anxious to hear from you. You are?
I'm Chair Cooney, Commissioners. I'm Eric Peterson.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. I'm Eric Peterson with County Fire. I'm the Fire Marshal.
Well, I'll start. Marshal Peterson, what I think we're concerned about here is a question of review of the fire situation, not only for a particular road, but for the whole entire area. And I think Mr. Nelson made the comment, he'll correct it if I don't remember it correctly, that this project, without regard to any improvements on that lower portion of the Tuckers Grove Road, meets all county fire department standards.
That's true.
Okay. Has the county fire department had any participation in what it would take to improve that road to fire department standards?
We've had some discussions with planning, with Mr. Tuttle and the planning department and roads as to what would need to be done to improve that. We don't have the purview over that road. It's a county road. We have purview over private roads. In order for that to meet our standards, as it has been stated, it would need to be 24 feet.
Okay. So what you're saying is this project to be approved for permits for occupancy by the fire department would not require any additional egress than already exists?
Right. As has been stated, this road has no nexus to the Park Hill Estate project. An enhancement to the egress that would be provided by an improvement of that road, we see as a good thing, but really, in our view, it has no nexus to the project itself.
Okay. Commissioner Blau?
Well, that answers my question. I mean, is it safer for the residents by Mr. Nelson's offer to widen the road 16 to 18 feet as opposed to the condition the road sits in today?
I would have to say yes.
Okay. And I understand the no nexus, and I think and maybe Mr. Tuttle or Chairman Cooney, you could explain this to the audience and to the people that are here. The nexus is a legal requirement that says as a county, we can't condition someone's subdivision for a street light down the street, or a road 10 miles from here, or a freeway crossing. Can't do that. If it's not adjacent to the property or part of the property, we don't have the legal ability to require them to do that kind of work. If I misstated that, I'm sure County Council or Chairman Cooney will correct me, but that's the state law, that's the rules. But I appreciate the fact that he's making it safer for all the residents, including his own new ones, by offering to do the improvements to the road. Is it a perfect improvement? Probably not, but I think, isn't 16 to 18 foot, is that what you would normally require on a private residence for access?
24 feet.
Still 24 feet?
Yes.
Okay.
One further question, if I could. With respect to some testimony we heard from a neighbor that he was told by a prior fire department representative that the likelihood is that in case of a wildfire, that road would be closed off to egress and access. Do you have an opinion on that?
I am unaware of a discussion or any kind of standing order that would put that into place. It seems to me it would be counterproductive.
But there is an issue of fire equipment trying to move up and down the hill itself and the possible use of that approach.
There could be. It would be a judgment call. Whatever captain was on the engine company, it would depend on what was happening, and it clearly would be a judgment call that captain would have to make.
Okay. We have Commissioner Brown asking.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is that in a fire emergency, isn't there some coordination between your department and the sheriff's to consider the conditions in the area and how this roadway is to be used for emergency access?
In the event of a fire? Yes, there's a lot of coordination.
So you would know, would it be the case that you would be aware that this is an emergency access used by the community, and that if fire equipment were to be using this road and going up, there would be somebody stationed at the other end saying, no, you've got to go some other way? I mean, can you just describe how that would work? Because I get the feeling that the community just thinks it's sort of a free-for-all on this roadway, and I don't think that that's what happens during a fire emergency.
Well, I would not want to call it a free-for-all. It is a chaotic situation, obviously. But there is a lot of coordination between the fire department and the sheriff's department, typically, law enforcement. Evacuation is a law enforcement task, typically. We assist, but, our missions are different in an evacuation. We're supposed to go in there and put the fire out or mitigate whatever's happening. But there is coordination, and there is a command post, and there is communication at all levels with law enforcement to make sure that evacuations happen as cleanly and as efficiently as possible.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, it just seems to me, and I'm not sure this is the case, but if I were the fire department or the highway patrolman and I had a fire, I would block that road today, because in some cases the road's only 12 feet wide or 10 feet wide. So I couldn't get a fire truck going up the road and someone leaving the property going down the road. But I think with the 16 or 18 feet, you wouldn't have that problem. So I wonder if there's some confusion between what was said earlier between the fire department and the highway patrolman, because in its present condition, it's probably not safe to have fire trucks going one direction and people evacuating in the other direction. But with the improvements that Mr. Nelson's offering, I think that might not be the case. Could you comment on that, or do you know?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know exactly how wide it would have to be to accommodate that. It would, as I said, it would definitely be an improvement to have that road improved.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions of the fire marshal? All right, thank you very much. Mr. Nelson, we're back to you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify one point. When Commissioner Blau was discussing our nexus requirements, and he sort of posed it as a question. And I just wanted to clarify one point on that, which is it's not the case that we can never require off-site improvements. There are circumstances where we have where we do have a nexus to require that. But anytime we are exacting or making an exaction, there has to be a nexus between the burdens imposed by that development and whatever we're exacting. And so there are cases sometimes where we do, traffic or road improvements that are off-site that are, there is a direct nexus between the burdens imposed by the development and that improvement. But there are a lot of factors in figuring that out. So I just want to make sure when we make a blanket statement, there are
Okay. Well,
there are circumstances.
The question
where
for
it's
you,
different.
to you would be, do we have a nexus here or do we not? And maybe you can't tell us today, I don't know. But that's one of the issues.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, here the proposed improvements are being offered by the applicant. It's part of the revised proposed project. So we actually don't even get to the question of whether or not there's a nexus for us to require it.
Okay. Sorry to hold you up.
No, it's all good. Thank you very much. First, I apologize for perhaps at many times for the neighbors having not the flexibility and resiliency shown and that they were expecting. I've worked on projects here locally for a long time. I indeed know aughts from way back when, went through the community plan and EIR hearings for the community plan that is imposed on this property here. And so it has been frustrating to me that sometimes things that are imprinted in the community plan are treated like they're it's a free-for-all, and it's not treating this subdivision of this land consistent with its zoning and per the EIR on the zoning is not the same as a CUP for those churches. That is a fully discretionary matter where you are more limited in your review scope and findings for a subdivision that's consistent with all of the zoning. And so that's been part of our frustration, I think, is that it's not been treated that way. It's been treated more like a church CUP, which it is not. Breaking down the issues, there's biodensity and fire egress. And the bio went by the wayside at the Board of Supervisors, and I won't say anything more about that, but we feel confident the record stands up on that. The density is indeed the housing market went down after 2007, and they did not sell the property with the 2007 plan, and they engaged us, and we're back trying to come up with something that people would like. And indeed, a doctor from Sansom contacted me just a week ago saying, hey, this is exactly what I'm looking for, and we're looking for a new house in this exact school area, and we're renting until we can get a house. And so he did research to find out that this was coming. Something is going to happen on that property, either the 2007 plan or the 2010 through 2012 plan. And we think the 2012 plan is better and deserving of support. If there was a EIR or something imposed, that we would appeal again and see what happens at the Board of Supervisors. But eventually the county has an obligation to process projects that are consistent with the community plan. You can't just deny them under the Subdivision Map Act. There are rules that you have to actually treat them. So under the 2007 plan, the road improvements would go away. There would be no improvements to that road. And that's where I was saying, if neighbors say, okay, we want an EIR or we want the 2007 plan, what they're saying is they're not going to get these improvements to that road. And that's just the stark fact here. And we think the difference in density of 4 extra units is not inappropriate at all, and it is exactly the most logical way to deal with the affordable housing requirement that overhung all of this, because there's a huge in-lieu fee or 6 on-site units. So we believe we have crafted a perfectly fine and appropriate project for the neighborhood. We have an excellent team that's always been sensitive to every neighborhood. This is less than 1.1 unit per acre, and we think this is absolutely a project that you should approve. Thank you very much.
I have a question for Mr. Nelson.
Okay.
Yes.
The 2007 plan allowed second units.
Yes.
So in essence, you could have had 24 units there instead of 12.
Yes, and watching the hearings there, 2 neighbors said we expect 24 to be built.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Because we watched all the tapes of all those hearings before filing this. Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, just to clarify, the 2007 plan didn't explicitly approve second units, but given the size of the lots, they would be allowed under our ordinance.
Mr. Chair, at the time, would they have been allowed at the time at 207?
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. Nelson, thank you. All right, we're back to you, Mr. Tuttle. I know you have comments based on what you've heard today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Just a couple things I wanted to respond to from what we heard. One of the members of the public who spoke mentioned that County Public Works had told them that for the Tuckers Grove Road to be adequate for emergency access, it would have to be 24 feet wide, and I don't believe that's true. We do have County Public Works representative here who could speak to that. Another member of the community indicated that we have been, county staff has been indicating that Handerhan property is available for emergency access. And as I discussed in the PowerPoint presentation, both at the board and here today, indicated that because that project has not been recorded, that access is not available at this point. And as we heard from Mr. Handerhan, it's questionable if it ever will be. The comment regarding the board letter that staff provided to the Board of Supervisors, I just wanted to speak to that real briefly. It referenced the fact that the board letter says your board's action should include the following, and then what it essentially does is lays out the first item is the Planning Commission's action or determination that you had made back in January, which was to determine that the MND was inadequate and that an EIR was required. Your board or the Board of Supervisors, again, their action on those recommended items 1, 2, and 3 failed. So there was no affirmative affirmation of that statement in the board letter. So I just wanted to clarify and confirm that. And as far as the 2007 plan, I just wanted to point the fact that, as has been mentioned several times, that 2007 plan has never been recorded. It was approved. Staff cannot require the applicant to come in under that and record and build that 2007 plan. It's within their right to ask for and request a different plan, a change to that plan, or an entirely new plan, which is what they're doing today. That concludes my staff comments.
All right, Commissioners, if you have no questions of staff, then it's time to deliberate and determine on reconsideration of this project what we wish to decide. And you have the staff's comments, the staff report, extensive testimony today, and written information. So I think we have all the information we need. It's really a narrow issue. It's not the entire project. It's not even about the grasslands, I don't believe. I think we're really limited to whether the limited offer that Mr. Nelson has made to provide funding to a certain extent for improvements to the projected fire escape road entitles the project to a favorable vote rather than the action we took in January. Commissioner Brown, this is another exciting second district item.
Great. Well, it's been an interesting journey, I know, for both the neighbors and for the applicant, and it's been an arduous one as well. I'd just like to make some preparatory comments. Many years, if we had hindsight to work on foresight, the county probably should have not allowed any houses to be built up in this area, which is all a high fire hazard area. And it sort of troubles me that we didn't have that foresight, but we didn't. And we moved ahead, and we're here today. And I think with this project, with this off-site improvement, which is not, as has been explained and discussed, there's no nexus to the project, but the applicant has offered it, and it is improvement. We've heard the fire department indicate that it is a better thing, that even roads department has considered that it is an improvement. And then, well, I don't have the language that Mr. Robertson indicated of taking it into the county system, that perhaps that will be considered for maintenance. And I'm not sure if we can codify that or not in a condition, or he can codify that or change that in his condition letter. Perhaps we can get some comment from staff in the interim. But anyway, I'd just like to hear from my fellow commissioners before I make the recommendation.
Commissioner Blau?
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Brown. The reality is I think what we're doing here is going from what is now approved for 24 units down to 14. And, you can, whether RSUs are there or not makes no difference. On the issue of the roadway, and I heard your comment earlier about, did I see the pictures? Yeah, I did. What I saw the pictures is of the existing condition, not what it's going to be when Mr. Nelson makes the improvements. That was my point. It's going to be...
Oh, excuse me.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
This is not the time for public comment.
One thing I would encourage the homeowners to do, however, though, is through their association, is to get the county to get that road system into what the TIF is, so that as future properties are developed in that area, and these developers pay into the AB 1600 fees, traffic mitigation fees, that you have the ability to use those funds to make the improvements to the rest of the subdivision so that the fire hazard kind of goes away. It's significant numbers, and I think that's why Supervisor Wolf was probably saying she can only do a few thousand here and there, because that's how the money currently dribbles in. But get that project in the queue, and you'll be able to help fund the improvements there. And I think this is a great time, I think, for the association to maybe try and raise some additional money to add to the $120,000 being offered by Mr. Nelson's group to make other improvements. Maybe you can make it 24 feet wide. By the way, I'm having a little trouble with $720,000 going from a 16 to 8 foot widening to a 24-foot widening. I'm just having a little problem with that number. Being a developer and putting in roads all the time. And I see no ability to force Mr. Nelson to pay any more money in this project. It's just not within our purview. It's not, as council says, I don't think we can find a nexus to exact, thank you, more money from Mr. Nelson for any more development off-site the project. So I'm sorry, if I'm a homeowner there, I'd rather see the 14 units and the road improved to the tune of $120,000 than to see the original subdivision that was approved in 2007. So I'm prepared to support your earlier comments and approve the and to agree that there's no reason for a focused DIR. The only issue left is traffic, and I think there is no other solution that I can see to solve the traffic problem that allow us to make that finding. So the ER, I think, would be nothing but a waste of time and money.
Commissioner Blau, you referred to 14 units. I think by all agreement it's 16 units.
Excuse me, 16 units.
Okay, just so we don't... 4 additional on top of 2. Correct. Commissioner, I guess it was you, Commissioner Brooks, first.
It was I, yes, thank you. Yes, I came in today, I had resolved that I thought at least, I could accept now the MND based on, I was concerned about the off-site mitigation of the bio, and, after hearing the input from Ms. Mooney, that aspect of the project is okay with, I think it's complete in the study. I hadn't heard anything from the the neighbors, so I just assumed that, and I went to the park this morning, to look at the fire emergency road, and, yes, maybe that would improve the evacuation. I go back to I cannot make the finding on the project, even now, with the possibility of this road being improved in an emergency situation. Who knows what's going to happen? I think someone was saying, well, if you had a fire truck going up and you have, a horse trailer coming down, no way. The two of them, can pass each other on a road that's, so narrow. And I hear the fire department, they're saying, for I guess an access or an egress, but put them together, and it just doesn't jive for me. So I just can't make that finding, for this particular project. And, maybe we're looking at cumulative impacts that have arisen up in that area, to think that there's been 2 fires, since the one project was approved, with neighbor support in 2007. I just can't support it because I cannot make the finding that, this would not be a problem, in a fire situation. That's where I am.
Commissioner Valencia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This property is zoned, I remember when it came through the first time, it's 1 acre minimum. And in the total development, there are only 2 lots that are over 1 acre. They're all under 1 acre. And some of them are close to half an acre. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them are close to half an acre. So right there, I think Mr. Nelson got something. Secondly, he comes in with a 35% increase. 35% increase of what he had approved before. Yeah. That's a lot. And I'm wondering, if I had a project and I came in with 35% and more, I wonder if I'd get it approved. But because he's building 1 affordable unit, somehow or another, he's getting all this. Now, between all this, there's a happy compromise someplace. I wonder why, with all this problem that he had, and when the neighbors said that they would approve 12 units in the beginning back in 2007, why didn't he, instead of going 35%, why didn't he go up 17.5% and say, let me do 14 units and I'll get by? Because a couple of these lots, especially lot number 6, is it lot number 6? No, lot number 3. That's an exceptionally small lot, and it's just out of place in that area. He could have combined 4 and 2 there and made 2 nice big lots. A bigger house would yield him probably the same amount of money that he's going to spend on that. And then between 7, 8, and 9, instead of 3 lots, he could have made 2 lots and still put, all that area has large homes in it. Everything is large in there. So I don't know why there wasn't a compromise in that area, and why, all the people, Mr. Vickers, who's been with this project now since the beginning, I remember his name from way back, why they didn't propose that. How would we do with 14 units? Could the impact be a little less and be less severe on our neighborhood? But somehow or another, what we did, the Board of Supervisors just nullified our request for more review because of the impacts on the environment. So it comes back to us, and what we're looking at now is a staff report that says it's okay now. Instead of an EIR, we're dropping it down to a negative declaration, and we recommend that you approve it. Well, I had a lot of difficulty with that, and I was hoping that the commissioner of the district would have committed herself to telling us how she was going to vote. But sometimes it's very difficult, and you kind of have to wait, see which way the wind blows. And I've been there many times. I'd sure like to ask him to drop it to 14, but I don't think I have the right to do that. And so I'm going to have to go with a staff recommendation.
Mr. Tuttle, if you will, just review the project size, number of units today.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, yeah, as a reminder, as a refresher, the project before you today is for 16 residential lots. 15 of those would be market rate lots. The Lot 3, identified as the smallest of the lots, that's the one that would be set aside for an affordable unit. The rest of the lots would range in size from approximately 0.6 acres up to a little over an acre in size. So 16 residential lots, total of 18 lots, one of which would include the detention basin and the other would include the strip of Pinnell Road north of the property. Total acreage of the property is 14.87 acres. So 16 residential lots on 14.87 acres. And then again, the project also includes 2 points of access, one off of Villa Santos on the south and one off of San Antonio Creek Road in order to provide access into the subdivision.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brown, first of all, I have tremendous respect for you and would like to support your position unless I was just absolutely convinced that we couldn't do it. I'm not sure what your position is, but I have not gotten past the point I was at in January when we were discussing this project in terms of its environmental review. I'm not saying that if I had an environmental impact report discussing the fire issues, the Handrahan property, the other exits that have been blocked or available, the issue of the use of 154 for egress in case of fire. I'm not saying all of those issues wouldn't be dealt with in a sufficient manner that we could approve this project at its current proposed side that I'd be opposed to that. But I am absolutely convinced that if we're to go forward with this project on the basis of the mitigated negative declaration, we will be in violation of CEQA, and that may or may not be tested in the courts any day. But Mr. Nelson, for whom I have a great deal of respect as an attorney, even before that as a baseball player, he spent many years in the practice of law. So I don't take lightly his threats that the county has caused damages to the developer as a result of its delay. But I'm convinced that this planning commission has the discretion and must decide on the appropriate level of environmental review. And what we did in January was to say it wasn't appropriate. The only thing that changed from that is that the Board of Supervisors deadlocked on a 2-2 vote, and essentially it's back to us to make that same decision again. And nothing has changed except the very limited offer that Mr. Nelson made to make some improvements to what he calls an off-site improvement. It may be enough. If an environmental impact report were prepared on fire safety, which begins in the negative declaration on page 45, maybe it would say that the improvement of that third exit way would be sufficient to mitigate the concerns. I don't know that. I don't presume that. I am convinced, however, that we have to go there. And so I cannot make the finding that the negative declaration that is presented to us today is adequate for purposes of approving this project the way it's presented. So it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to make some follow-on comments. There's much controversy to this project, but for me, it's a superior project to the 2007 project. not only for the grassland mitigations, but for the fire safety issues, because we are getting that off-site improvement, which is not required. We've heard the fire department say the ingress and egress are adequate. Well, this is a high fire hazard area. We probably need many more, as what we've seen is the county in previous iterations reviewing projects has asked for more, but sometimes we don't have them. It's not perfect, but I find that the NMD is adequate. So, you know, I'm in this particular area. It is difficult for me because that would mean that every single project that we look at has a scrutiny that every single project that previously approved should have had that didn't have. So I'm going to make the recommendations to approve the project. And my motion will be as follows: to make the required findings for approval of the project specified in Attachment A, including CEQA findings, adopt the proposed revised final mitigated neg deck included as Attachment C, and adopt the mitigation monitoring program containing the conditions of approval, and approve the project subject to the conditions included as Attachment B.
And I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Further discussion on the motion from anyone? I don't see any, so we should call the roll. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Blau?
Aye.
Commissioner Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks?
No.
Commissioner Valencia?
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney?
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
3-2, right. All right. That concludes the action of the Planning Commission for today's date, the 5th of September. Thank you all for your patience, and good luck, Mr. Nelson.